Now it's being recorded. I have to start over. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. So the idea is we engage with psychedelics as a means of engaging with what in the Buddhist lineage we call our inner Buddha or a secret Buddha. And if you are engaging in it constantly, if it is becoming an unnecessary crutch that you are overly reliant upon, then it just becomes another form of escapism, right? That's why we saw in the rise of psychedelic use, drop in, tune in, drop out, tune in, whatever that saying is. But the idea was that people were still feeling very dissatisfied because at the end of the day, what we're looking for is God consciousness within. To take it out of the woo-woo lineage, what we're looking for is just like remembering that we're decent people innately, and the medicine can help with that, or the medicine can drop out, tune and turn out. Thank you. But the medicine can also be a distraction of that. So by consciously engaging with any modality that you're using, by doing it responsibly, and for us as educators, for us as facilitators, for us as beings who are on this earth, who are all really just taking different paths to the same destination of self-actualization, it's also radically responsible for us to remember that. And so that's why I'm so passionate about doing this work, both as a coach, working with people privately, taking them on plant medicine ceremonies, but also, and arguably more importantly, doing this work as a consultant and telling people that, like, hey, psychedelic medicine's great. We're not starting there. We're starting with you being comfortable with being uncomfortable. Because if you have a lot of trauma in your nervous system, honey, and you're taking plant medicine and you don't know how to be with discomfort, that's how we have people running around these streets screaming to the skies that the sky is falling, right? And we don't want that. We want you to be good. Or if you're going to do that, we want it to be in the woods somewhere where people won't try to lock you up. Either way, we want to make sure everyone is healthy and joyous as they transmute shadow work. So I hope that answered it. I have ADHD, so I hope that made sense. And if not, that's okay. I look cute, and that's what matters.
I'll go ahead and pop in. So yes, I'm in Maryland. I'm at Hopkins. But despite that, I see Christopher, you have the Eagles jersey on, so go Birds. I almost wore mine. I feel like I'm left out now. So I come from into psychedelics sort of tangentially, and I'm still sort of tangential to it in many ways. So I'm a behavioral pharmacologist by training. Most of my work is in substance use disorder, and I do work primarily framed around interventions development for people with substance use disorder and targeting new ways to help folks that are looking for a recovery pathway. And so with that, I do a lot of work with controlled substances and a lot of work with drugs that at least we call drugs of abuse, although debatable how much that's a valid way of thinking about many of these things. And so I found my way into the work with psychedelics largely because of that. I do research with and collaborate with the Center for Psychedelic Research and Consciousness here at Hopkins, and find them really to be really interesting compounds for all the other aspects aside, just purely from a scientific standpoint, because they produce this very profound, very meaningful, very large effect from a single use, which is not something that you really see with other drugs. And so from a even just purely an academic standpoint, they're really novel to think about of how do we measure, how do we capture, how do we think about this experience that doesn't necessarily look like, but also does look like other things, and sort of how do we navigate the similarity and differences from other things we study. And so I'll leave it at that because I figure we'll talk a lot in the next hour and a half.
All right, I will go next. So the question is, what's my connection to this work? Okay, cool. I actually came into this, or initially kind of found out even about psychedelic assisted therapy when I was also in Baltimore, working as a nurse at the Johns Hopkins Children's Center, and I was looking to make a little extra money as a healthy participant in some research trials. I had a friend who worked at Bayview on the research unit, and we're just like looking through all the available trials, and there's one for psilocybin for healthy participants. And I didn't know what psilocybin was, so I Googled it and have ever since been on this everlasting wormhole of just like learning more about it. Just because I was at the time I was working on the inpatient psychiatry unit for pediatrics, and was simultaneously seeing the limitations medication-wise, but more so systemically of what our treatments for different psychiatric conditions, primarily PTSD, had to offer. And then also came across the current research, the research at the time in psychedelic assisted therapy, and it just seemed like it almost seemed like science fiction. Like I couldn't even believe it. Like looking at that compared to the research on like Prozac or Zoloft, or like some of the most commonly prescribed medications that I was seeing, especially amongst children. And then kind of as I went through my nurse practitioner training and worked with adults a bit more, I would hear the same narrative over and over again of people going through these different childhood traumatic experiences and seeming to like never resolve them in any way. If anything, just continuing to have like more medications piled on more and more and more and more. So that's kind of how I came into this work, was seeking to find a way, like a path for these kids, for young adults to resolve some of these challenges, or to be able to integrate them otherwise and transcend them, and to kind of really like to not have that be like the end all be all for their life story. There's lots of other modalities. A lot of things work for a lot of people, but our current treatment, like our gold standards, are still not enough for a lot of people. And so that's kind of how I got into it and where I'm at.
Great, I'm happy to be with you all. So my introduction was kind of long, so so it kind of said a lot of the things that brought me into this work. My own healing path has continued. I come from a history of a lot of personal trauma myself that was gradually uncovered more through using psychedelics. And I kind of thought I knew my own story. And so that has been kind of a surprising journey on just the layers of healing that I have been able to do, and also the layers of kind of revealing that happen through use of psychedelics in my own personal life. And because I've done so much inner work on myself through mindfulness practices and been on a path, a spiritual path that was inspired by taking mushrooms on my 18th birthday, going to Eurythmics concert at the time, not thinking I was going to actually have a spiritual experience, but that's what happened. And it put me on a whole path. And then I didn't use for many years because of legalities, and I had professional positions in mental health, working for the county, and didn't want to get drug tested and all those kinds of things. And so everything was kind of put on hold, and I was doing more of the organic, just inner work myself. And then eventually ended up working with ayahuasca. And that was in 2015. And Mother Ayahuasca actually gave me a big cosmic to-do list. And I have been like tirelessly trying to fulfill this enormous cosmic to-do list ever since. And I felt, one of the things that happened through my own process of working with ayahuasca is really being taken care of in one particular ceremony in 2017. And it was a very old Shipibo shaman. He was 98, and I was having body surges, and I couldn't hold my puke bucket. I couldn't hold my water bottle. I could not take care of myself. And he kneeled at my feet for hours, blowing tobacco at me and singing and did not leave me. And then I had a female shaman that was to the right of me, and she was like pulling back my face in my hair so I wouldn't get my hair in my puke bucket, and spraying me with shaman spray, and doing all this stuff that was just frontline caregiving. And that whole thing mimicked that mother-father nurturing that I didn't get as a child. And it was this unconditional being with me. what I learned through that process is the more I resisted being helped, and this is often the case when you're working with people that help other people, it's really hard to be on the receiving end to receive help. And you got to teach that. You got to talk about it to help people receive help. And so I do use self-disclosure. Well, I've written some books, so that's I am an open book anyway. But is that that aspect was so powerful for my own healing that if I resisted it, I shook more. I was having more of a difficult time. I had to learn to surrender and allow myself to be taken care of. I had to learn that. And it was that happened in 2017, and it completely inspired me. I knew without a doubt I wanted to be able to do that for somebody else. That if I could ever do that for somebody else, to pay back that. And so that is really, I can go as deep as anybody will go, because I hold enormous capacity for my own pain, my own, because I've done so much inner work myself. And so just recently I got back from doing an intensive ayahuasca retreat. It was called Shipipo Row. If you and it's like you have to have gone to other ayahuasca retreats in order to go to this one, run by Shipipo shamans. Got back in on December 18th. And again, those were those layers. Again, I thought I was going to be checking in with Mother Ayahuasca about that cosmic to-do list. How am I doing and stuff? But it wasn't anything like that. What it was is the 5 ceremonies. You also work with plant medicines, but they choose you from the jungle. So I worked with this tree bark called Renaquilla, and anyway, it gives you really strong sense of self at the same time as working with plant medicines. Is that I thought that was going to be it, that I was going to have that big check-in with Mother Ayahuasca, because it has inspired me to do so many things. But it wasn't what it was. And this is why every plant medicine experience is different, even if you really expect you're going to know what it is. It was about holding humanity's pain and even going deeper in my capacity to be with what I saw, what I experienced, what I even my finally my own pain. Finally, 5th ceremony, I was grieving for everybody else. I finally had a really good cry throughout that ceremony about my own childhood pain. So I just know that this type of healing work isn't for everybody. And I fully agree that I try to prepare people to do deeper work, because it's not, you can do it superficially. You can you can hold on to the shore, the psychedelic shore, and not really let go. And you can, or you can, when there's a very, there's an intelligence of the medicines to know how deep you are ready to go and to reveal. And so I just feel like even though I didn't get the answers, how am I doing, Mother Ayahuasca? I didn't get that. I know I'm on the right path. And I know that my gift is really holding space in a way that nobody needs to take care of me. I can take care of them. I ask them, and that's often what I'll say. I'll tell them, you don't need to take care of me. I'm solid. I'm solid. You can relax. Let me take care of you. And it's my joy. So that's that was, you know, that keeps me doing the work.
That was beautiful. Thank you all so much for sharing. Just for the sake of setting an intention for the space we're creating on this panel, is there a goal or primary message that each of you would like to get across to our audience today?
The goal of psychedelic medicine is to realize you don't need psychedelic medicine. For me, that's the biggest thing.
We'll go in the same order. So I think about, obviously, I think about things from the research perspective, and I think one of the things that comes up a lot is if you're interested in getting involved in research involving psychedelics, psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, basic science, clinical science, community science, sort of how do you start? And I think one of the things that I tried, and this is my bias coming in from maybe this perspective too, but there's a lot of value in knowing the content area, but there's also a lot of value in knowing process. And so, and this sort of is the push and pull between the systems we work in as scientists, the systems we work in as healthcare professionals, that there's the broader scientific ways that we investigate problems, hypothesis generate, those cross-cut across sciences. And so I think if you get too mired down in one or the other, either process or content, you sort of miss the other perspective. And so if you focus, really hyper-focus on content area of psychedelics and understanding psychedelics, you can not learn some of that basic science perspective, experimental design, all those sort of things. And likewise, if you focus too much on those content areas, you're missing the uniqueness, the special considerations, all the things that you need to think about when you work with psychedelics. And so I really encourage folks to sort of take that holistic perspective. I think a lot of times there can be a lot of value, and this comes from like a grad school, like if you're thinking about grad school and that perspective, you don't have to be studying psychedelics in grad school to be a future psychedelic scientist. In fact, a lot of times when you learn this, like a different area, you learn in some place, you're bringing in a really unique new perspective into understanding psychedelics. And so I think it's an important sort of thing to think about, at least from the perspective of research and getting involved in research. Now that's all to say, if you can find a great opportunity that hits both of those, that's amazing. But I think thinking about filling both of those needs is really important.
In the same order. And kind of similar to what Justin was mentioning, I think I guess on one level, like, you know, this is like an expert panel, but we were all novices at one point, and we'll all continue to learn throughout all this process. And so I think that's something, like, I can't, like, there's a part of me that like can't even believe that I'm even on this panel right now, because I can still remember my, like, you know, what is it, 22-year-old self, just like, you know, Googling like crazy and like putting out papers and trying to digest all this. So I think that is something that I got from Harry Potter. Every great wizard was once a student. But I think it's really powerful and also very humbling, I think, throughout this process of just like continuing to learn. And I think similar to that, really the value of community throughout this whole process of learning from each other's diverse perspectives. Like I do not know basic science that well, like I'm not in a wet lab ever, so please tell me about that. But I can bring like my own unique perspective, and I can share my experience as a nurse and from what I have. So I think really leaning on each other in a very kind of interdisciplinary way, kind of like the blind men and the elephant, if you guys are familiar with that story, like that, I think that's been something that's been central to how I work, and I've really found it so rewarding and uplifting, and also a little less daunting to, like, it's not just me. Thank God.
I think that, you know, this is focused, you know, on psychedelics, and I agree with some of the statements that were just made. Is, you know, for me, I've been on this path for a long time. I'm 58. I mean, I didn't start using ayahuasca for the first time until 2015. I mean, that's really 10 years ago. And I think, even the psilocybin path, even though I had early introduction, it was like a, big, long, 40-year span from the time I first did psychedelics, and then a very long break before I started back up to do it. And so, hearing a lot of people that will come into wanting this kind of service to our service center that contact us, or else people that hear these stories about the benefits of psychedelics, is to trust the timing. Trust that a lot of things have to align for a person to finally be taking psychedelics, engaging in psychedelics. And there's many paths to Rome, as they say, as far as personal growth. And it's not something that needs to be rushed into. A lot of people that come to us for services will cite write in, well, I read this research article and I know that psychedelics helps with this. And there's a tendency of wanting to leapfrog and be to the very end of the journey and not go through it. And to trust whatever journey a person is on is like building, like in my case, I've had, today I bring a lot of life experience because I lived that life. And it wasn't always easy to live the life and to, puke in a bucket and all those kinds of things. But I lived the life. And so trust that the life that you're living in the life experience, and seeds are always being planted. And even if you don't, run out and it's like, oh, I need to find some of that. I got to take that because I'm behind on this game. I want to, it's like, trust your process, trust the path. Things come in the right time, and don't need to be in a hurry to rush out and do anything.
I think a common theme that you all highlighted really well in your own unique flavors is that concept we mentioned before of finding your path on the path. We all started somewhere. We're all somewhere now with our own unique set of our knowledge base and the information we know and the experiences we have. But just as much as the path behind us is growing, the path in front of us is also infinitely growing. So we'll never land on that answer, that one size fits all solution. And I think that's where a lot of the beauty in this work is science is so regimented around that notion of wanting to find an answer, and psychedelics challenge us to step outside of that. So I think a good jumping off point would be getting your guys' thoughts on the current psychedelic renaissance and the medicalization of psychedelics, and how you suggest we reconcile honoring the medicine's indigenous roots with the ongoing commercialization of psychedelic medicines. I know it's a pretty loaded question.
I can go. I was trying to break the cycle of like just repeating the order over and over again.
Just feed into it, the cycle.
Yeah, I think at this point, yeah. I mean, the biggest thing is who's in the room, right? We can even take it out of psychedelics just for a moment. Why is autistic research so far behind? Because you're not talking to autistic people. They're not the ones leading the research projects. They're not the ones in the room. And so all the assumptions are from a neurotypical lens. Same thing goes with psychedelics. Are there indigenous healers and practitioners in the room? Are they talking about the history? Are they talking about the culture? Are they talking about honoring the roots? At the same time, when it comes to, say, growing this medicine, is it done in collaboration with these indigenous communities, or is it being done elsewhere? Are these communities being exploited? Are these medicines being appropriated? At the same time, we could also just look at marketing, right? Yoga is an innately South Asian practice. And yet you type yoga in Instagram and honey, you're going to see a lot of Caucasians and a lot of sports athleisure wear and a lot of not BIPOC people and a lot of saying yoga is just a workout and not even thinking about all the limbs of yoga. So if we want to avoid appropriation, we first need to ask ourselves, who are the people leading the charge and who are the people in control? Because I get it. Part of why medical research is so difficult is because you need funding, not to get into politics right now, but you need funding. And so being able to manage your integrity, being able to say, I don't want funding if you are going to cut me off at the knees. If you are going to say that I can't bring Indigenous speakers and healers to be not just guests in this room, but to be the leaders in this room, I don't need your funding. We'll find a way to make this work. A lot of it is going to take being really radically courageous and remembering that the things that we have culturally normalized are really not that old. I mean, we have people today who forgot this, who forgot about Ruby Bridges and the civil rights movement. That woman is 60 today. Like, she's still alive. She's out there killing it. And people are like, it was so long ago. She's someone's grandma. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we're still here. And so if you are somebody who's interested in getting into psychedelic medicines, always ask yourself, who's in the room, who's in the spaces that you're being invited into. If you are going to speak somewhere, are there people honoring the roots? If you are going to do land acknowledgements, are you also going to be doing land acknowledgements on top of radical movements towards land reclamation? We can't just do this performative allyship anymore because historically it's shown not to work. And so when working with psychedelic medicine, when integrating it with medication, when integrating it into capitalistic society we're in, we need to really be radical and really be the people who say, I am going to work with those who understand the roots, those who honor the roots. And I'm going to make sure that if there are spaces in which they're like, oh, we don't want to have them in the room, that we speak up about that and that we say, no, I'm going to find people to fund us who do want these leaders in the room. I need to normalize this and not allow, I'm trying to really refrain from using the stronger language I want to use. Not allow this consistent and constant appropriation to happen, because the minute you lose the roots, the minute you lose the heritage, the minute we get swept up in this very, well, again, things that people think is old but is very new, the separation of spirituality and science, right? The minute we allow ourselves to lean into this heavy intellectualized old scientific realm, you're losing the point and purpose of the medicine. And then it just becomes another thing out there that people are, it's like a Brave New World, right? Just pop a soma, that's it. Pop a soma, everything will be better. Psychedelic medicine could go down that route if we don't honor those roots. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I have a lot of feelings.
I don't have a ton to add, but one thing I'll sort of emphasize in the spirit of sort of how we think about in an academic world, a lot of these issues is there are pathways for community-based participatory research, folks with lived experience panels that are, I think there's an increasing wind or increasing movement, ignoring that. We shouldn't ignore, but let's ignore the existence of the last month and pretend like we're in December 2024. There's a lot of movement from NIH. There's a lot of movement from large funding agencies to incorporate community-based folks with lived experience into explicitly the traditional Western medicine, intellectual, academic form of what we do as research. And I think that has a lot of strengths in informing what we do, informing how we answer questions, informing sort of the back end of it, of how it actually gets disseminated to communities when something is approved by the FDA, when something is accepted as a form of treatment, so that you don't cut off half of the world, 3/4 of the world, 90% of the world in the research that you do by just focusing on this very homogenous idea of what we think about as the people we serve and the people we treat and the people we're trying to better health for. And so there are a lot of those frameworks already in place. It's the question of whether we actually want to use them, and if we do use them, and we do make the bold movement to use them.
It's still being December 2024 world. Absolutely.
Yeah, and the reality, and that's going down that pathway is the whole thing. I think a lot right now is there's a lot of disruption, and it's a lot of chaotic disruption for a reason. And I think, to your point, being bold in the way that we do research and continuing to do it in the way that we want to do it is even more important right now. Or need to do it is maybe the better way of saying that than want. But yeah. So there is, just to the point of, and those of you who don't know about it, there is a lot of, I mean, they are somewhat westernized, but the community-based participatory research approach that does try to integrate before you do the research, while you do the research, after you do the research, the communities that you're impacting. And in the case of something like psychedelic assisted psychotherapy or other interventions, the communities that you're taking a lot of this information from and try to incorporate that tradition in it. There's a really, I'll just briefly point out, there's a really interesting institute at NIH, NCCIH, and essentially they're a very small institute, but they funded some of the psychedelic work because they're in part meant to give NIH some capacity to fund research that otherwise would be considered woo-woo or in this sort of like weird domain, and provide sort of a, okay, we call it woo-woo, but we don't do the research to actually show, is it woo-woo, is it not? How is it, like, put weight behind it. So it's an interesting institute that if you want to know more about some of that, they do some interesting work in that regard. So anyway, I'll stop there. I'm talking too long.
Jesse, you bring up an interesting point of like integrating community-based research like into the existing model, because that's something that I like, kind of been learning about and experiencing the, what we're calling the psychedelic renaissance in the West is kind of walking this path towards FDA approval and shaping all of our research around like answering this question of like, can you establish causation between X and Y? And can we strip away all of the context around it and just get to that one sort of variable in order to say, yes, this does have efficacy. Yes, we can like move forward with FDA approval. So it feels like on one level, this is the path that psychedelics kind of, it seems in some ways, have played to the interests of the powers that be in the West of saying, okay, like, you're trying to get off of Schedule 1, like that's very difficult. And so kind of on one level, kind of having to speak that language and shape all the research in that particular interest. But now we are kind of starting to recognize, which I don't think anyone has ever really thought that, randomized controlled trials are the only way to conduct research. There's like a whole spectrum. There's so many different ways of knowing about things. And especially it's true with, if we're looking at kind of strictly the medicalization sort of model, these drugs have to go out into the community. Like that's the goal anyway. So even if you are able to, establish causation in the lab, they do need to make their way out into the broader public, like, if that is the goal. And so kind of integrating these different interests of, okay, yes, we need to kind of walk ourselves off of the Schedule 1 list. And to do that, we need to say that, it does all these things. But then on the other level, realizing that this is not just something that like lives in a lab. This is something that has historically not been in a lab for millennia. So I think that's kind of the other really essential piece to all this is understanding that like this is just like one blip in like the much larger story of psychedelic compounds that humanity has engaged them in all different types of ways, primarily for spiritual and cultural purposes, and that have been really embedded into the larger framework. And so I think if we are not going to repeat history, we definitely need to remember and to really integrate kind of the larger story that has been told kind of like over time. So, and kind of I guess a little bit separately, but somewhat related, and in thinking about this as a purely from a medicalization standpoint, that seems to define health as this one particular, as like, take a pill and you will be healthy, like, go do this therapy and then you were done. But in reality, health is kind of a whole myriad of things that exist, on the level of having solid friendships to having stable housing to having kind of like all these other things. And so in thinking about, okay, if psychedelics were legalized by the FDA for treatment of X, that leaves out the whole other kind of spectrum of ways to engage with health. That includes like spiritual engagement, or even recreational engagement in some ways, be it sitting in circle with a group of friends or with, close family members or people who you really trust. Kind of how we define health, I think, is really important to how we shape the questions that we're asking and how we're engaging in this research, and practice and policy making to not just kind of confine psychedelics to this like one little patch of medicalization. These are like living spirits for that are kind of sovereign in their own ways. And so if we keep it in that sort of model, then we're being just as extractive and oppressive as we initially engaged with them when kind of arriving to the Americas. And so just I think kind of thinking about this like both big picture and small picture on these different levels is really necessary, to kind of integrating this into society.
I'll help break the cycle by just maybe providing a brief, and sorry, Cathy, I'll quickly.
No, I appreciate it. Go.
So, and maybe we're going to talk about this later because the FDA approval process has been a whole intro. I think it's been insightful in a lot of ways. And one of the things I'll mention here. So there is this push and pull. If we're going to move it through the FDA, there's rules and they're rigid and weird and don't fit every model right. They don't fit any model right. But sort of from my perspective, some of the stuff from the FDA panel was maybe more optimistic than the discourse around it has been, because a lot of the things that were brought up were just bad science or bad conduct of the research or bad execution. So one of the best examples is when you get a drug approved, you have to collect lab chemistries. Like you have to collect the information about liver function, kidney function, all those sorts of things. Lycos/MAPS just didn't do that. They just forgot. And so like that's a great example of it's not compromising the intervention. It's not compromising sort of ethics of how you might do it. It's just bad, poor conduct of a drug you're trying to get approved. And so I think in a lot of ways, there's a lot of room still for honoring the sort of intervention as we know it, recognizing that RCTs aren't the gold standard, or they are the gold standard, but they're not a magic thing that fits everything. The FDA does realize that, and there's a lot of effort on their end, I think, to accommodate that, while also doing the science in a way that can move these things through in a way that is sort of providing that balance. The second thing I just wanted to add, because it came up, was sort of outcomes. And so we struggle with this a lot in substance use, because traditionally at the FDA, the only outcome that a drug can be approved on is abstinence. The reality is that people see functional improvement with reduction in use. Harm reduction is a thing. People that go from drinking 50 drinks a month to 25 drinks a month see improvements in life. People that go from having an unhealthy relationship with drugs to a healthy relationship with drugs, even if they don't change the amount that they use, but they may see a change in the route that they use, or the ability to use clean injection equipment, or whatever it might be. There's ways in which you see improvement in health that isn't just, I don't use drugs anymore, therefore I'm better. And so I bring that up because there's a lot of good efforts being made of thinking about, okay, how do we think about interventions in a way that isn't just this very sort of stark, I don't have PTSD, I don't have drug use, I don't have depression anymore, but are more quality of life based. And so are thinking about my life is better. And in fact, you can think about this dissociation between you help someone's PTSD, but they still feel horrible. They don't meet the criteria for PTSD, but their life isn't better. Their holistic being isn't better. And so I just bring that up because there is, I mean, it always is slow, but there are discussions about that are happening. And I think good faith efforts by both the FDA, as much as they move slowly, as well as the research community, to think about how do we rethink how we approve drugs, how we approve interventions, to incorporate that more holistic aspect. So those were the sort of things that came up when you were talking that I think are relevant in this context.
I don't really have much to add except for you try to do, Oregon's is pretty white, and so we have Oregon rolled out this whole program of the Oregon Psilocybin program and really stressing on diversity and there's a lot of language built in, or the way that discounts for different programs that are offering psychedelic education. There's a lot of, I just, it's not that I don't feel hopeful, but I also feel like, I don't know. I think that their damage has been done so much is that I don't know. I'm I'm saddened by something that I heard or witnessed in Peru. Just to give it like a small little example, is that it's the reality, but they're the people, the shamans, they have the retreat I went to is that they talked about this. They're going to be having a school take over this retreat center, and they're building a new retreat center because they're really stressing about that. The culture is dying off, and unless they have children that are going to be educated in plant medicines and continue on, is that whole lineage of the wisdom of what's happening with the rainforest and stuff. I've heard all this stuff, but when you're just suddenly close to it and you actually hear it firsthand from somebody, and you actually walk through the jungle and I don't know, it's just like that's just represents, it's not my culture, but it's a culture I've been influenced with. It's a culture that's deeply has helped me in my healing. Mushrooms, they're very indigenous to Native American or First American culture. I just don't know at this point. It's like the momentum. I will continue to do, we do like pausing rituals before we consume and honor the land and honor, that the people that have carried this, medicine for so long over eons of time through humanity. And we try to do that, but I don't know. It's kind of, it's sad. It's sad what has happened.
First of all, absolutely yes, it's sad. And also, this is why programming like this, specifically catered and geared towards medical students, is so important. How do I phrase this eloquently? It might just come off sassy. Don't let the people who came before you tell you what is and is not possible. Because like even the neural pathways in the brain, our brains love patterns. And so they've lived enough years that their patterns in their brains have become reinforced in this idea that change is impossible. It's just a natural part of things. The irony being that with plant medicine, it can help break that and create new neural pathways. But what a lot of people don't realize as well is plant medicine can either completely shatter your egoic identity of self, or it can reinforce it. Right? This is why we have, again, trying really hard not to lead into the direction of this conversation. But again, this is why we have tech bros who are doing gestures vaguely, all the things that they're doing, who have done plant medicine, but still haven't quite woken up, right? So the biggest thing is hear what Cathy is saying. Go to Peru yourself. Find ways to help a culture, right? We kind of look at it in the way that like I don't remember what country in Africa it was, but they like dropped a bunch of condoms, and then they're like, but they still have STDs and they're still making babies. What's happening? And they're like, we don't know what to do with this. You just dropped a bunch of condoms and left. Or they gave a bunch of like modern day medical equipment and scanners, and then they're just not being used. If you're not communicating with the people in the community, if you're not educating the people in the community, the people that the attendees like are going to listen to their elders, they're not going to listen to a random no, I don't apologize for language. White savior, it's not going to happen. So for those of you who are watching who are medical students, don't just learn, but begin the conversation of like, hey, how can I use what I know to collaborate with you to help to Cathy's point, to help educate future generations in your community to help make sure that we can use our privilege and our wisdom to help things progress in a more equitable, sustainable way. And that's the biggest thing is when you hear somebody crying out in pain, can you hold space for the pain and then utilize that as an orientation towards how you can serve and help instead of falling to your own despair. To Cathy's point, what you said in your introduction about how it's difficult for people who help a lot to ask for help, right? People can only show you the depth of them, can only accept your depth to the point in which they have gone deep within themselves. And so for us responsibly as medical practitioners, as researchers, as medical students, as future physicians, to make a difference, we need to have that depth of self to recognize that when somebody's saying, we don't do that this way, that's not how it's done, you can be like, okay, bye, I'm gonna go do it anyway.
I love everything that you guys mentioned. And this is exactly why we do this, because education and being responsible for the sources of your education are so, so important. And I really love that all of you emphasize that attempting to understand ancient medicines within the frameworks that feel familiar to us actually limits our understanding of them. And that can be very dangerous. So with that being said, could you each talk a little more about the importance of harm reduction in psychedelic spaces?
I'm gonna go just so I could redeem myself for that moment. Yes. Harm reduction in psychedelic spaces. So the biggest thing again is it's interesting, right? Because when you're working with other medicines, you don't necessarily have to have used the medicine to be able to prescribe it. Psychedelics is a very, if we're to take the spiritual lens to it, it's a very different approach. It's like you have to use it to understand it. Again, to honor and respect the limitations of our own culture. I can see how that's dicey to be like, you want me to take this thing to understand it? Because if we said that for any other medication, it'd be weird. But to again reflect upon the level of depth you are within yourself, being in a space with somebody having a difficult psychedelic experience, and presumably for some people, again, depending on the space you're in, I imagine ketamine providers aren't on ketamine themselves at the same time. But if you are in a retreat setting, odds are that the shamans you're working with are also on the same medicine that you're with, right? So if you are somebody who is crashing out and spiraling and having so much difficulty with your own internal world, it's okay to say, even if it's like a really big and exciting opportunity to facilitate something, it's okay to say that maybe you're not the right person in that moment to facilitate. Because if you are also spiraling at the same time that somebody in front of you is having a difficult psychedelic experience, remember your senses are just being very open and absorbing a lot. And so if you're panicking and they're panicking, they're not going to be able to reground. They're not going to be able to find stability. And in fact, you might think you're not spiraling if you're saying things like, oh, everything's okay, everything's good, but that denial of their internal experience can actually make the psychedelic experience worse. Again, just to reference Cathy's thing, where all they did was they held you and they're blowing tobacco smoke, which I'm guessing was good for you, and holding your hair back and allowing to be as you were in that moment. If we want to actually allow for harm reduction, the question we have to ask ourselves as wellness providers is, am I comfortable with my own discomfort? And am I comfortable enough with my own discomfort that someone else's discomfort doesn't make me lose it and doesn't make me try to fix. Because that's the biggest thing with psychedelic integration, the integration component, the conversation happens when they're not in the medicine anymore. But when they're on the journey, being able to put aside all of the intervention training you had that was very rooted in Western medicine training and being able to just exist and provide needs and ask, what do you need in this moment? My training is telling me, oh, I need to follow this script. I need to do these things. But my spirit is telling me, I just need to say, hey, what do you need? Okay, you need a bucket, here's a bucket. You need me to hold your hair, I'll hold your hair. If they can't respond, I'm just here and I will keep you from puking into your hair and I'll keep that from happening. Harm reduction doesn't start at fixing somebody who is having a difficult integration. Harm reduction starts at letting them know there's nothing to fix, and not with words, just with presence of being, and then sometimes also being able to redirect. When I had my first psychedelic experience, there's that kind of stereotype you see where it's like things are melting because they lose their solidity. I was freaking out because I was like, oh, the art is melting off the walls. And the person that was co-facilitating with me, that was facilitating me, was like, I know, that's really bad, isn't it? That we paid good money for that, and now it's melting. That's not great. And it radically shifted my perspective in that moment from something of terror into something of joy without being dismissive of my internal world. So being able to offer harm reduction in a way means making it as we know, generally speaking in medicine, a collaborative effort, and also in that collaborative effort, making sure it is in a lot of ways patient-led. As opposed to the like, I know everything, I have all this training on all this background. It's like, no, what we've been saying constantly is different medicines work differently for different people. And so it has to be patient-led.
I'll add on. I'll be break the cycle here. Something in one of my slides yesterday that I kind of have up on another screen here is, I didn't say it, but I didn't like say it out loud, but it was on my slide. Compassion and the facilitator's own ability to self-regulate themselves during a session is essential. And so that's just building on that, is that there's like a key word that really came to me. It was a big teaching during my last ayahuasca ceremonies here in December, is the word alignment, kind of like an alignment of self, and to keep yourself really centered. And the harm reduction part of this whole, like working with people, and you don't get a lot of, you don't get the full history, is one drawback from working in a underground setting, and also even our state regulated setting, is that you hope you get people being honest and forthcoming, and that we're able to ask good questions during our intake interview process, and they put things on their paperwork to give you a heads up. But the more experience that you get in that whole working with people, and also tuning into your intuition, is that you can start asking questions or picking up on the little threads that may be little breadcrumbs that somebody has dropped. Like said, somebody says, yeah, they used to have nightmares. Well, when's the last nightmare you had? What happens during your nightmares? Do you scream? Is it night terrors? Is it flashbacks? Is it, those kinds of things? Because what can happen is, in the psychedelic space, because we're tapping into the, that subconscious, reservoir of life experience and all those kinds of things, it could be that somebody actually has night terrors during a psychedelic experience, which has happened, and they start screaming, and they're very fearful, and they're kind of like stuck in this altered reality of what was a trigger for them, something that has happened in their life. But if we don't know that as a facilitator sitting with somebody, and that's brand new information versus now information that we follow the breadcrumbs. Sometimes it takes through having somebody have a very difficult experience. You learn from that. So the person that came that had the night terrors, we didn't know that that was an ongoing thing, that he screamed most nights in his daily life. Well, somebody that is that dysregulated in their own trauma work, and that they touching upon something that's uncomfortable or dealing with, that's part of that harm reduction, is having good assessment, good follow-up questions, and also having ways of talking about safety, and using even like now that we've become better at being able to ask follow-up questions, and also difficult questions. Like if we're working with somebody that's coming in, we're getting, a few times, about a handful of times, people that come in with sex addiction issues, because this is I'm struggling with addictions. Well, what kind of addiction are you struggling with? Is it a follow-up question? Just like, I drink too much. Well, sometimes it's those little breadcrumbs again. It's like, well, in the case that I'm thinking about, it's like, if you don't talk about, okay, we have an expectation, just like, clothes need to stay on, no masturbating. That these are things are harm reduction, our safety, that there are many things like this that come through the assessment process, and to let a person know that, I might remind you if you are becoming fearful, if you're, that you actually took mushrooms and that you are high right now. Is that some people forget. I don't know if I feel this way. Well, you took mushrooms, you're here, you're in a safe place, you're doing a really good job, just be with it. How about sitting up and getting a drink of water here? Let's try to help you change the channel. There's different ways, but anyway, so those are some of the things I think I can't stress the assessment process, and it doesn't need to be like like you're really grilling somebody. It's just listening and having follow-up questions that you can know to when somebody is, and to know that it's unlikely you're getting the full story, because people want service so badly. And so they know in Oregon, it's like, if you say you're actively suicidal, is that we're not supposed to serve that person. It's a good referral to have them do ketamine maybe instead, but we're not supposed to serve that person. So if it is that people will then neglect to say things, or, being on lithium, if you're on lithium, lowers the seizure threshold, well, okay, there's so many little things of like listening. So that's what I would stress on the harm reduction, is our assessment process, knowing who we're working with.
Taylor,
yeah. Oh, we're breaking out. I love what you guys mentioned about kind of like meeting people where they're at, because I think from my lived experience perspective, kind of like meeting the population where it's at, in terms of like, people are engaging with psychedelics anyway. So if people are doing something, then as health professionals and wherever you are, it's our job to really like meet people where they're at with what they're doing, and to understand what's going on, and to reduce suffering in whatever way we can. Which makes you think of like, the Tide Pod phase where kids are doing all that, and it doesn't matter if you agree with it. It doesn't matter if you think it's a good idea or not. If someone's doing something, we need to understand why they're seeking it out, and try to reduce harm in any sort of way. So I think, purely from a safety perspective, making sure that all sort of like first responders, police officers, EMTs, nurses, doctors, people who are interacting with anyone who might be on a psychedelic needs to know what what are they kind of encountering and how to meet that person where they're at. What substance did they take? Was that safe? What kind of how can you comfort that person in the moment, or how can you kind of meet them where they're at, wherever you're being called into that space, whether it's an emergency room or their house or a school or wherever it is. If the population has a particular interest or curiosity, then it's our job to respond to that kind of like in kind. So I really feel like, and this is happening in a lot of places, but education for all frontline providers in harm reduction for people who are under the influence of psychedelics, or even thinking about it. If you're a psychiatrist and someone's coming in and says, I'm thinking about doing this, you need to know kind of like how to counsel that person. It's not like you're giving it to them, but if someone's going to do something anyway, then it's your job to be able to kind of counsel them appropriately.
Yeah, it's a great segue to sort of what I wanted to bring up, which is less about, I think, harm reduction in the context of care, but more harm reduction in public health messaging, which is sort of twofold. So historically, the US has had a very just say no, anti-drug approach to public health messaging that doesn't work, because the reality is harm exists on a spectrum. Telling people that cannabis use is going to cause irrevocable harm is not an effective form of public health messaging, because while it can cause harms, it can cause things like first episode psychosis for people that use it too young. It can cause some developmental problems if used too young. The reality is adults using it aren't going to have this huge problem that is portrayed in public health messaging. And to some extent, the same is true with psychedelics. We've historically had a very emphasizing harms approach to psychedelics, and a lot of that to some degree has changed in public discourse, and perhaps too far. So you have this balance of you need to encourage real practical discussion of harms within the context of what they are. So I think some good examples of that. When we talk about microdosing, so microdosing comes up a lot. There's a real intangible harm to microdosing related to valvular heart disease and repeated exposure and cardiac problems that exist. Ibogaine is a great example. Ibogaine has this hERG channel blocking potential that has a greater than typical and a greater relative, especially to other psychedelics, risk of cardiac events. That's messaging that's helpful, that's real, that's not sensationalized if presented in the right way, when pitted against or sort of positioned against talking about some of these potential public benefits, health benefits, to sort of give this more practical, real message. And how do you mitigate those harms that have already been discussed from the rest of the panel? How do you effectively mitigate those if you are going to use, recognizing that people will use psychedelics? Well, use it in a safe place. Use it with someone you trust. Use it in the context of some intention that's positive. So those aspects that you need to have within public health messaging to make sure that you're meeting people where they are telling people the truth on both ends, that things aren't devoid of harm and things aren't devoid of benefit. It's sort of equipping people to make the best personal decision that they can make to make themselves as healthy and happy as possible. So yeah, it's tough. Any public health messaging about something that's nuanced, which is everything, is difficult. We work in black and whites a lot of times, and it's easier to just say things are good or things are bad. But there's creative and important ways to get that information out there.
You made some excellent points, and I also was thinking about the points you made earlier about addiction studies. So I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on the relationship between psychedelics and addiction medicine, both as that pertains to utilizing psychedelics in recovery from addiction and as that pertains to abuse of psychedelic substances themselves.
Yeah, so it's sort of the cannabis problem of we for so long have overemphasized the harms of psychedelics. The idea that they're going to produce this crazy addiction, as we tend to call it for other drugs, and that they can cause psychotic episodes and all these sort of things that are sensationalized. But the reality is there are a subset of people that are going to develop a problem if not used in the right way. They are going to develop misuse, not in the traditional sense. It's not like an opioid where you're going to have this dependence syndrome where you have a withdrawal, but there can be a hyper fixation or a continued use despite a consequence, or a use in a situation that may cause physical harm, driving after use, things like that. And those are practical things that can exist that we should be aware of as a public health and medical community, as a physician. Taylor, you brought up the great point of sort of honest dialogue. I think of cannabis a lot. They're not the same in any way, and there's a lot of false parallels, I think, made a lot of times between cannabis and psychedelics. But I think from a communication standpoint, there's a lot of perhaps similarities with providers that can go on there, where if you're not truthful with your provider, and the provider isn't willing to be truthful with you, there can be mismanagement of your care if you're using something, if there's not open dialogue about that. I think that we've sort of underemphasized the potential for misuse of psychedelics, partly because it's, again, nuance. We do want to see these things move forward as medicine. We do want to see that these things approved for more widespread use. But like anything that has a positive effect, there's the potential for misuse. That's a normal thing. That's not a bad thing. That's just the reality of what we are in the kind of human existence, if you may. And so it's sort of wrapped up in the harm reduction message of, well, if there is the potential for misuse, how do you mitigate that? How does that not offset the ability of these things to be accessible to the people that need them in the way that they need them? And so I think in some ways we do a disservice by, again, it's nuance, but by under discussing or de-emphasizing some of those aspects, because it's sort of maybe a little bit less nefarious or a little less harmful, but it's no different than overemphasizing the harms. You're ignoring another flip of the coin, and it delegitimizes the discussion that you're having if you're not kind of talking about things in an encompassing way, in a balance, not balanced in a 50-50 way, but balanced in a sort of recognizing potential harms way. Just briefly on the treatment side, there's a lot of really good lines of work going on. I think when we talk about substance use and addiction, it's a tricky condition because it's this agglomeration of it's a true biopsychosocial disease and condition and disorder, where there's a biological etiology, sure, but there's a psychological or social or contextual component. There's an environmental component. There's all these things that sort of bleed into it. And I think one of the reasons that psychedelics have been seemingly beneficial is they can sort of touch on at least multiple layers of that. They can't change the context you're in, but they can help you change your sort of headspace of that context, and they can change some things about underlying comorbidities or help change in the context of psychotherapy. And there's perhaps this more intrinsic biological thing that it's helping to rewire or do. So yeah, some promising work in that regard, but certainly years out from, I think other conditions are probably going to come first, which is the case typically for substance use. We don't really like treating substance use from a medical perspective, and so it usually comes last. I'll stop there, and I'll chime in maybe if there's other thoughts that I can help weave and clarify, but that's my soapbox on all that stuff.
If I can build on that too, just to clarify the question, is psychedelics in terms of treating addiction or becoming addicted to psychedelics? I just want to make sure I have clarity on what the question is.
I think it was both, correct? So the potential for treatment as well as the potential for, as a quote, what we call drug of abuse.
Yeah.
The potential an addiction. I almost be wary of even throwing the word addiction because it's so murky and what does it mean and all those things.
Yeah.
Broadly, the potential for harms in a public that has access to this and misuse of it.
Yeah. So I mean, just to speak on let's say harmful engagement with substances, I guess will be the phraseology I'll use.
I think that's great.
It's never about the substance. It is about what pain are they trying to escape from? And again, with the psychosocial aspect of it, people who aren't getting necessary resources met will always be at higher risk for some form of quote unquote substance abuse. And then beyond that, you have people who maybe have had all their physical needs met, but not having their emotional needs met, which is a much higher percentage of people who engage with some form of substance abuse. The thing about what plant medicine can do, and I think that you know, you have those movies that came out in like the 80s and 90s where you have people on some form of psychedelic medicine. Usually they did it for weed because that was the time period, and they're like, life is so wonderful. Oh, that penguin's talking to me, and like all this stuff. And so people kind of have this idea of like, oh, if I take psychedelic medicine, I'll feel good. But when the medicine is used appropriately, and if you speak to anybody who's kind of in this subclinical space, and they tell you like, oh, I had a healing weekend. Anyone who hasn't done the work will be like, oh, that sounds so nice. Anyone who has done the work, they're like, are you good? You had a healing weekend? You've seen some things and dealt with some things. Psychedelic medicine at its core is going to lay everything in the unconscious bare. And for a lot of us, what's in the unconscious is the uncomfortable. And so in terms of just treating substance abuse for other substances, non-psychedelic substances, it is an opportunity for someone to be like, wow, I've been carrying my parental trauma for so long, and now I'm confronting it and I'm dealing with it and I'm recontextualizing it in my nervous system, and I'm changing those neuronal pathways to no longer associate this harm with my modern day being. And that's fantastic. And you'll find, even without substance abuse, anybody who's able to engage healthily with a neuroplastic regime that allows them to rewire their neural pathways to no longer normalize trauma, to no longer normalize cortisol and adrenaline addiction in the nervous system, will significantly reduce in their quote unquote addictive behaviors because they're no longer running from pain. They're able to sit with it. Now, where it gets dicey again is that irony in which certain psychedelic substances can make you feel more connected to yourself, but it can also further dissociate you. So if we're talking about it becoming something that can also become a new substance to abuse, again, the question is what, to Taylor's point and Justin's point earlier, within what context are they engaging with the medicine? Are they engaging it with a practitioner who will tell them like, this is a window, this is to show you what's possible. Don't use this every day. Don't microdose this all the time, because then you're just using another thing to run away from living. Or are they doing it with their friends and they're going to music festivals all the time and they're constantly on something? I remember I went to a music festival once and I ran into somebody who was like, oh yeah, I've been rolling MDMA for 24 hours and I'm drinking and I'm smoking. And I'm like, you spent hundreds of dollars to come to this music festival. Are you going to remember this music festival? And they're like, oh, I just go to music festivals every weekend. Like, this is my life. And they're clearly in their early 20s. So I was like, okay, well, that's good for you. But there was a lot of concern there of that running away aspect. And again, I'm sure if they weren't rolling high and like we were able to have like a sit down conversation, there'd probably be an entire narrative of a painful home life or a painful history or a painful experience. So engaging with anything, again, to break our I need the solution now mentality that has become so ingrained in our culture, it's can you take the slow route? Can we invite and encourage people to take the very slow, sometimes very painful journey of sitting with the hurts that they've been ignoring for so long? Can they recognize that the psychedelic medicine is there to help them recognize it, to help them give voice to it, but it is not there to help them further dissociate and run away from it? Because at that point, and I don't believe in the phrase like addictive personality. I think we all have a tendency to it. It's just there's stuff that's culturally acceptable. So we don't call a workaholic somebody with an addictive personality, right? Or we don't call someone who's just downing coffee every day with somebody with an addictive personality. It's always the things that have been clearly culturally seen as problematic or harmful or anything like that. And so if instead we perceive it through the lens of a culture of unheard and rejected pain, then we can see that there's this really great quote where it's like the opposite of addiction isn't sobriety, it's connection. So how do we invite people to deeply connect within themselves and to socially deeply connect with each other in a way that breaks away the farce and the performance and the like, I have to, and y'all can tell I'm really bad at this, but like the general speaking, you have to act and talk a certain way to be socially accepted, but at the same time you're not accepting yourself, which then perpetuates that harm and then perpetuates the addictive behaviors or the substance abuse behaviors and stuff like that. So yeah, that's all I have to
That's
say.
excellent. I'll just add to that. I'm going to just, I've seen different examples of that where when I was actively in my counseling practice, which I not doing right now because I'm focused on the service center thing, is that I would have clients that were using a lot of MDMA regularly, going to the festivals, and it was they'd feel like high on life. They got their serotonin, they got all these, that they're wonderful, and then they would crash, and then they would use again, and then they would crash, and then I'm seeing them at a low, and then they're back, and you'd see that. And there's also a whole spiritual bypass that gets perpetuated through a more of a psychological, kind of like a spiritual dependency, like I want to feel that connection with the mushrooms. I want to know, I want to feel, or it could be the mushrooms, it could be other things, but it's like to kind of like always riding that high and not wanting to dip down and be real. And as soon as it's a pain avoidance that gets perpetuated.
That's something kind of small to that, which something that you guys have all brought up is kind of like the sort of context of use, like the spiritual framework of use that really goes on and like how the person's engaging with a substance, which is something I've been reading. I'm conducting a systematic review on pediatric experiences with psychedelics, and a lot of the current research in substance misuse in the West really emphasizes this kind of absence of a larger like spiritual framework in the West, that like a lot of other cultures where it's there's more there's kind of like a healthier relationship with a lot of these substances, even similar to like drinking wine, in places where it's kind of socialized compared to in the United States, where if someone is only feeling connection to themselves and spirit in psychedelic context and nowhere else, then of course they're going to keep going to that one particular location. So I just thought that there's something that is really interesting, and a question that I'll probably have for a long time is kind of what is the spiritual context? What is the sort of like social context or connection that we can have in the regular world, not necessarily like the psychedelic particular state, that can maintain, that we can kind of cultivate in our regular lives, that can like support safe use.
It is so valuable that you all highlighted the importance of set and setting, because intention as well as integration are the difference between recreational and therapeutic use. In the interest of time, because I know we're running very short on it and we have a lot we want to hear from you guys, if you're open to it, we could rapid fire answer 2 more questions. Okay, great. So the next question we have, we would love to hear more from you about your perspectives on engaging psychedelics from an ecological systems perspective. For instance, what systems are integral to your work and what systems need to be engaged for your work to have its intended impact?
It's a tough question for a rapid fire question. I'll just sort of further emphasize, I mean, when the point that we talked about a little bit throughout here of the need to integrate across sort of the biopsychosocial model. I mean, it's hackneyed in some sense, but there's a truth to it of like, there is a biological component to all of us that underlies all the things we do, but there's so much that occurs in the social setting, in the environmental setting, in the context that you are existing in setting, that if those don't align, you're going to have a negative outcome for whatever the desired goal is, whether that's treatment, whether that's public health, whatever it might be. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that's my rapid fire answer.
Yeah, that's a really big question. My brain is like, what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have to think more. Sorry, I don't have the.
I'm going to jump in. I think that education on that, we really don't know a lot about our brains, that it's really easy to think that we know so much about the human brain, but it's really, there's a, called the God molecule, what's really happening in this is that, research gives us a lens so we have a conversation. It's a conversation. It's a conversation that people can understand and relate to, but there's so much more that's going on of what these plant medicines, earth medicines provide, and also our connection to them as a human being, and to make us even more human. Connecting us to the earth energy and all these kinds of things that we'll never fully understand the brain. And I think it's like to acknowledge that, to have more people just admitting that there's a lot that we don't know, that there's a possibility that a lot more is happening. And I don't know how to exactly articulate that, but that would be just a little bit more, I guess, interesting.
Guys, I apologize. I sent that question to them. And I also don't have an answer for it entirely. I think engaging different stakeholder perspectives, or kind of like throughout the process of, like, I think about this from an interventionist perspective, like, as that's what I'm primarily familiar with. But really engaging kind of different perspectives, not just the identified patient, but also like their surrounding social circle. Where do they live? Who do they talk to? Where do they work? So thinking about kind of how a particular intervention like works on like different levels, and to engage them throughout the process of the, this kind of continual feedback loop of, okay, we're gonna make a plan. We're gonna go through this therapy. All right, let's check in and see how's it going, and kind of like continually iterate and continually like seek feedback from the different levels of the system.
Thank you all. I think it's just the nature of this work, but we always leave these panels wanting to know more, but having even more questions and wanting to unpack everyone's brains even more. The last question that we'll leave you with is, how would you recommend people navigate and integrate difficult psychedelic experiences?
Cool. I have this. This was the one I submitted. Yeah. Okay, so if we're talking about from the perspective of a facilitator, again, to the points that I was saying earlier, being in such deep connection with your own discomfort, so that seeing somebody having a difficult experience doesn't trigger you into trying to fix them or change them. I think, or make you spiral out yourself, right? It goes very counter to our kind of human conditioning to see somebody struggling and not immediately want to change that. But in a psychedelic experience, and actually in any experience, you'll notice there are different outcomes to kids whose parents just let them be and were a loving presence while their child was crying and upset, versus the parent who let the child cry it out on their own, versus the parent who immediately tried to fix it by giving the child a toy. Right? And they're very different outcomes. And the very first one has the best possible outcomes for adulthood. So this is again sassy, but the language is appropriate, I promise. If you get activated seeing a child crying in public, maybe don't lead a psychedelic experience because it's people are becoming babies when they're on the medicine, right? Now, when they're having a difficult integration, as somebody who uses and is trying to build that journey, just remembering that what's happening isn't a revelation of some darker side of you that you need to be afraid of, that our brains love putting things into context, and sometimes the context is a little silly. I remember I did a mushroom medicine journey where I was seeing a lot of like skulls and I was seeing a lot of skeletons. And because I'm Buddhist, I was able to be like, yeah, this world is so impermanent, it's beautiful. And then suddenly flowers started bursting from these images, and I was able to ground and be present with that. But if I tried that, if that happened the first time I went on my journey, I would not be okay right now. And so being able to just understand that feeling uncomfortable, and as a facilitator, being able to communicate that like, hey, I don't want to prep you and make you feel scared, but sometimes scary things might happen, and sometimes good things might happen. Being able to come in with a beginner's mind, both as facilitator and person using, to be able to say that whatever happens, I'll be present with. I'll be mindful with. In fact, building a mindfulness practice even before ever touching the medicine will be so helpful in that difficult journey integration. Being able to be mindful of your own discomfort, of each other's discomfort, of being able to express what in Buddhism we call metta, which is loving kindness, or karuna, which is compassion. And being able to just be totally present is what will help with the difficult thing. And then when you're having that post journey integration conversation, being able to invite them and let them lead the discussion of grounding it in their lived reality context of like, oh yeah, I had a really bad journey and then I suddenly heard this voice saying really bad things to me and it was really scary and really hard and I'm sure you heard me screaming it. And it's like, okay, who in your life was using those words to you? Was it really your voice? Oh no, it was my father's voice. Okay, great. Now we've given it a name. We can allow ourselves to detach. Again, that compassionate inquiry, that presence of mindfulness, and not trying to fix them when you feel uncomfortable will make a huge difference.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that. Is exactly but I think that integrating in community is something that it's a part of the program that we've developed over at Appel in Eugene. And we offer free ongoing integration groups that people can come forever. And as long as we stay open, we offer those 2 times a week. That's in addition to the independent or individual integration that everybody gets with their chosen facilitator. And then we also offer free preparation groups for people that are signed up for services, in addition to all the individual preparation groups. And then we also do free personal growth groups 4 times a month, different themes. And it's a way of keeping people that in community also, that they can have a lot of support about, a common, oh, this happened to me. Well, somebody else is going to probably say this happened to me, so it's helpful.
I have nothing to add. That's all great. And then I think just going back to the harm reduction messaging and being sort of truthful and balanced with people at a public level, at a personal level, is really important.
Really nothing to add. I was going to say community too, as well, Cathy. So really awesome that you guys have those free groups. I think it's amazing. I would imagine super helpful for everyone.
Thank you all so, so much. This has been wonderful, and all of your voices are so important and so necessary in spaces like this. So we're just so honored and lucky to have you all as part of our community. And we're looking forward to picking your brains again more in the future. For the sake of the recording, I will read all of your bios again. So starting with Taylor Flatt. Taylor is a first-year PhD fellow in the OSU College of Nursing, where her research focuses on the experiences of children, parents, and families with psychedelics in various contexts. She graduated with her BSN from the University of Virginia and MSN from the University of Pennsylvania. Taylor has worked as a nurse and psychiatric nurse practitioner in pediatric psychiatry since 2017 at Johns Hopkins and the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. She's a co-founder and director of community engagement for the Penn Psychedelics Collaborative at the University of Pennsylvania. Taylor is also the director of strategy for the Intercollegiate Psychedelics Network. She's passionate about creative, transdisciplinary, intergenerational collaboration to broaden our understanding of science and society. Taylor also enjoys photography, watercolor painting, playing the saxophone, and spending time outdoors with her dog, Rosie. Next up, we have Dr. Justin Strickland, an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. Dr. Strickland's program of work focuses on developing novel interventions for substance use and substance use disorder using translationally relevant designs. He's also interested in the behavioral and pharmacological mechanisms that underlie potential therapeutic effects of psychedelics and cannabinoids. Next, we have Jemarc Axinto, pronouns they, she, he, a Filipinx non-binary trauma recovery coach and wellness consultant with a deep practice rooted in Tibetan Buddhism and a holistic view of spirituality and wellness. They've dedicated over 10 years of their life to the actualization of mind, body, spirit balance, no longer withheld by trauma, labels, and roles. They've turned this deep study into an alchemical process to empower everyone they meet into actualizing their most authentic selves and radically rewiring their brains to heal trauma at its root in the nervous system. Their work has allowed them to support thousands of people globally as both a trauma recovery coach and for nonprofit and for-profit organizations as a wellness consultant. Jemarc's unique approach to healing is one that does not reject anyone so long as they keep their hearts open to the Brahmaviharas. They believe that healing isn't about restricting oneself to one path, but rather about finding your own path on the path. And lastly, we have Cathy, who you all saw speak yesterday. Inspired and in gratitude from her own healing experiences with shamans she worked with in Peru from 2015 to 2019, Cathy Rosewell Jonas, LCSW, wanted to provide deep and profound healing to others. Through many twists and turns and fortunate luck, Cathy founded Epic Healing Eugene in May of 2023, Oregon, and the nation's first licensed psilocybin service center, providing legalized psilocybin facilitation services to those who come. Cathy is the CEO of Epic Healing Eugene, where the majority of their psychedelic services are offered, and its sister company, Radiant Heart Consulting, which offers licensed facilitation services, retreats, and other supportive resources. Cathy has chosen a skilled and experienced mix of mental health and medical professionals and supportive healing staff to complement her work. Cathy brings to the psychedelic work 40 years of experience in the human services field and is a master's level licensed clinical social worker trained in a variety of modalities, including EMDR, heart-centered hypnotherapy, neurofeedback, somatic healing approaches, and ketamine-assisted therapy, running a small ketamine practice from 2021 to 2022. She's also engaged in decades of meditative practice to facilitate her own spiritual growth and transformation, along with years of therapeutic psychedelic use, both for her own personal journey of healing and awakening and for the healing of many others. Cathy enjoys leading individuals and groups in mindfulness and expansive heart-mind states. She's also the author of 2 self-help books, Metamorphosis of an Awakened Heart with teachings from Mother Ayahuasca in 2021, and Bringing Home the Mountain, Finding the Teacher Within in 2010. It is her joy to serve and help others in their transformational process, especially those who have experienced significant trauma, childhood abuse, those who identify themselves as wounded healers, and or those who are on the front lines helping others or who feel inspired to help others. Thank you all again so much for joining us today. Whether you're from previous years or new to us this year, we are so excited to have you as part of our community, and we're so excited to work with you again in the future. And we hope you have a wonderful day. We do have about 4 minutes until our next talk, so we will break for a couple minutes and meet you all back here at 11:45 to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'd like to introduce our next speaker. It is Dr. Saad Al-Olimat. He is an innovative pharmacist and entrepreneur leading the integration of digital technology within a pharmacy practice at CVS. As the manager of omnichannel innovation and design, he focused on crafting seamless and patient-centered experiences that enhance pharmacy services and improve health outcomes. In addition to his role at CVS, Dr. Al-Olimat is a psychedelic therapeutics consultant and the founder of Silo Health. He is also the co-founder of the Psychedelic Pharmacists Association and Origin Mycology, driven by his passion for advancing psychedelic therapeutics to promote mental health and wellness. With extensive experience in product development, speaking engagements, and advisory roles, Dr. Al-Olimat is dedicated to bridging innovation, community pharmacy, and psychedelic care, creating transformative solutions for patients and communities. All right, Saad, it's up all to you.
Hey, what's up, everyone? How you doing? I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. Can you guys hear me all right? Cool, so that's awesome. So I just want to say thank you, everyone, for hosting this awesome event. Psychedelics are now more than ever, I think, of one of the most important discussions to have for clinicians and non-clinicians. My background, I jumped into the psychedelic space about 8 years ago or so through personal curiosity. Through that, recognized the huge potential of what psychedelics can offer in improving mental health outcomes, especially as it relates to our current treatment options for supporting those struggling with depression, anxiety, and many other mental health disorders. The literature is there and growing. The historical context has been alive for thousands of years. So when it comes to the discussion about psychedelics, psilocybin included, I think that it is very important for our future clinicians and again, our non-clinicians to be really empowered and understand what psychedelics are, what they are not, how to support the members of their community, whether they be patients or just friends. And in today's discussion, I'm going to talk about psilocybin. I'm going to talk a bit about, what our current mental health statistics look like. I'll talk about the history of psilocybin, fast forwarding from 5000 BCE to 2020 and present. And then toward the end of the conversation, we'll of course be highlighting community care concepts, what the roles within psychedelic community care look like. And then I would love to open it up for discussion, Q&A, because I think that presenting is extremely important and listening and digesting information is extremely important. But if we can find a way to have some time for just some discussion and answering questions, brainstorming, I feel like that is going to be extremely valuable too for our audience. So I just want to say again, thank you guys for hosting this. Thank you everyone for attending. And I'm excited to talk about psilocybin peer support community care concepts here today. So just a quick disclaimer, this presentation does not encourage or condone any illegal activities, including but not limited to the use of illegal substances. This is not a substitute for mental health or medical services. This is not a substitute for medical, psychological, or psychiatric diagnoses, treatment, or advice. This presentation recognizes the need for risk reduction strategies, education, and community support. The content today is associated with my company, Silo Health. This presentation and its content do not represent any of the other affiliated parties of myself. So in terms of our mental health landscape, it's not excellent, especially for how much money we put into the United States medical system. A survey of 36,000 plus of the U.S. adults found that there's a 12-month and lifetime prevalence of major depressive disorder at 10.4% and 20.6% respectively. Depression, as many of us may know, is the leading cause of disability worldwide. 1 in 5 U.S. adults experience mental illness each year. So when it comes to how close these mental health disorders are to us, if we have 30 people in this audience right now, panelists included, again, 1 in 5 of us may be experiencing some form of a mental illness each year. Medical students, I'm sure, are struggling. We have a lot of different populations across the states, across the country that are struggling with mental health. And when it comes to our approach to mental health these days, the most accessible thing is going to your PCP and getting prescribed some form of an antidepressant, generally an SSRI or an SNRI. As it relates to dissecting antidepressant efficacy, we are taught in pharmacy and in medicine that the onset of antidepressant action is not immediate. It's not like a pain reliever. It's not like some type of antibiotic. It's not going to be fast acting immediately. There's a lag period exhibited with antidepressants. That lag period is 2 to 4 weeks. Some folks say 2 to 6 weeks. So it can be about a month until our patients may potentially experience some type of relief as it relates to their depression or anxiety. In one study, they found that antidepressants are actually about only 15 to 18% more effective than placebo in reducing symptoms of depression. So what I find interesting is that the most commonly utilized tool for addressing symptoms of depression or anxiety, specifically depression in this example, only 15 to 18% more effective when utilizing antidepressant therapy versus placebo. Another important topic to discuss is this idea of coping, right? So when it comes to utilizing antidepressants, we find that there's a term called emotional blunting. So some folks say it's like they're walking around with pillows surrounding their psyche and their mental state. And there's this idea of active coping and there's this idea of passive coping. And with antidepressants, it really leans more toward the strategy of passive coping. And what that means is that there's root causes to depression, to anxiety, to suicidal ideation, PTSD, a lot of these mental health disorders that are not really, there's no true biomarkers for it. It's one thing with diabetes. Oh, if you hit a certain threshold in your blood glucose, bam, diagnosis, here's the treatment algorithm for that. But when it comes to these psychiatric conditions, we follow the DSM-5 criteria, and it's really just a checklist of boxes. Okay, do you have this, and that? Okay, you fall within the scope of this diagnosis, and now we're going to treat you with these antidepressants. And it doesn't get to the root cause of the issue, which is where active coping takes place. And a lot of really notable psychedelic researchers, psychedelic enthusiasts like to believe that psychedelics offer the tool to really lean into active coping, where we're able to get to the root cause of whatever trauma or mental health affliction may be the reason why we're seeing these characteristics display with depression or anxiety or other mental health disorders. That's why a lot of folks we claim psychedelics to be transdiagnostic agents, where they span diagnoses across the mental health landscape. Because again, like the root of a lot of these mental health disorders are trauma. And trauma, as we know, is stored in the body. Trauma over time, when unprocessed, can come out in a variety of different characteristics that may look like depression, may look like anxiety. So when it comes to antidepressant utilization, it's a great passive coping strategy. And I don't want to demonize antidepressants by any means, because it's a great tool to utilize. We are utilizing it. I think the biggest question is, when it comes to meeting people where they're at and what their goals are antidepressants the best option for folks? And we'll talk a bit about some innovation with psychedelics here in a moment. The last thing I want to talk about on this slide is the STAR-D meta-analysis. So the conclusion here from this STAR-D report is that with each subsequent step of treatment today, when it comes to treating those with depression, of course, we use our SSRIs or SNRIs. At every step of the process, there was a decrease in treatment effectiveness and an increase in rates of relapse, meaning that the more people sought treatment at every step of their mental health journey upon being diagnosed with depression, there was less effectiveness at every step of the way. So this is really an unmet need, supporting folks with depression, with anxiety. Some common side effects of antidepressants are nausea, changes in appetite, weight gain, weight loss, sexual dysfunction, fatigue, drowsiness, agitation, anxiety, excessive sweating, headache. The list goes on and on with GI symptoms as well. And when it comes to these side effects, of course, it's not forever. Not everyone experiences these. Some folks they feel great. And again, antidepressants are exactly what they needed at the time that they were diagnosed and they were treated. That's excellent. But there are patient populations where they do experience this. They may not experience the benefits of the antidepressants they're looking for. And in fact, some of these side effects may actually also continue to feed into some of the negative thought patterns they may be having that are causing some of the symptoms of depression that they're experiencing. So all that is to say that we just need innovation. We need innovation in the mental health industry, the mental health sciences. We need innovation to support those struggling with depression, struggling with anxiety. We've seen brilliant innovation in our biological agents, in our oncology, immunology. We're rapidly innovating so many domains in the sciences. But when it comes to how we treat folks struggling with depression, especially folks that may not have the time or the bandwidth to go find a therapist they like and actually do proper work with a therapist, we need more. We need more tools to support people with where they're at in their journey. So with that comes, of course, the brilliance of this conference being psychedelics. So what are psychedelics? And I'm sure that we've talked about this already across panelists and across speakers. Psychedelics are broken down to two words, being psyche and delos. Psyche, soul or mind. Delos, manifest or reveal. So we can roughly assume psychedelics can translate to mind manifesting medicines, soul revealing medicines. And this gentleman down here, Stanislav Grof, really a notable researcher back in the 20th century. Psychedelics, he has a quote, "Psychedelics used responsibly and with proper caution would be for psychiatry what the microscope is for biology and medicine, or the telescope is for astronomy." So what does that mean? For me, for many others, that just means that psychedelics are tools, right? Psychedelics aren't this end all be all, silver bullet, this magic bullet to treat depression like that. Of course, there's a lot of awesome research showing the statistical significance and outcomes when utilizing psychedelics relative to other traditional approaches. But these are tools to, again, get to the root cause of why am I feeling this way? Why am I struggling? So I just really want our audience, and I'm sure this has been reiterated already quite a bit, but psychedelics are tools. They're not this cure-all medicine. They're just they are to be utilized respectfully. They are to be utilized as a way to just really dive deep into one's psyche to understand why are they feeling a certain way. As it relates to psychedelic care, I'm going to dive into each of these different steps. So, and when I dive into these steps here in later slides, I've been more focused on some of the clinical trials. But as I overview them now, I do want to be inclusive to some of the underground utilization, some of the indigenous practices. So there are really four steps of psychedelic care. First step is of course screening. So okay, like someone comes to you and they are interested in psychedelic therapy. We want to make sure that they're a proper candidate for psychedelic therapy. So when it comes to, of course, the specific psychedelic that it wants to be explored, are there any contraindications here? What's their family history look like? Are there in the clinical trials, what are the exclusion criteria, of course? From there, if they're screened and we recognize that they are a participant that could benefit and may have an effect when it comes to utilizing the psychedelic at hand, we then move to step two, being okay, let's prepare them now for their journey, for their experience, for the administration day, for the dose day. So the preparation phase can span weeks. Preparation would be working with that potential journeyer to understand what are their intentions, to build trust, to build rapport with that individual, so that way they can really open up and feel comfortable with whoever's going to be supporting them during their dose day. In the more indigenous side, there's also this topic of the dieta, where it's a very restrictive protocol to eliminate a lot of like impurities of the body as you lead up to the dose day. So that could be, of course, like no alcohol for a certain amount of days, no avoiding red meats, avoiding dairy. It'd be avoiding any type of intercourse, ejaculation. There's extensive lists, and of course it depends on the practitioner. But that is a bit more unique to the indigenous approach, whereas in like the clinical trials, there's really nothing too formal as it relates to some type of diet protocol. Then you have your dose day or your administration day where you have medical monitors present. You might have in the indigenous communities, you have your shaman present. In the underground, you'll have your trip sitters or your peer supporters, your guides, facilitators present. And then that day is the day, of course, of actually consuming the medicine. A lot of insight may come up. There's a lot of important de-escalation support, triage of care, being able to really support the journeyer with where they're at. And that doesn't mean problem solving. That just means really being there for them. And we can talk a bit more about that here later today. After that will be the integration. And the integration is going to be piecing all the pieces, putting all the pieces together, coming to some type of actionable solutions, or really understanding, what came up, like what do these insights mean, and how do those insights tie to my intentions as I was preparing for the experience. Integration is a lifelong process. It's not just say, oh, okay, I'm going to integrate for a couple of days and I'm good. It's an ongoing practice. So again, we have our screening phase. These are more relevant to the clinical trials. You have your psychological assessments, medication review, medical history. preparation phase, we'll be educating about psychedelics, setting those intentions, building rapport, defining dose day logistics. One thing I didn't mention is that in some clinical trials, they really appreciate the role playing during the preparation phase. So making sure that the participant understands what the dose day looks like, and they'll go through a role playing session where, hey, this is going to be the room you're going to be in. Here's what we're going to do. There's a lot of conversation about navigating therapeutic touch, which is important across all domains. Like establishing boundaries prior to being in an altered state of consciousness, and respecting those boundaries once the participant is in that altered state of consciousness. Here's the administration phase. So in this picture here, this is actually a picture from Johns Hopkins clinical trial, where again, you have 2 medical monitors present. As you can see here, we have one facilitator holding hands with that journeyer, with that participant. And of course, that was most likely discussed during the preparation phase, asking for permission. Hey, are you open to hand holding during the dose day? Because you don't want to ask for permission of navigating therapeutic touch once the individual has already ingested the psychedelic, because there's a lot of question marks about, is that really what they wanted at baseline? So really respecting the boundaries at baseline, prior to the dose day, prior to ingestion, to make sure that everyone's on the same page with what can take place during the administration day. Hugging, lifting feet, lifting heads, putting a hand, like holding hands and placing it on one's chest. Like those are all different forms of therapeutic touch that can be discussed during the preparation phase. The administration day, again, we have setting, and support. I'm sure we've talked about set and setting quite a bit during the course of this conference. Set is the mindset one has during the administration day. Setting is going to be like the physical environment, the cultural environment, just really like the environment in which the journeyer is in. We want to really eliminate as many variables as possible. So, a closed room where there's not no passerbys coming in and out, no distractions. It's important to turn one's phone off, put it on airplane mode. Here we see our journeyer, of course, have a blindfold on so they can really focus on introspection, focus on themselves during the experience. And then our level of support. Support is one of the most important things, and it's a common denominator across environment, across types of psychedelic care being practiced. From clinical trials, you have some level of support being your medical monitors, to the underground, you have your peer supporters, your trip sitters, your facilitators, guides. You have someone supporting the experience in every domain and every facet across time. So these are some of the most important points to take away as it relates to the administration day. And then lastly, again, integration. So psychological support, supporting one after the experience psychologically, holding them accountable, supporting them when it comes to their goals, their aftercare, and then of course integrating experience into daily life. So we have today there's a lot of integration circles, integration workshops that are accessible. Some are free, some cost money, but essentially it's a community gathering to discuss, how did the experience go, what came up, again, what were the intentions, what were the insights, and then how do you integrate that for the rest of your life, to come down to be able to support your goals, to be able to just live more fully, more whole. In the clinical trials, it's not in a community environment, it's generally integrating the experience with the medical monitors who are also there during the preparation phase, building that trust with you. So this is a bit of a messy slide. This is a quick timeline as it relates to psilocybin. So again, this has been around for thousands of years. In southeastern Algeria, we have cave paintings here on the top left of bee shamans with mushrooms around them, indicative that, and to some capacity, there was a leader that utilized medicine, and that medicine was mushrooms in the community setting. You fast forward, we have mushroom statues, sacramental mushroom statues in 1500 BCE in a completely different continent in the Americas. So the biggest thing here is that mushrooms have been utilized for millennia across every continent. We can find, aside from Antarctica, we can find psilocybin mushrooms grown naturally. So we're fast forwarding now to 1955, where we have curandera, Maria Sabina. She provided Gordon Wasson the first mushroom experience to the white man, and this was a pretty challenging experience because from there, Gordon Wasson came back to the States. He was an amateur mycologist, a banker, and there was a Time magazine talking about his mushroom experience. From there, that created a lot of publicity in the States where we had a lot of celebrities, a lot of people traveling to this small community in Oaxaca, Mexico, and unfortunately kind of destroyed the community. And because of that, Maria Sabina and her family were like labeled as outcasts. And the reason why this is important is, of course, to understand like where the medicine came from, but also there's this term in psychedelics called sacred reciprocity. And the idea here, to boil it down, I hope I do it justice, is as we benefit from psychedelics, you know, we're having this awesome, you know, conference talking about psilocybin, about psychedelics. We have pharmaceutical industries trying to see how they can profit off of creating synthetic psilocybin or psilocybin derivatives. We should really keep in mind the historical implications here. And when it comes to the reciprocity aspect, how do we provide value that these indigenous communities may desperately need, because we've extracted so much from these communities and from many others. But how can we have a lens in mind when it comes to practicing psychedelic therapeutics, when it comes to legalizing, when it comes to creating systems of care? How can we find a way to, you know, build trust with those communities and find a way to provide value back to them? And that might not just mean money. Of course, it comes down to what is that community looking for, this establishing conversations with them to see like what is it they truly need, and how do we create systems in place to provide some level of reciprocity back to them. So of course, there's this huge, you know, wave of psychedelic tourism that took place here. Fast forward 4 years, and you have Albert Hofmann with Sandoz Pharmaceuticals. He then decides to go ahead and create Indocybin. So he creates in 1960 Indocybin, which is brand psilocybin out of Sandoz Pharmaceuticals. That was being studied, researched for about a decade. And then you fast forward to the 1970 with the Nixon administration, Controlled Substances Act. You know, we have this huge boom of people ingesting psychedelics, of people benefiting from psychedelics, but then due to a lot of some of the socio-political implications at the time, psychedelics were outlawed and scheduled as a Schedule I substance, meaning that there's no medical utility and they're highly addictive. I'm sure by now we can recognize that it really is not the case. You know, we see a lot of potential medical benefits as it relates to psilocybin and among other psychedelics. So that right there is like, okay, that's not a Schedule I because there are potential medical utility for these compounds, and in a lot of research, they're actually treating the addiction disorders. So when it comes to the classification of it being a Schedule I, that's very much up for debate. It very much should not be. We're just waiting for our policymakers, our federal government to take a stance in rescheduling psilocybin among other psychedelics. Fast forward 16 years, we got Rick Doblin with MAPS. He's essentially the gentleman that's like, this is crap. Like, why are these illegal? Why are these Schedule I? He created a nonprofit, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, to change this. He literally went to school to change psychedelic regulation, formed MAPS, and that's an ongoing, very successful nonprofit today. A little bit of there's some controversy about them, especially up in Canada, but overall it's a big win for the psychedelic industry, the psychedelic space. 1999, Roland Griffiths, he was the first to initiate a psilocybin-based clinical trial since the Controlled Substances Act. Rest in peace, Roland Griffiths, amazing gentleman, and he really kickstarted the resurgence of psychedelic research. 2009, Robin Carhart Harris in Imperial College of London He published a really great groundbreaking study on treatment-resistant depression utilizing psilocybin, which we'll overview today. And then from there, it's really just there's a huge resurgence and a lot of awakening of the minds as it relates to understanding that psychedelics have enormous potential. So you have the California Institute of Integral Studies creating a certification program. You had the pollinization effect. So Michael Pollan's book, How to Change Your Mind, now a Netflix series as well, to provide accurate and informed information as it relates to psilocybin, among other psychedelics. And you got the Johns Hopkins Consciousness Institute. There's a whole research department for psychedelics. You have a lot of legalization, decriminalization efforts taking place across the country. So this timeline stops at 2020. One, because there's so much that's happened in the last half decade, and two, I didn't want this slide to be even messier. So that's why. But yeah, the biggest takeaway here is that, again, psilocybin has been used for a millennium. There's been a lot of reasons as to why they were scheduled into a Schedule 1 category, but through research, through the sciences, we're able to start trying to find a way to integrate it back into the mainstream responsibly and safely. So we're going to dive into psilocybin now. Psilocybin, again, currently a Schedule 1 drug that's up for debate. Mechanistically, it's a serotonin 2A receptor agonist. It is considered a classical psychedelic. It's found in various species of naturally occurring, magic mushrooms. The duration of action of psilocybin is between 4 to 6 hours. And when it comes to a lot of the studies utilizing psilocybin, some of the potential mental health indications include treatment-resistant depression, major depressive disorder, suicidality, anxiety, PTSD, and substance use disorders. When it comes to the by mouth, the per oral dosing, in terms of synthetic, like CGMP grade psilocybin, roughly 25 to 50 milligrams. Some studies utilize weight-based dosing, but another study came out saying that we actually don't need to even think about weight because it doesn't really matter. So now the consensus is that 25 to 50 milligrams is generally the approach for like a high dose threshold breaking experience. The rough conversion to that when it comes to dried mushrooms will be 2.5 to 5 grams, roughly. And I say roughly because, of course, in mushrooms you have a lot of other alkaloids outside of just psilocybin. You also have psilocin, which is what psilocybin breaks down into. You also have the baeocystin, norbaeocystin, norpsilocin. There's a lot of alkaloids there, and very similar to the cannabis science, there's this concept of the entourage effect that we're still looking into exploring more. So how do all these different alkaloids in the mushroom impact one's experience comparative to just psilocybin by itself? So yeah, that's a rough dosing. Breaking down some of the mechanism here again. So step one, psilocybin is converted into active psilocin. So psilocybin is a prodrug, meaning that it's not active. It gets broken down by alkaline phosphatase to remove that phosphoryl group on psilocybin to create psilocin. Psilocin then binds to the 5-HT2A receptors. Those receptors, when activated, increase glutamatergic activity in the prefrontal cortex. Downstream effects include the activation of AMPA receptors, and the brain-derived neurotropic factor is released. So one big thing I want to point out, especially to our clinicians, is that psilocybin does not increase serotonin levels. So there's a lot of conversations about, serotonin syndrome or serotonin toxicity. If we're talking about true psilocybin and psilocin, like that doesn't increase serotonin levels. So you don't have to worry about serotonin syndrome because that's going to be the increase of serotonin intrasynaptically. And that's not a concern here with psilocybin. So when it comes to mixing psilocybin with SSRIs or SNRIs, there's no, you can never say there's no risk, but there's very, very the science doesn't make sense to me in terms of why there would be a risk. And there's not many reports out there about there being serotonin toxicity when it's true psilocybin combined with an SSRI or an SNRI. So I like to just let people know that the main risk when it comes to combining antidepressants with psilocybin is not this fatal, life-threatening serotonin syndrome or toxicity. The main risk is a blunting effect. So blunting meaning that one may not even experience this altered state of consciousness. They may not experience the psychedelic effect at all, which is also very challenging for those patients that want to have this journey, want to work through content, want to understand themselves more. They put all this time and energy to finding, whether it be a clinical trial or to finding a facilitator or traveling across to another country to experience a psilocybin experience. They put all this time, resource, energy, money into this, and then nothing happens. That can be very disheartening for those folks that are already struggling so much. So just because it's we say it's a blunted experience, it can be much more than that. This is a really cool picture that I like to share. I'm sure we've seen it in a lot of publicity, a lot of articles, some of the documentaries out there. Here on the left is a placebo group. They underwent fMRI machine, and one group took a placebo, the other group took psilocybin. And here on the left, of course, we see not many neuronal connections taking place. Whereas the psilocybin group, we see a lot of crosstalk, a lot of chitter chatter, a lot of just really it's indicative of the neurogenesis, it's indicative of the hubs of the brain being able to communicate with each other a lot more rapidly, a lot more effectively. So this is a really cool image I like to share with folks, just to understand that, when it comes to how the brain is responding to ingesting this, there's a lot of information being exchanged, and therefore the insights being gathered or downloaded, as some like to express. So I know we don't have too much time, so I'm gonna run through this. Again, psilocybin prodrug metabolized to psychoactive psilocin, binds to the 2A receptors in the cerebral cortex. Then there we see a lot of glutamatergic activity. Brain enters into a state of dynamic flexibility and hyperconnectivity. This is going to be an overview of like the phases of the psilocybin experience that one may experience. So this is going to be psilocin-related psychological intensity over time. So here in the squares is like the level of psychological intensity being graded, and of course the circle is the psilocin levels in the body. So the stage one, some call it the incline. So this is you can think about like an airplane taking off. It can be a little anxiety riddling. It can be some fear might come up. Your heart rate will increase. Blood pressure might increase. So this is the incline phase. Generally, it can be up to an hour upon ingestion. Some may experience this. And then now you're taking off. So now you're at the peak or plateau. You're cruising in the air. This is where the insights are really coming in. People are experiencing so much. I mean, from like there's my words can't put into justice. Of course, they call it an ineffable experience because words are beyond how we can describe some of the mystical elements or the enhanced states of consciousness that people may experience when consuming psilocybin. This is where the insights come in. A lot of emotions can take place here, from crying to laughing to just releasing anger. And it's extremely important, again, to have some level of support at hand during this stage especially, but of course across the entire experience. Now our pilot is letting us know, hey, we're coming down. We'll be arriving in Philadelphia here in about 30-45 minutes. The come down phase, still can be intense. It can still be a very altered experience, but it's not as earth shattering. It may not be as challenging to comprehend what's going on during this stage of one's psilocybin experience. So this is the come down phase. It can last a few hours. And then by hour 5, 6 is going to be the return. So generally not as much of that psychological intensity is experienced. Psilocin is still active in the bloodstream, is still active in the body. But here is where we can begin some of the processing to an extent. But generally, we like to keep the integration for a day or two after the session takes place, so that way things can really be digested. Things can settle down psychologically, emotionally, before trying to work through and talk through what came up. One clinical trial, 12 patients struggling with treatment-resistant depression found a significant decrease in depressive symptoms observed post-treatment. So again, these are patients that have treatment-resistant depression, like no treatment was able to alleviate their symptoms of depression. Psilocybin, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 5 weeks, 3 months after, we found a significant decrease in those symptoms of depression. And again, I just want to emphasize, like, what we're doing now is we're doing chronic treatment. We're dosing people every single day, once a day, sometimes with multiple agents to try and maintain their symptoms of depression. But now we look at psilocybin, among many other psychedelics, 1 to 2 doses. 1 to 2 doses of psilocybin, and participants have reported a significant decrease of their depressive symptoms. These are some of the response rates observed 5 weeks and 6 months after ingesting psilocybin. This is a larger patient population, only 51. This was out of Johns Hopkins. And here we see, when it comes to anxiety and depression scores, again, some statistical significant responses at just 5 weeks and 6 months after their experience. Here's a wordy clinical trial overview. So they found that psilocybin-assisted therapy to have substantial, rapid, and enduring antidepressant effects in folks with major depressive disorder lasting at least 4 weeks, with 71% of their participants showing significant improvement. The effectiveness of psilocybin therapy after a single or a few administrations offers a considerable advantage over daily antidepressant medication, indicating a promising approach for treating major depressive disorder. Psilocybin's rapid antidepressant effects are comparable to those of ketamine, but with longer lasting therapeutic benefits. And of course, potentially less dosing required. Side effects of psilocybin. So here in the left side is more the acute transient. This is generally during the dose day itself. Of course, is going to be the pupil dilation, perspiration, elevated blood pressure, heart rate, some anxiety, paranoia, fear. That's again usually generally during the incline phase of the experience. Of course, that fear, paranoia may take place throughout the experience, depending on how well supported they are, how well prepared they went into it. So these are some of the more acute, temporary side effects of psilocybin. Headache can be found generally a day after. Some folks mentioned that it might be due in part to dehydration. So ensuring that participants are well hydrated throughout, preparing for the experience and thereafter may reduce the risk of headache. Headache is also found to be very dose dependent. So the higher the dose, the more likely headache may take place a day after the experience. And then nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting. This last point on nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, here in the Western world, we look at it as like an unwanted side effect. But in some communities, this diarrhea, vomiting is actually really can be considered beneficial, as it's a way of purging the body of toxins. So being able to vomit, being able to provide a number 2 can actually be really good for one's health in some perspectives. Chronic side effects. We have this topic of valvular heart disease. So this here is more of a theoretical risk. We find it it's a theoretical risk because of fen-phen. Fen-phen activated the serotonin 2B receptors. Mechanistically, psilocybin operates on the 2A receptors, but it also has affinity to the 2B receptors. So this potential chronic side effect is more related to the practice of microdosing, so consuming psilocybin more frequently. It's again a theoretical risk. I'm not familiar with any true cases about it taking place, but in terms of safety considerations, in terms of being able to inform as many people as possible, if people are microdosing, generally cycling on, cycling off is a way to reduce that. Doing some form of a cardiogram prior to your microdose regimen and following up maybe 6 months or a year after throughout microdosing can give one a good pulse as to whether or not their heart valve it might be thickening. Another potential side effect here is HPPD. There's 2 forms of that. It's like hallucinogen persisting perceptual disorder, where some people might just flash back to their experience at baseline. Very rare, and a way to reduce this risk, what one study found is proper preparation. They found that the more well prepared someone is, the less likely HPPD to take place. But I think there's still a lot more research required on this phenomenon. So recap so far, psilocybin-related care has historically been practiced in the community setting. Research suggests that psilocybin can be effective in treating mental health disorders, including depression and anxiety. Some form of medical monitoring, guiding, trip sitting, etc., has been a constant denominator across time and environment. This support person is trusted by the ingester and is equipped to support de-escalation, triage of care, risk or harm reduction considerations. So now let's talk about community care. So community care system, we've defined it as a supportive care system dedicated to the coordination and connection of local access points to safe information sharing for risk reduction purposes only. So a lot of asterisks here, as the space is very gray. A community care system may operate tangential to a healthcare system. A community care system is led by and serves its community members. So why are we talking about community care? Why community care? And some of the main points here that it's sustainable. So sustainable meaning that you don't have to fly out to Oregon, you don't have to fly out to another country to access care. You can potentially find and curate care in your zip code or somewhere local to you. So there's a sustainability aspect to it. All that also bleeds into the accessible aspect to it. Something more local, something more driven by the members of the community that want to ensure the benefit of their community. It can be impactful, it can be empowering, and it provides some level of personalized support as well. There are many other reasons as to why community care can be a win for folks, but these are some of the main ones that I like to highlight. When we talk about access points to care, I believe that there are three main roles, three main positions in the community that can take place. So you have your peer supporter, which is like your dose day monitor, your facilitator, your guide, but we call them peer supporters as it's a way to really support the peer and keep it as horizontal as possible. When we have a guide, like the term guide is it's really you think about someone guiding you through like a challenging hike, like they know the way and you look up to that person to guide you, and that's great. But for the sake of like community support, we like to call it a peer supporter, one that supports their peer. Then you have an integration specialist, someone that's really specialized in supporting the integration process, someone generally equipped with some level of psychotherapy, trauma-informed psychotherapy. This integration specialist can be present during the preparation phase. They can be a peer supporter. They can be there during the dose day, but they're extremely important for after the experience as well. And lastly, a community care clinician. So the idea of a community care clinician is that they're able to do the screening, they're able to do the med intake, they're able to utilize their background to really ensure that these potential journeyers are going to be safe and the medicine will be or should be effective once it's consumed. So these are the three access points to care that we've identified. The peer supporter can be a friend, a family member, a partner, a community member, and they work closely with potential clinicians. They work closely with integration specialists. The roles of the peer supporter will be to collaborate with the community access points. That level of collaboration is key. It's important to make sure that these peers, these journeyers, are able to find the care that they need. So this is really a way to just connect the dots to well-round the potential journeyer on their experience. Again, trust, companionship, building rapport, information sharing, dose day presence, risk reduction support, making sure that they can de-escalate if necessary, but also being able to escalate if necessary. And then again, referral. So the biggest thing, the most important thing, regardless of community care, regardless of these roles, is like not stepping outside of your own domain. So if someone comes to you and they ask about all these, here's all my medications I'm on, and I want to take psilocybin, don't guess, right? What's the point of guessing, or what's the point? What's the why act as if you know? Refer out to someone that does. Same thing with trauma-informed support or meeting people where they're at psychologically. Like if you're not trained in any of those facets, then be empathetic, reflective, listen, be there to support, hold space, be a friend, be a peer, but then, you know, refer them to someone that can do more, can support them with what they're struggling with. So it's really operating in your own domain. A quick shout out to our peer supporter program. You can completely just watch it for free. That's the most important thing. Like we have it on YouTube. It's a 4-hour course. It's on YouTube. It's on our website, silohealth.co/PPS. We are all about access, safety. So we can't be like, oh, it's going to cost you thousands of dollars to take this course. Like, no, just watch it for free if you're interested. Because education and information is the most important thing right now as the space continues to evolve. If you're interested in a certificate, we do have a certificate program attached on the website for a $90 fee. If that's too much, reach out in terms of scholarships. We've provided over 90 scholarships to our students. Over 200 students have enrolled, and almost half have completed the program front to end and are certificate holders. The curriculum overview is listed here. So we dive into the roles of psilocybin peer supporter, the history of trip sitting, pharmacology and neuroscience of psilocybin utilization, the arc of the psilocybin experience, our approach to integration, psychedelic harm reduction, attending to your peer. If there's any of these that I think that you should really dive into, is the attending to your peer section. I think they're all extremely important. We've highlighted and talked about quite a bit of them today, but the attending to your peer section I think can be extremely important. Clinician, non-clinician, therapist, not therapist. I think that's an extremely valuable unit of the program. And then, of course, we talk about some of the ethical considerations when it comes to working and operating in this space. So I hope I left enough time, about 10 minutes for discussion. I just want to say again, thank you all for being here and for inviting me to speak today. I hope it was informative. I hope that it wasn't just duplicative of a lot of the stuff you've already learned throughout the course of the weekend. And yeah, I'd love to just open it up to just any discussion.
Firstly, Dr. Al-Olimat, thank you so much for speaking. Really appreciate your input, especially your expertise and especially your leadership and entrepreneurship in creating this program, helping people become more integrated in terms of learning and reducing risk and harm reduction in tripping or taking psychedelics itself. So our first question is, what are the pros and cons of your trip sitter consuming along with your session? I know this is done in some traditional settings. However, one trip sitter they spoke to said they do a higher dose during the session. What are your thoughts and comments about this?
So for me personally, it's all about safety. And I like to look at it as we have an analogy in the program of rock wall climbing, like high rock wall climbing. And for the way I look at it is like our journeyer, they're climbing this huge wall. You know, it's intense. There's a lot of learning that's taking place, a lot of insights, a lot of emotions. And when it comes to the variability of the experience, I think that monitor, that guide, that trip sitter, for me personally, I think that they need to be that rock for them to be able to have a healthy baseline. Like that's how I look at it. So like that analogy, like they're strapped to them, they're holding the rope in case they fall. They're there to really make sure that they can keep them up. So I like to lean on the side of I believe that the guide or trip sitter should be sober, and that means like no alcohol, no drug, no psychoactive, psychedelic compounds in their system. I've heard of other instances where some people like to do a low dose to really tap into like that altered state a bit. But for me personally, when it comes to safety, when it comes to ensuring ethical boundaries, making sure that we are prioritizing that journeyer, I like to err on the side of let's keep the guide or the sitter, peer supporter sober to be that rock to be able to navigate with the grounded domain and allow for the journeyer to experience the more altered state that they're in.
Thank you. Next question. What are your thoughts about online groups versus in-person groups?
I think online is excellent. I think that that's we're in the digital age. We're on an online group right now where we have screens, we're still connected. When it comes to access, I think it's extremely important. If you're in a very rural area and there's no community around you, and you're struggling to integrate, to process, or you feel alone, online is one of the most accessible forms of this. But with that said, if there is in person local to you, that is magical. Like being able to see people in person, to align with, to challenge yourselves with, to grow with, to learn from. Uh, I always tell people that if there is a local like psychedelic club or psychedelic society near you, go to it. Go to it. Even if it's not an integration workshop, it'll end up being integration whether you want it to be. And you might learn a lot. And it's important to really, as some say, find the others. So if you have access to in person, hallelujah. If you do not, be that person to start the club. Start a club on Meetup on Facebook, start a society along over there. You can reach out to the Global Psychedelic Society Network, I think is what they're called, and they have they're there to be a resource to support people into creating in-person societies to meet up with. So yeah, if that's something you're interested in, I'd say do it. And if not, and you have no access to something local to you, online is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, thank you. So this is just my personal question because I'm a medical student, but our next presentation is by Dr. Aggarwal, and he'll be speaking on why psychedelics might be, good to try for. Does your seriously ill patient have a right to try psilocybin? So, with old age or a lot of end of life care with in geriatrics, they have a myriad of health problems and a myriad of health conditions that require a lot of pharmaceuticals. With your background in pharmacology, what would you say in terms of toxic, like the narrow therapeutic index of psilocybin might be for those specific patients, especially with 5-HT2A receptors also being within endothelial cells and within blood vessels causing hypertension, that kind of thing.
So we're talking about the terminally ill people that are they're at the end of their life and they want to consume this. What's the potential toxicity associated with that? So of course we need more research on some of those patient populations. But with that said, from my understanding, there is no recorded lethal dose of psilocybin. They've done rat studies, but when they translate that to humans, it's like a ridiculous amount. Like it's an impossible amount to consume as it relates to psilocybin mushrooms. Of course, the CGMP, that's different, but when it comes to what someone is being dosed with, like 50 milligrams of CGMP psilocybin, that won't cause any that will not that's not something I'm concerned about. The narrow therapeutic index is not narrow whatsoever. And when it comes to just the fundamental right, you have the Right to Try Act, where this is something that people should be able to have access to at the end of their life. It is it's an agent that's being researched. There's plenty of safety considerations that have been identified for consuming psilocybin among other psychedelics. That is something that I do advocate for.
Thank you. And if you'd like to stay for the next presentation, please do.
Yep.
Our next question is, how are trip sitting services described to the person seeking services regarding legalities of use?
Can you repeat that one more time?
How are trip sitting services described to the person seeking services regarding legalities of use?
So I guess I'm a little confused. Is that
so? Let's say you want to try it, right? If someone comes to you and say they want to try it in a trip sitting setting, how do they? I guess I'm assuming. How do you explain the legalities of use in that environment? Am I getting it right?
How would I explain it personally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, so if someone was coming to me to ask for some level of peer support, like trip sitting, I'll let them know that one, of course, depending on where we're at, it's illegal. Federally, it's illegal, right? So as a potential trip sitter, you cannot source the medicine. I think the gray area is that if that person says, I'm going to take psilocybin mushrooms, I have them with me, then I think that you have the case for how do we reduce as much risk associated with that. So I navigated it in terms of trip sitting is risk reduction, harm reduction, and therefore increasing potential support, safety. That's the nuance I look at. But if a trip sitter is there to also provides the medicine, that's where federally I guess it's not allowed. We can that cannot be done. Now, does it happen? I mean, of course it happens, right? But it's a gray area to walk.
Thank you. And next question is, what are your general thoughts on ibogaine or iboga for addiction and for dementia, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and other neurodegenerative diseases?
I'm all for it. I think that we need more research, of course, but that space, that compound is one that is extreme. There's so much potential there. Of course, there's like the cardiotoxicity aspect that is the main flag there, but otherwise, it's definitely something that we should be exploring more.
Gotcha. And in terms of what barriers have you faced in terms of like when you started your organization currently, what barriers are you facing, let's say, regulatory wise, community wise, perception wise, that kind of thing?
So barriers, I mean, that's the beauty, I think, of being able to start a company is that like you just have the general barriers when it comes to finding any company. You have the struggles of finding the right partners, like how do we provide value? Like what's the value proposition? So those are like also just like some of the common barriers when it comes to building an organization like Silo Health. When it comes to like the psychedelic aspect, I mean, I think the biggest thing is just making sure that you're legally sound. So we're focused on education, focused on information sharing. Like as long as we stick to those domains, there's really no concern we have. But then once you start operating more into the realm of, yeah, so Gaetano, yep, definitely get a good lawyer and accountant, or dive into law and accounting yourself if you want. But yeah, I mean, I think that once you start going into the more of the realm of like sourcing, that's where that's just not allowed, unfortunately. We have to be lawful, and I think there's a right way to do it. There's a wrong way to do it. Now, are those like true right and wrong? Again, very gray right now, very, very gray to navigate that. So for us, we just focus on the education. We've provided a lot of integration support for people as well. We have a growing directory of trusted members throughout the country that provide some level of psychedelic support, and they can be found on our website. So just like connecting the dots is really what we're focused on.
Yes, thank you. And we'll be posting all the resources online as well for our attendees. Other than that's all the questions we've had. Thank you, Dr. Al-Olimat, for everything you've done, all your expertise, and thankful for having a leader like you in the community.
Thank you guys again for hosting this. And I'll throw my information in the chat as well. If you guys ever have any questions, feel free to reach out. Yeah, again, this is one of the most important discussions to be having. Not mine, but just like this theme altogether of psychedelics, especially as it relates to medicine. I'm just so grateful that you guys are hosting something like this. I'm so grateful for all the participants here today on a Sunday before the Super Bowl takes place to watch and hang out. So yeah, if I can ever support you guys professionally, academically, or just connect the dots and information, feel free to use me as a resource. Like that, we're here to help each other out and figure out solutions to the mess we've inherited.
What happened?
Well,
sorry. Anyway, thank you so much again. And we have a 15-minute break for our next presentation. It will be by Dr. Aggarwal, and his presentation is, does your seriously ill patient have a right to try psilocybin? Other than that, thank you all. We'll be going on break. So.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm happy to introduce Dr. Aggarwal. Dr. Sunil Kumar Aggarwal, is a physician and medical geographer and co-founder and co-director of the Advanced Integrative Medical Science Institute in Seattle, Washington. He is a board-certified fellow of both the American Academy of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation and the American Academy of Hospice and Palliative Medicine, where he was named the top 20 emerging leader. He is also past chair of the Integrative Medicine Special Interest Group and an inaugural member and chair-elect of the Safe Use in Psychedelic Assisted Therapies Forum at the American Academy of Hospice and Palliative Medicine. He is a past voluntary clinical assistant professor of rehabilitation medicine at the UW School of Medicine and affiliate assistant professor of geography in the UW College of Arts and Sciences, an affiliate clinical faculty member at Bastyr University School of Naturopathic Medicine, and a faculty member of the National Family Medicine Residency. He serves on the editorial advisory board of the National Cancer Institute's PDQ Cancer CAM Information Summary on Cannabis, and as an associate member of the New York Academy of Medicine and the Humboldt Institute of Interdisciplinary Marijuana Research. He maintains a clinical practice at Ames and serves as a hospice physician and on-call palliative physician for a Puget or Puget? How do you pronounce that?
Puget.
Puget Sound-based healthcare system. He has been qualified as an expert in cannabis and psilocybin medical and religious use in county, state, and federal courts. He has also completed 2 ketamine-assisted psychotherapy trainings with the Ketamine Training Center and Orenda Institute. He has completed MAPS, MDMA assisted therapy, 100 hours of training, Part A to D certified. He's petitioning for rights to try access to psilocybin for patients. Dr. Aggarwal received a BS in chemistry, BA in philosophy, and a minor in religious studies from UC Berkeley. He completed the NIH-supported medical scientist training program at the UW School of Medicine, where he received a PhD in medical geography and a doctorate of medicine, MD, with a pathway certification in global health. He was supported in part by NSF Graduate Research Fellowship. He completed his medical medicine internship in internal medicine at Virginia Mason Medical Center and Seattle residency in physical medicine and rehabilitation at the New York University Medical Center and clinical fellowship in hospice and palliative medicine at the National Institutes of Health, Clinical Center Pain, and Palliative Care Service. Now on to you, Dr. Aggarwal.
Thank you, Moon. I guess if you live long enough, you'll keep getting more in one sentence every few years. So that's what happens. So beware when you get to my age. Anyway, it's very nice to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. I wish I could have been earlier here in the conference, but I had another conference going on at the same time. I just came back from Denver yesterday at the American Academy of Hospice and Palliative Medicine. They had their annual meeting. Just took over the chairship of the Safe Use of Psychedelic Assisted Therapies forum there, and the size of our group has now grown to over 500 members. That's the MDs, DOs, and ARNPs that are in the professional organization of hospice and palliative care who are interested in psychedelic therapy. So that's just shows you just what a great level of interest there is on a national level in my field. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that today. I'm really happy to share some, and I'm going to do it without slides so that there's more time for a little bit of discussion, Q&A, and I want to keep it more like that. And you guys is a very unique audience. Very happy to be speaking amongst student doctors and other healthcare professionals who already have an interest and knowledge base, I think, in this field of study, this field of work. And so I think I can kind of dispense with some of the basics. But certainly if there are basic questions you have, don't be afraid to stop. You can put the chat, looks like things pop up, so I can see things as it's going if there's something. So it's let's keep it interactive. So the title of my talk is does your patient have a right to try, does your seriously ill patient have a right to try psilocybin? And it's a provocative question like that because it's still a question. It's a legal question actually, but it's also an ethical and clinical question. But right now I'm involved in a legal process. I would call it like legal medicine, to try to help answer that question through court, because so far one government agency has said no to that question, the Drug Enforcement Administration, that's responsible for kind of regulating who has access to controlled substances. But it seems that it's in conflict with another law, which is the right to try law, which says that patients who are seriously ill have a right to try any drug that has passed phase 1 clinical studies, is still undergoing clinical drug development, as long as their doctor says that they're seriously ill and feels that it might be safe for the patient to try, and as long as you can find a manufacturer that's has access to that drug and is willing to provide it to the doctor to give to the patient, or something like that. So there's lots of ifs and caveats there, but it is a law that's been in force for a number of years now, and has been successfully used because we have this ethical idea in our system that if you are seriously ill, your time on Earth may be limited more than your other members of the public. And if you're spending your own tax dollars funding drug development for something, but you'll never be able to live long enough to get access to that drug because of the timeline it takes to go from initiation of a drug application to approval, then maybe ethically there should be some, at least let's break drug development into two areas: safety and efficacy. That if you can at least prove safety, then maybe efficacy isn't as critical as long as you're doing something that's safe. So that's kind of like, that's the history of the law. And actually, if you look at the history of drug control in the United States, FDA drug regulation, it really starts with safety, and only like after the 60s and 70s, there's a whole history of how things eventually, like efficacy came later. Safety is, of course, the foundation. So anyway, there's different considerations when you are dealing with serious illness. And I think that's the ethical principle that these laws were right to try laws were passed on. And they were in 40 plus states before there was a federal law that actually, in President Trump's first administration, is he's the one that signed it into law. But the history of that law is really interesting too, because it had to do with a child with cancer. Abigail, I forgot her last name, but Abigail's Alliance was an organization that had sued the government because these parents in Texas, they had a child named Abigail, and she had some kind of rare childhood cancer, and they tried everything for her, as parents will do with a seriously ill child, that they could find. And there was one drug that was under development, and they wanted to write to the company or ask their doctors to, can we get access to this? Can we try it? And the company's like, no, we're not doing that, or it's not available because it's still under development. You got to get to a clinical trial, but she couldn't qualify for the trial, so she ended up passing away. And then soon after her death, the drug became approved, and was helping children live longer, with her very same condition. So it caused a lot of frustration for this family, and they said, well, we need to, for the future children, I don't want any parent to have to face this again, that their child, there's a drug in development that they can't access, even though it's been proven to be safe. And so they went, there were several court cases you can look at. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, technically that company was right. There is really no way that they should be forced, or really any pathway at all, for a child like this to access a drug because of the rules of the FDA. So it was a significant, I would say, patient rights ruling that was against patient rights. So in response to that, right to try laws were passed in all these states and at the federal level to kind of say, oh, this is a big gap we have here. And we kind of need this as a matter of public health, it's a very interesting law because it has fans on the sort of traditionally the right and fans traditionally on the left, public health oriented on the left, I would say, having access to treatments to help people that are ill and sick, and on the right, like limiting the influence of big government bureaucracies in telling you what you can and can't use for medicine. So it has this kind of strange bedfellows, and you can see that also in the case that I brought forth with a bunch of with attorneys, and then people that joined to support our side, that we have like ACLU and Cato Institute, or Goldwater Institute, like these traditional left and traditional right groups. So anyway, I thought that's all. When you find a cause like that, it tells you that it's not just, it's kind of has a deeper root. So anyway, that's the history of the law. But since the law was passed, nobody ever applied it. They've applied it to a lot of anti-cancer drugs, ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, modifying drugs that are in other countries that are still undergoing development in the U.S. Certain novel chemotherapies that are undergoing trials, but nobody had ever said, well, why don't we use this for psychedelic substances that people had written about it in the press. If you look at back when the right to try law was passed federally, like the Washington Post op-eds and stories, they were like, oh, people think that this could be applied to things like cannabis, MDMA, psilocybin, but we don't really know, and so, but it was kind of discussed. So that's when I raised the question with back in, I guess, 2020. It was now 5 years ago. In the course of my own clinical practice here in Seattle, I have a palliative care outpatient integrative medicine practice. I had patients that were asking me about this all the time, and but because of all the information we know that there's good safety and efficacy of psilocybin assisted therapy for seriously ill, thanks to clinical trials that have been done at NYU, UCLA, Hopkins, and many other centers, showing this robust impact. So what is the reason why, what would be the benefit for seriously ill patients? Well, the studies have shown that if you are living with a life-threatening illness, like cancer, advanced cancer, you have a very high, there's a significant proportion of patients that develop something called demoralization. And it's a sense of hopelessness, a sense of loss of purpose, meaninglessness, sometimes associated with depressive mood, anxiousness, existential distress, and that kind of pall, veil, drops over you and can cause you to experience a loss of life quality and kind of a withdrawal, and maybe even a less engaged participation in your own potential treatments that could prolong your life or meet other goals that you would otherwise have. But the psycho-spiritual impact of a advanced illness diagnosis and its ramifications on your whole life, are crushing. And that demoralization, it is very difficult to treat. It's just okay, yeah, everyone says we understand, we're going to do everything we can, all the kind of reassurances that we do in medicine. But and it's different than you might say major depressive disorder or something like that, because it is tied in. It has a little bit more features of PTSD, that there's this trauma, but it's different from a signature trauma because it involves your own a medical condition in your own body. So anyway, that's kind of when doctors started and I'm not saying that this is a modern idea, by the way, the use of psychedelic substances in major life transitions and major points of crossroads is kind of very old idea in many cultures around the world who utilize such substances in integrated parts of their own cosmology, spirituality, and healing systems. So it's not like a new idea to do this. And in fact, the original studies in the United States were in the 60s, when they were already University of Chicago. There was, they were giving LSD to advanced cancer patients. Also at UCLA, Sidney Sheldon did some work with cancer patients in LSD, and I believe at another center in Maryland. So we already actually had studies like that, but now those were older generation, not double-blind, placebo-controlled, 2 arms. It was a little bit different. So back into the 2000s, we finally, thanks to work of Roland Griffiths and Stephen Ross and Charlie Grobe and other physicians, we were able to get more modern design studies of psilocybin-assisted therapy for these populations. And they were overwhelmingly, positive and safe in cancer populations. And what was amazing, and this is the standard model of screening preparation, experiential guided sessions followed by integration sessions, is that they would have persisting effects that would last for months, or in some cases years. So some of these seriously ill patients actually live longer than a year, or they may have 2 or 3 years, or a lot of advanced cancer patients actually, because of new treatments we have, they may still live with a stage 4 condition, but it's sort of being controlled. But but in some ways that can potentially even compound the existential issues, because if you are told every day that you have a terminal illness, but you still keep living, what impacts does it have. But what was nice about this study is that we saw that they had longitudinal studies showing relief of demoralization, existential distress, depressed mood, wish for hastened death, a number of indicators for more than a year after the sessions that they had. So this is why my patients, in my clinic they saw these headlines of these studies and it was very exciting in the field, because in palliative care, you don't have interventions like that. You don't have them in mental health, really either. I mean, it's a very novel thing to get such robust, p-values, effect sizes, and things like that. It's very unusual if you look at like other tables of other interventions like antidepressant therapy, even in palliative care patients or in depression, the effect is not that strong. So, and I think everybody in this room probably knows that this represents a class of drugs that are unique in the way that they work very quickly, and that they have a really big neuroplastic effect. And the neuroplastic effect can, that window that gets opened after in the days, weeks, or maybe even months following a psychedelic therapy session, is a really amazing opportunity to try to mold a new healing framework that is co-created by the patient and I would say the therapy or care team. That there's a relational aspect to it, and that's kind of that's a great power, to harness. So, and anyway, so this is why this came up in my palliative care practice, and because I worked a lot with like lawyers over the years. I've always been interested in medical legal. When I heard that there was an attorney who had written a law review in the Lewis and Clark Law Review, like, here's how you can implement right to try and apply it to psilocybin because of all these. She was an advocate for terminally ill patients, had argued at the Supreme Court level previously on medical aid in dying laws, and sort of letting seriously ill patients in certain states that allow for two doctors to prescribe a lethal treatment for patients who want to choose to end their lives. That's a right that terminally ill patients should have. And she'd worked on disability rights and a number of things. The right to sort of withdraw care, like the withdrawal of care, over the decades. When I was younger in high school, there was very famous cases where people were kept on ventilators and not allowed to withdraw care. And younger folks, you may not even recognize that because you've already been in a training field system now where people accept that if somebody's on life support treatment, their loved ones have the right to withdraw that care if it turns out that there's the benefits don't outweigh the risks, or their values are such they would not want to live in this condition. That kind of thing is just sort of like we accept that as well, of course that's patient autonomy, and but that wasn't always that way. It was actually a lot of legal battles that had to ensue, and ethical debates and culture change that eventually got us to places like where people could actually have DNRs and those kinds of advanced directives. So anyway, there was that kind of legal work that Catherine Tucker, who I'm speaking of, had been involved in earlier parts of her career, and many other lawyers, of course, and doctors and ethicists. So this was just yet another aspect for her. Well, this is really powerful data I've been reading about, and excuse me. And why shouldn't patients have this right? Because obviously this kind of change is very unusual to see. So that's when she wrote this law review. I was told about her through an organization of End of Life Washington, and she said that she was interested in seeing if there was any doctors who wanted to apply this law for their own patients, if they had patients that were interested in. I'd been very interested in right to try ever since I read those op-eds that psychedelics could be potentially part of a part of what they could apply to, but there was never any guidance from the FDA. I just kept checking the website. It's just like right to try, contact the manufacturer you're interested in, and it was, that's pretty. Their guidance was very minimal. So anyway, so it was very helpful to have a legal person, a legal scholar who could understand like the nuances of it. And so anyway, after some time, I did identify some patients who were seriously ill, who had advanced GYN cancer or breast cancer, who had told me in their course of their care with my clinic that, you know, if there's anything I can do to help the cause, you know, I'm really interested in psychedelics for patients like myself. They've really helped me a lot. In my clinic, we utilize ketamine-assisted psychotherapy or ketamine-assisted therapy as one tool, which we can use very much in the same model. It interrupts the default modes network. It's neuroplastic. It can give you a great capacity for you know, healing existential issues. And so both of these patients had undergone that kind of therapy. And that's a therapy that we use in the outpatient setting, which we can cover partially with insurance and partially with out-of-pocket costs, because many insurance companies, they've written policies that considering that form of utilization of ketamine to be experimental, even though it's been done for many, many years. But I just wanted to let you guys know about that was an experience and an approach that we were already doing. And any doctor anywhere in the country or nurse practitioner who has prescriptive authority and has some training and experience can utilize ketamine as a tool to help in the very similar way that we're talking about with psilocybin and other psychedelic substances. So anyway, that they had already undergone that, but it's not all the psychedelics are created equal. And I think some things kind of it's good to stack things one on top of another or have different approaches based on, you know, just different qualities, just like you have different aspects around, you know, every lipid lowering drug or every other, you know, they're not all the same. They all have different qualities. Antidepressants therapies comes to mind as well. Anyway, so these patients graciously agreed to tell their story to, you know, help me build the case. So in my state, and probably in your state, if wherever you are, most states that have these laws, they say that if a doctor wants right to try, you have to write an informed consent document, going over the risks and benefits of what it is that you think that they should try or they want to try, and then you know, list all the possible explain all the possible things that should be written in that right to try in the informed consent, and then it has to be signed by the patient, and then my state has to be witnessed by 2 individuals. So that's what the process. I created an informed consent based on the informed consent that's used in the clinical trials for psilocybin. I can't remember which one I drew from, but kind of trying to pool that information together. I think it was the USONA studies. They had some useful information out there. So anyway, I created that document and they signed it. And then when we, you know, presented that to an agency, a manufacturer, we found one that was like, sure, we'll be happy to help you with this. We just need you to have the proper license so we can transfer it to you. It was a company in I think Organics is the company on the East Coast. I think they're in Massachusetts that had had made a chemical psilocybin. It's not fungally derived, but anyway, that was the one that was being used in clinical trials in the United States, so it was eligible for right to try. So when we asked the DEA, well, we need to get this license so that they can transfer this to us under the right to try law. You know, DEA said, well, we don't know what you're talking about. There's no such license. You can only register as a Schedule I researcher and do research with, you know, psilocybin. And there's a whole pathway for that, which I explained. I'm very grateful people do that, but it takes an immense amount of resource and structural institutional support. I'm not in a university setting. That's my primary setting. I'm in a community center. So it would have been extremely cost prohibitive and and not to mention, it's not for a research trial really that I'm asking for this psilocybin. Right to try is actually using an experimental drug or drug within development. It's called an eligible investigational new drug is a term in law for it, and applying it in a clinical practice to a patient, you know, prescribing it therapeutically for somebody. Here's an experimental treatment, but you're not necessarily part of that big study, but you're part of my clinical practice, and you're a patient that who wants to try something. So it's empiric, empiric treatment trial. It's like an off-label prescription of a drug. It's not research. When you do that, you're still doing clinical practice. So it was a confusion of concept, and the idea that you can use research to satisfy all the needs of public health is kind of ridiculous. That's not what research is designed for. Research is designed to answer questions, and your primary goal is answering questions. But when you're treating a patient in your office for, you know, any other medical condition, you're not like, well, I want to help you, but really I first want to answer some, I want to really find out more research, find out what the, you know, what the speed of light is, or, you know, like what some other research question is, like, or, you know, what happens to genes when such and such occurs. You don't say that to a patient. You say, I want to treat you. I want to give this to you because I think it's going to help you clinically. If you have secondary goals that you're doing studies, or you know, you have curiosity about something, that's another thing. But your primary goal when treating a patient isn't research. So this is a place where the conflict between a goal of research and a goal of clinical practice kind of is you can see the conflict. So anyway, that was what the DEA's position was, that there was no way that right to try could be a reason to grant any kind of license at all. That kind of access to psilocybin or any Schedule I drug did not fit into their framework. Even though the right to try law says that there's no exceptions, that any drug that's past phase 1 studies is eligible. So anyway, that's what it's really been for 4 or 5 years since we got that no from them, and then having ongoing kind of legal proceedings to answer the question, does my seriously ill patient have a right to try psilocybin? You know, and in the course of that, we've learned a lot of things and had some victories, and I can tell you more about that. But I'm going to stop a little bit and see what some of the chat questions came up, and then we'll come back to that. Let's see here. Chat window is not coming out. The attendees list is, oh, I have to move that away. Okay. All right, so as they should. Okay, I'm curious what the difference thresholds for consent are. Different thresholds for consent in which right to try. This is a question from Alchemy Ann. Could you elaborate? What are you able to explain what your question, elaborate more on what you mean by your question? Is it, can we do audio from the audience, or is it typing only?
No, there's no the audience can't speak. But yeah, just to keep this a little bit more control, but you can, you know, rephrase in a way that you think is best, or they could text in the chat. Here we go. Yeah, DEA saying no to right to try for psychedelics sounds like an excuse / lack of willingness to learn.
Oh, okay. How you drove the consent form? Okay, great. I'm glad I answered your question already. Yeah, the consent form does vary from state to state, those rules, and so it's really like and what's really interesting, it's not. I think, you know, the term is not terminally ill; it's life-threatening illness in my state, and so that's one of the criteria. And you know, many advocates also want to interpret life-threatening illness to include things like suicidality or life-threatening post-traumatic stress disorder. So but again, these things are not really like well established. So these are open questions, but there's no reason to think that maladies that are life-threatening are just of a you know, wouldn't necessarily be of a mental nature. Anyway, so then let me look at the next question. I lost. I only see 9:38 a.m.
Dr. Aggarwal, if you want, I can go through them if you'd like. I have the chat open. So the next question is, what does the Ames case stand of as of today?
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
Where?
Okay. Sure. There are questions earlier from 9:39, Cathy, Jonas, and everything, but I'll come back to that. The Ames case, we're really like we're in a waiting phase right now. We've been in a waiting. There's a lot of legal activities. You know, you do a lot of flurry of activity, and then you wait for a long time, and then something happens, and then you do a flurry of activities, and you wait for a long time. And so as of right now, we had 2 petitions. So one was a rescheduling of psilocybin petition, and one was a waiver request under the right to try law. So both of those are kind of in pending statuses. One is in the DEA's hands, the government, and then the other is in the court's hands. So let me start with the rescheduling one, just because in the course of us thinking about what are the barriers here, it's like, well, the barrier is in part is that psilocybin is listed as a Schedule I controlled substance, but there is a process which you can petition to change that based on, you know, whatever scientific and all these 8 factors that they have in the law. And Matthew Johnson, who's one of the lead researchers at Hopkins, had written an article a couple of years ago on, you know, how applying psilocybin to the 8-factor test. And so a bulk of that article we just formally submitted to the DEA. Like, there's lots of evidence from the leading authorities, and they and if it was changed to a Schedule II, then the license issue doesn't become an issue, because I can prescribe Schedule II substances under my DEA license, and most doctors and providers who have DEA licenses can. So anyway, but we waited a long time, and then they finally sent like a 2-line rejection saying, you know, thank you very much, but it's not FDA approved, so we can't really, you know, it's kind of this you got kind of a runaround. So I was really disheartened by that, but my attorneys were like, oh, this is great. This, like, they're completely wrong about how they've interpreted the law. They have to give you a much more thorough explanation, and this, whatever basis they're using is not really a basis. So we sued on that, and we had a hearing in October of 2023, I believe it was, October 2023 in Phoenix, where they looked at that question of whether the DEA was right or wrong to dismiss our rescheduling petition. And they gave us a decision 1 week later saying the DEA was wrong to deny your rescheduling petition. We're going to tell them to go back and do it again, or think about it longer, that this was not the right criteria, and they need to, like, open it up all over again, start over. And so they were told that in October 2023, and that was, you know, a year and some change ago. They're still sitting on it. And unfortunately, this is the fate of many rescheduling requests for the DEA. They would sometimes wait years to respond to them, and there's no pressure on them. We had asked the courts, please apply a timeline or a pressure, because we're worried that they're just going to ignore it. And we said they should just directly send it to FDA for a review, which is what the process is of rescheduling in the law. But the court said we're not gonna do that. We're just going to assume they're going to do this on their own. But at least one of the judges that was in that case is also a judge in the other case that we have, and he was able to ask them in our last hearing, like, what's going on with the rescheduling thing? You know, you said you were going to respond, and they've said, like, we're working on it. So that's we're waiting on that. Contact your local reps and tell them, you know, do something about this. And, you know, if that's even the DEA, of course, we don't have reps in the DEA, but we do have reps who regulate the DEA oversight committees, for whatever it's worth in this day and age, congressional oversight of government agencies, I mean. But that's still a way that you can actually, as a you know, member of the public, you can influence it. And there was actually a protest once at the DEA headquarters related to these cases some time ago, which you can look up online, the story of people, including my patient, who went to the DEA asking them why aren't they, like, acting on this. Anyway, then the other case was the waiver, right to try waiver. We went to the court for the first time in 2020. I guess we got a ruling, we had a hearing in 2021, and they said at that time, you didn't get a final no from the DEA. We had all these amicus brief supporters, many attorney general's offices. I believe New Jersey, actually, attorney general's office is one of the supporters on our amicus brief, and many of these organizations I was telling you about, hospital systems, you know, state psychiatry psychology associations, not psychiatry, and a bunch of other groups that kind of had joined in favor of our position, the right to try for psilocybin should be allowed. Anyway, But the court then said, you didn't get a final no from the DEA, so we're not going to overrule them. So we asked them, we just wrote them again in a formal thing asking for a waiver, and they denied us, and then we applied again based on their denial. And so we had that hearing about 5 months ago in San Francisco, the second time we were before the Ninth Circuit on this right to try. So it's very helpful to sometimes have a track record of asking once and then doing what the court says you should do, and then coming back to the court saying, oh, we're still in the same place, you got to help us. So that hearing was done in August of 2024. And any day now, we should get the ruling on that. You can watch all these hearings online on the YouTube channel of the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court to kind of see how they ask the different attorneys, my representing me in my clinic or my patients, and the attorney representing the DEA, the Department of Justice, what are their concerns, and how do they think about the legal questions? Because obviously they're very careful on how to make a big precedent, and they don't want to step on toes too many of overreach judicial authority over the authority of government agencies, et cetera, et cetera. So it's that kind of delicate thing. But I hope somewhere in their calculation they also have the humanistic concerns of human beings that have life-threatening conditions and whose doctors want to treat them. And that's my main goal, not some other larger goal. If it impacts policy at a larger level, that's great. But certainly that would be the right thing, the fair thing to do. And you shouldn't just exempt one doctor and their two patients. That would be wrong. So anyway, that's kind of what this current condition is. One more update is that because we won the rescheduling denial hearing in the earlier one, my attorneys were eligible to ask the government for some money to pay for, because they've been doing most of their legal work, low bono, no bono, pro bono. And so there's a law that says if you go to sue the government, and it turns out the government was doing something wrong to you or did a wrong action, you can then be eligible for payment of some of your legal fees and things like that by the government. And so then that actually ended up happening. They were awarded some, I don't know, 100,000 or some amount of money. The details haven't been released yet. They're still kind of working out the details, but there was some significant sum of money the government has to pay to, because they were wrong about denying the rescheduling of psilocybin petition. So that's kind of another, it's not only did they get it wrong, but they also had to pay for it, which sort of further highlights the injustice by which, that we were getting more justly treated, which is good. Anyway, that's kind of, you could win a case and then nobody has to pay you anything, and it sort of feels like, but if you win and they have to pay you, it's like, okay, they really were wrong. So anyway, I just wanted to tell you that. That's encouraging to me that the legal system is sort of recognizing there's like a big injustice here. So that's the latest, and you'll have to just stay tuned. I'm sure whatever is going to end up happening. That usually Marijuana Moments is this news organization that always is running articles on this case, and they always have an update. So you should become a member of that, or it's free. It's like a news wire. But that's kind of, you'll know hopefully as soon as I do what's going to happen with this case, and whether what are they going to decide to do. I don't know. So, but I'm hoping that the reason will prevail, and that there's the fact that Donald Trump did sign the right to try law and now is back in office actually maybe is an encouraging sign that they'd be willing to have a case like this. But it's controversial, absolutely, because drug companies want to preserve the drug company way, but it's just such a idiotic thing that we live in a world where people just only think about their company's bottom line and not the health and well-being of a human being. And it's not like psilocybin is owned by a drug company. I mean, the thing has been around so older than us. So there's multiple ways, and this is like a bridge solution, right? To try. It's not like a final solution, issue for anything, but it's a bridge while we're waiting for other systems to develop. People are still living and dying with illness. So anyway, that's what I hope. But I was concerned about that kind of special interest intervening with the That happens sometimes in our legal system, but sometimes it doesn't too. So let's see what happens.
Thank you so much. The next question, I believe you've already answered, but if you'd like to add on is, what can we all do today to advance this cause and RTT legislation, etc.? I believe you said write to representatives, get the word out there, and then protest, right?
Yeah, the DEA, if you look up the DEA committee, the committee that oversees the DEA in that Senate, I forgot which committee it is, but you can look it up. I know Senator Patty Murray is on it from my Washington state, but check and see if your state senator is on it, or which senators are, which representatives. And yeah, if they're from a state that you live in, you know, and even if they're not, you could ask your rep, like, talk to them, talk to their colleagues. So I think it's really like, the more you can kind of see this as your, it is a legal issue right now. I mean, drug law has always been, obviously it's like legal public health, but we have to be engaged because I don't even think, there was, by the way, like I think it's a Congressional Research Service or no, the Government Accountability Office, one of those actually wrote a white paper. This is a government agency on psilocybin regulation in the government, and they were specifically talking about the all the religious organizations that are applying for exemptions for psilocybin under, you know, Religious Freedom Restoration Act. But anyway, in that report that just came out last year, and again, the DEA sort of sits on those petitions, and they don't let people have a ready answer. And that's a whole other topic. I'd be happy to talk to you more about this religious use exemptions and openings for psychedelics. Anyway, in that report, the report's writer said, "Oh, right to try is another pathway by which psilocybin can be, you know, obtained, or another pathway to receive it." I mean, their own government body thinks that right to try is a right way to get psilocybin. They didn't even bother commenting, by the way, it's holed up in the courts and nobody's actually getting it that way. But it was kind of reassuring to me that even people who work in the government, official government agencies that are supposed to be watchdogs, recognize that. So anyway, that's kind of a, I mean, you can send your Congress people that report, saying, look, your own government body thinks this. Like, why aren't we doing it?
Thank you. And the next question is by Cathy. I believe you saw in the chat, but it's a long one, so if you want, you can read it as well. And so thank you for the work, advocacy. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can look at it, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, so Cathy, thank you for, so in general, the idea of psilocybin or any psychedelic assisted therapy in seriously ill patients, the consensus of many of my colleagues in academy and people that have studied this and looked at this is it should be done sooner and sooner in the course of illness, closer to the time of diagnosis, if possible, because of the factors that you're talking about, like frailty or complexity of compounding, you know, medical issues that might arise in the course of living with a life-threatening illness. So absolutely everything should be done earlier in the course when people are potentially more, excuse me, more healthy, more able to undergo something taxing potentially, and so yeah, that's kind of in general, I would say that's my thought and what everybody's thought. But sometimes, of course, you don't find patients at that stage. But if we integrate this more into our health systems, I think eventually that's where it's going to be and should be, because that'll help early on. And then, you know, you could have periodic treatments and care as you go. So it's not just like we're leaving it for the last, you know, month of life when you are on multiple meds or very deconditioned and you know, or may not be able to even get the full benefit of the integration or whatever it might be. So, and then, yeah, and then that's time of well-being, more well-being, certainly legally, many people are going to Oregon where there are psilocybin services that have been going on for a couple of years now. There was a recent report about, you know, kind of describing some of the folks that have been receiving treatments there. Psilocybin services is not really considered therapy or treatment, and many of them were from out of state. And I have read about people going there who had life-threatening illness diagnoses earlier in the, you know, in the course of their care. So it's definitely happening, but it's a really sad thing, you know, to think that we need people to travel across, you know, you want to be in your home, in your place that you have support, ideally is the best. You know, it's like, I remember, you know, there was a whole thing when the Iraq war was going on, reservists who got injured in Iraq or whatever, army people who had been active, and then they had to convalesce and heal, but the US military medical system was sending them to places far away from their home to heal. And so it's kind of like well, when you recover from an injury, like in the battle, you want to be close to your family and loved ones and heal there. You'll probably do better, you know, than if you have to go someplace far away. So anyway, that's the downside of that, but obviously it could also still be very helpful. And I think that's a great option. But remember, those psilocybin services in Oregon, none of that is recognized as federally allowed, as we heard from the previous speaker. So, you know, patients do have to take more risk that way.
I wish there's a follow-up question to add on to that.
For those who are able to do this at home with a trained guide, would this be an ideal scenario that is envisaged through this phase of life? Right. So interestingly enough, Catherine Tucker, as somebody asked, is that, yeah, and Gaetano mentioned her name. Yeah, she has a case right now. They just had a hearing, I think, last week in Oregon on trying to apply the Americans with Disabilities Act to open up that system to allow for facilitated psilocybin sessions to occur in the home of the seeker. Because right now, Oregon law requires you to do this psilocybin session in a service center, which could be cause an undue burden to people who are disabled or sick or, you know, advanced illness. So that's kind of a exciting case, another case where she's advancing the rights of folks who would prefer to do this at home. And so absolutely would be the better framework if we could do it. Though I have to say it's not always the case. Sometimes people are willing to travel outside their home, that they have the energy and capacity to do so. But I think the right to have the choice should be there, certainly. And you know, the issue of safety, how do you maintain safe when you're not in a clinical environment? Well, you know, you can have some rescue medications on hand, managing blood pressure, severe anxiety reactions, maybe you want something on hand for that. But a lot of the issues that you would worry about with psilocybin or any psychedelic substance for patients like this, you will want to have thought about in your screening process, looking at this, you know, labs and cardiovascular stability and drug interactions and things like that. That's how you avoid, and not to mention the, you know, is there like a major other crisis going on in their life? Are their loved ones, surrogate decision makers on board with what they're doing, or are they going to have a shock when they find out their loved one is doing this and, you know, cause more problems in the integration phase or impacts for the patient? Those kinds of things have to be, you know, like, you have to all be thought of ahead of time thoroughly, and that's how you're going to minimize risk. So that it's safer to do it and outside a non, you know, setting that you don't have continuous vital monitoring or you know, something like that. You certainly can have vital monitoring at home, just like we do with home health and hospice and that kind of thing. But so okay, Alchemy, and I see here. I can look at these now. Somehow my chat window wasn't working well before. They say that it sounds like an excuse, lack of willingness to learn. Yeah, it's bureaucratic. You don't want to give any inch. If you're a bureaucracy that has power based on a certain way of looking at things, and there's no greater power than there's no exceptions. You know, it's like this is always, of course, the DEA does grant exceptions for. In our case, we discussed some research studies where they've given like radio labeled Schedule I drugs for certain kind of settings. They're able to change the rules to allow certain scenarios to arise. But it's on their terms. It's like we get to decide, but we don't want somebody coming from the public and telling us that we have to do something. So it's an authority trip, I think, and it's maintaining kind of a bureaucratic, control over this, and in some ways not wanting to interrupt, in my opinion, like some of the pharmaceutical pathways that are going forward. DEA is much more comfortable with that than something like where you have to deal with like community doctors like myself wanting to try, to do something outside of their usually well-established pathways. But obviously that's when government becomes much more self-serving. But the idea of a government agency is to protect public health and to respond to emerging issues that are coming up. So I'm not going to accept that. But unfortunately, DEA is well known to be an organization that doesn't really follow good ethical standards, I'm sorry to say. But hey, listen, I have a DEA license too, so I don't want to just counter them. I'm grateful that they've given me a license so I can do the work I have with patients. But I'm going to say at the same time, I'm not happy with the way that they've handled this, and I think I don't know, it's something. But it's I'm also taking the pathway of the judges, the Ninth Circuit, to petition to them, and so hopefully they'll save face. The DEA will save face because the government will the judges will tell them to do this, and then they don't have to okay, well, you didn't make us do it, the courts did. So I'm fine with that. They can have whatever power trip they want. I mean, you have to learn you have to learn the way the political system works, I guess. And the drug issue is a big part of that political system. So I'm hoping that the judges sort of resolve this issue, because a lot of legal scholars have looked at this and believe that we're, and we had Columbia Law School had a course about this. There's a law review article coming out of Loyola University's law school. There's a law student who had contacted me and just got accepted for publication. There's a lot of legal scholar interest. I think the University of Texas, Austin, which is a major law school, major cases, they did a story on this case just a couple of months ago. It was in the American Bar Association's thing that goes to everybody's lawyer office in the waiting room kind of thing. So I think if it didn't have sound legal standing, you wouldn't have gotten so much interest in sort of the general legal community. So that's why I'm hopeful that we'll win it on legal grounds. Even though I would hope some of those legal grounds also involve humanitarian concerns as a doctor, but I don't really care what the grounds are as long as we can kind of move this forward, because we're actually quite behind in this country compared to Canada has had this system in place for quite some time, actually, a kind of exemption for seriously ill patients, and doctors are able to prescribe this. They now even have a second system that they've set up, but it's really it's a no. If there was concerns, we would have seen them already in other countries that have enacted this for these kind of exemption process. So
so the next, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
So the next question is just my own personal interest. I'm just gonna plug it in because this is exactly what I want to do. I want to do palliative care psychiatry. So, which is also what I think I mentioned when I first reached out to you in my correspondence. I'm if you don't want to participate in the conference, can I at least connect with you to understand your experience? So what skills, knowledge base, expertise can you impart on me that I should learn? What resources should I go to in order to be part of something like this and to be better equipped as a physician in my future training, as a resident and as a medical student and attending when I do hopefully reach that point?
Oh yeah, I mean, Moon, it was very amazing at this American Academy of Hospice Applied Medicine conference how many sessions there were on kind of palliative care overlaps, psychiatrists who were certified in both psychiatry and palliative care, someone from Stanford and I can't remember the other institution, but they gave actually a lot of sessions, and a lot of it was them thinking about how to help deal with the mental health needs of patients who are in palliative care clinics, and also resource because there's so poor representation across the country of skilled psych professionals, how they can kind of help with like curbsiding or like some kind of system where they're not necessarily directly seeing the patient, but kind of giving advice to the primary palliative care doctor, and just kind of like that kind of synergy. So there is I think there's a great interest in that overlap, and it's kind of very young. So it sounds like to me you really want training in both psychiatry and palliative care, because there's not many people who do that and have both. It's a very small, I think, number.
It's a very recent subspecialization as well in like consultative liaison psychiatry. So.
Yes, that's right. You're right. But I do not think if you take at least the way the palliative care boards are, I mean, who knows if they'll change in the future, but there's only certain primary specialties that you can have. Although I do know neurologists are able to sit for the palliative care boards and take a palliative care fellowship. So maybe, and because psychiatry and neurology are under the same umbrella, you know, the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology, it's possible that you have to check this. I just don't have enough information about that particular thing, but you got to make sure you're in a specialty that is eligible to have a palliative care subspecialty. And I think they've tried to make it pretty broad. So, but it hasn't always been that way. So, and then of course now fellowship training is required for certification, which is just a year. But I think I've gained a lot from my 1 year at the NIH when I did my fellowship there, and also worked in Washington, D.C. hospices. And anyway, so that's number one, the requisite training so that you can have an understanding of the emotional, mental needs of patients in hospice and palliative care settings. And then having also the training and grounding in psychiatry writ large, all range of crises that come before, you know, psych professionals in various settings. I think that's a great combination, and I don't like what the future will hold on that. You will determine it, co-determine it with others. But and then, you know, I think psychedelic assisted therapies, you know, they have homes in both of those specialties. There's lots of education courses and research and centers now. And, you know, there's like, residencies in programs, academic programs that have psychedelic centers of training. When I did my residency at NYU, they were doing the NYU psilocybin cancer anxiety study there. And so because I was in residency there, I could kind of start to attend those meetings and learn about psilocybin for cancer patients back when I was, you know, still very busy with residency, but I had some time every now and then to get engaged with other projects and kind of follow along and see what I could do to help. So that utilizing your training years as an opportunity to kind of get engaged with other, because they always want some volunteers or help. You know, residents are very good like that. Your salary's taken care of. You just got to do that work, but you always have to have some kind of QI or research project or do something. And this is a good way to do that. So then, I don't know. I think there's medicine, like anything, and this is true for any other thing in medicine. Experience matters. Many cases, running it through over and over, seeing a cluster, seeing drug interactions, seeing adverse outcomes, and how to manage those, and positive outcomes, and when to expect that. So you will grow your comfort with experience, and that's what we call a practice. So I do think ketamine-assisted therapies should be utilized widely in mental health and palliative care. It's way underutilized, and and there's regulatory. There are a few rules around Schedule III drugs, but they're, you know, it's not insurmountable. And many training with somebody or getting experience in that, I think, would be critical. Is what I would recommend, because you could already start to think about these models, because you're you know, around how to deal with extraordinary experiences and in patients who are dealing with a lot of other issues. But ketamine, by the way, is more forgiving than psilocybin. Like, you can use it in an organ failure. You know, it's shorter acting duration of effect. So, but it's still it's good practice.
I think that is it for all the questions. Thank you so much again. I really appreciate you taking the time out to answer my questions as well.
My email address here. I know I couldn't get to everybody, so if you can send me your question on email, I'll try to answer it. I'm sorry we ran out of time.
Any last words you'd like to impart before we go on break?
Oh no, thank you so much. I feel like you guys is what an amazing medical school to be supporting students to develop this kind of conference for years. It must be where tell your school to start a ketamine assisted therapy program like that. There's no reason not to do that. It would be great training for the medical students, and obviously could do some good for the patients in the community. So that's my last words. Just let's be very practical and grounded where you're at. Obviously, there's all these like larger legal concerns and ethical issues going around, but like, what can you do in your community and with what we already have on hand, so that people can get some relief and some healing and have one more and of course, psychedelics is the only thing in the world. People should learn to meditate, and they should go out in nature, and they should do all the other things. But medicine is medicine. That's what we're doing. It's a catalytic, has a catalytic property. So anyway, thank you so much for having me, and contact me if you have any other questions, okay?
Thank you so much, Dr. Aggarwal. Have a good one, okay? I really appreciate the time that you've taken, especially to have the discussion, all the questions.
Thank you. Okay.
I'll pass it off to Ayesha. Oh, Shivani.
So for our next event, we are excited to bring to you our artist showcase for the second year in a row. We have multiple multi-talented speakers, doctors, and students who have created work inspired by psychedelic art and music, and several of the collective themes that we've discussed here today. We will be transitioning into a display of their creativity momentarily. Please keep in mind that we are raffling off some work by one of our featured artists. Please keep an eye out on the chat box for attendance forms and instructions to enter. We will return for our next session at 2:30. Just give us a few seconds to get that up and running, and we should be good to go.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. So we are going to hear from our next speaker now. And so in the heart of Lambertville sits a historic firehouse with a new purpose, Baked by the River, an independent cannabis dispensary that focuses on the interdependence between people, the plant, and the community. At the helm is the founder, owner, and CEO, Jessie Marie Villars, a dedicated educator and activist who was fueled by her firsthand experience getting arrested for cannabis and then becomes one of the first NJMMP patients in the state. Villars utilizes cannabis and psychedelics to overcome opiate addiction, and for over a decade, she baked edibles to serve others in her community. Villars is proud to create a safe and inclusive work environment that employs individuals with legacy experience who have been harmed by the war on drugs, and she pays a living wage as a starting salary. In addition to running daily operations at her dispensary, she continues to volunteer her time for social equity programs, advocating for those who are still criminalized for cannabis, and testifying to the state for home cultivation, improving social equity funding, and legislation. Give it up for Jessie Marie Villars.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm honored to be a speaker today with the Psychedelic Medicine Conference. I've been getting more into the psychedelic sphere recently, and I'm really excited to be sharing how psychedelics have helped me on my professional journey. As I'm starting up, just want to make sure that my microphone's okay. Everyone hears me all right? Okay, perfect, awesome. So yeah, as was mentioned, I'm Jessie Marie. I'm the founder, owner, and CEO of Baked by the River Dispensary. We're a woman-owned legacy to legal dispensary in Lambertville, New Jersey. We've been open for over a year now, and it's been incredible. My dispensary is a break from the norm in the industry, and we live by the understanding of taking care of your people and of the plant over prioritizing profit. And we went, in the introduction day, they went into lovely details of like how we try and do that with who we hire and what we pay, and also the type of products that we feature on our shelves. So I'll dive more into that as well. But yeah, we are an independently owned small business, and we are a legacy to legal operation. I'm also a certified peer specialist and a harm reduction advocate. I'm a member of the New Jersey Psychedelic Coalition. I've worked with the New Jersey Psychedelic League, and I've testified at the State House numerous times over the past year in favor of psychedelic legalization in the Garden State. It's been a pretty extraordinary 5 years, going from a black market dealer living month to month, working multiple jobs just to make ends meet, to now owning and operating a successful state licensed dispensary. And the journey has not been an easy one. So that's what I'm here to talk about today, is how psychedelics, specifically psilocybin, has helped me in my professional journey. My professional journey has also been a journey in recovery for me. So I wanted to give the heads up at the beginning of this talk that I'm going to be diving into some heavier topics, including drug addiction, grief, and loss. Hopefully my story can inspire others who might not think they fit the industry standard of what it takes to start a business, and share how using plant medicine in my journey not only helped me overcome significant hurdles, but also gave me the lived experience to be able to better understand and share the knowledge and healing potentials of both cannabis and psilocybin. One quick caveat, as we're starting, before legal reasons, I want to mention that I'm not encouraging anyone to do anything illegal. Please look into the legality in your area to determine what the laws are and what you're able to do. But if you have any questions along the way, please feel free to write them in the chat section as part of this meeting. I'll save time at the end of my talk to dive into that chat and see what your questions are and how many of them I can answer. But yeah, I'll start with the beginning of my journey. And one of my main reasons for wanting to open my dispensary was because I know firsthand the life-saving harm reduction potential cannabis has. As someone who's lost too many friends and loved ones to the opioid epidemic, one of the most impactful statistics for me is from a 2021 study published by the British Medicine Journal, which shows a 21% reduction in opioid overdoses in a county level after a dispensary opens. I'm proud to say that I've been in recovery for 11 years from opioid addiction. I was lucky enough to have access to psilocybin and cannabis in my life, and that helped me start my path on recovery. When I was 21 years old, I was at the height of my drug addiction. I was a college dropout due to my arrest record. I was couch hopping. I had survived more than one close call and turned to dealing harder drugs to support my own addiction. Psychologists use stages of recovery to describe where someone's at in their addiction. And at this point, I was still in the stage where I didn't acknowledge there was even a problem, and I had no desire to change. It was a slow suicide, and I didn't love myself enough to care. I just assumed and accepted that I wouldn't live long, and so I was living my life to the extremes. I traveled to Bolivia as part of my drug addiction when I was 21. And when I traveled to Bolivia with the cocaine dealer I'd been dating at the time, my intention was definitely not to get clean. Honestly, when I got to Bolivia, I kind of thought I would never come back. There was a whole culture in San Pedro of drug hostels and addicted tourists who would come on vacation and never return. And I had an easy setup, getting myself readily into rooms I should not have been in with people who didn't remotely care about my well-being. This realistically could have been the end of my journey, and nearly was at times. But at one of my favorite clubs in Bolivia, I made friends with an old tobacco farmer, Edgar. He rolled the fattest cigars each night and would smoke them with anyone who wanted to join for a conversation. I frequently joined and loved his company. Our cigars together felt like a calm amidst the storm for me, and I think he realized that. The more I got talking with him, and he started opening up to me more about how he was quite a spiritual man. For him, smoking tobacco was a spiritual process. The farm where he grew the tobacco, a spiritual place. And as I learned, a place where he grew more than just tobacco, for spiritual use. He invited me out to his farm for a weekend ceremony, and being at the point in my life where I'd say yes to just about anything, I jumped at the opportunity. I joined Edgar and a group of Venezuelan hikers for a weekend of heavy tobacco smoking and a hero dose of psilocybin mushrooms. The psychedelic trip I had was not an easy one. I ended up having to separate from the group because having company around me became overwhelming. I ended up in a quiet corner behind Edgar's home and got lost looking at my reflection in a window pane. I watched how my reflection dissolved into my surroundings. And on a stranger's farm in a beautiful country, I experienced ego death. I no longer experienced myself as a distinct being, but as part of a much larger energy and consciousness, connected to the universe and to all other beings. I was part of everything and felt an experience of deep love and a sense of caring for everything and everyone. And in the broader perspective, I saw how the way I was treating myself and the slow suicide I was living out with my addiction was creating conflict. I felt this inherent link between myself and everything around me, and a sense that everything was existing in support of everything else. But it made me realize how the ways I was currently living weren't in congruence with that flow, and I wasn't able to actively be a part or give back to it in ways that felt good. There was a strong desire for everything around me to exist in peace and be okay. And in order for me to fit into that, I had to love, protect, and care for my energy in that matrix as well, instead of continuing to let my energy dwindle to nothing. I came down from that trip, and I was never able to use drugs the same way again. I wasn't immediately in recovery, but it was an undeniable new understanding that my drug use was a problem, and I didn't want to stay in addiction. Each time I used after that, I now had this visceral feeling that what I was doing was harmful, and I wasn't ready to die yet. I knew I couldn't keep treating myself that way and living that lifestyle. It was a strong emotional reset. I left Bolivia, and I came back to the United States, and I started my journey in recovery. When I got back to the States, I started to get clean using cannabis for withdrawal symptoms and pain, and psilocybin microdosing to fortify my mental reset. My approach for macrodosing was to follow up with a few months of microdosing. I'm looking forward to more research and clinical trials to give scientifically supported guidance and dosing guidance for taking psilocybin. But at this time in my recovery, that wasn't available. So I delved into as much information as I could around using psychedelics that was available online, talked with the psychedelic communities I could connect with. And for me, I've personally found it beneficial taking an intentional larger macrodose when life tells me I need it, like maybe once every 5-10 years type thing. and then follow up with periods of microdosing as a way to reinforce those new connections in my mind made during that initial macrodose. The microdosing for me personally was taking 1/10 of a macrodose level twice a week. This is what I did after coming back from Bolivia, and the approach I've taken with psychedelics ever since. I'm really looking forward to more research on the different benefits and different dosing levels and clearer guidance on the frequency in which to use them. But anecdotally, this approach of macrodosing and microdosing has been very beneficial for me. So this time in my life, I come back from Bolivia, I'm using cannabis and psilocybin in recovery. I'm back in New Jersey. I am newly sober. I'm a college dropout with an arrest record, dealing with chronic pain and illness. I was microdosing through this period and using cannabis to help with the pain and staying clean, all while my friends continued to use harder drugs around me. Watching my friends and loved ones in addiction continue to suffer really made me want to shout from the rooftops about the life-saving potential of plant medicine. I feel like my perspective was expanding to develop resilience and gratitude in life at a time where life was really not that easy. It was the early 2000s and I was struggling with homelessness. I'd gotten a new diagnosis of chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy. And I was arrested again, this time for cannabis possession. And this was all in my first year of being clean from heroin addiction. And from experience, I can tell you that first year in sobriety is almost universally a very raw and difficult time in a person's life. For me, microdosing for mental resiliency and using cannabis for chronic pain and recovery after multiple surgeries that year helped me stay clean. And it was not just staying clean. The mushrooms helped me process the trauma of years of addiction, helped me compartmentalize my addiction cravings to not respond impulsively. And I think maybe most importantly, helped spark hope for some potential for a future. That hope was a major one for me because I never saw myself as someone living past her early 20s. Many of those I was living with at the time didn't either. I was having this incredible transformation while others around me, loved ones and friends who I'd survived with for years, were in heartbreaking ways still very stuck in their same pathways of addiction. I'm of the generation where we've been to more funerals than weddings. Through my 20s, I lost 8 friends to opioid addiction. I believe the perspective change I gained through microdosing in early sobriety from opioid addiction helped me develop the mindset and resiliency to process the grief I was experiencing again and again through the loss of all these folks. And instead of getting stuck in a version of survivor's guilt, that experience fueled my activism. I became a cannabis activist. I was one of the early on cannabis patients in the state, and it broke my heart that I had access to cannabis while other people who could use it instead of their opioids, could use it in life-saving ways, weren't qualifying. Their conditions didn't qualify them for prescription. So my activism started to try and expand the medical marijuana program here in New Jersey. And I'm really, really proud that in 2018, due to the activism of a lot of different patients in the state, the medical program did expand to include opioid use disorder as one of the qualifying conditions, which is life-saving. And I continued my activism as legalization came on the perspective as well. I've also participated in a lot of psychedelic activism. In the 2010s, it was mostly connecting with psychedelic communities and being able to tap into those networks. But now later on, we're now advocating again for legalization at the state level with the NJ Psychedelic Coalition. But it's been a trip going before state legislators to discuss substances that were still illegal, for which I'd been arrested for in the past, but stressing how they could be used in recovery from opioid addiction. The opioid epidemic was killing so many in our state and still is, and the options for recovery available not sufficient for many who are still struggling. So I'm still advocating and testifying at the state level these days. And I'm very excited for the potential of clinical trials coming to New Jersey to utilize psilocybin for the treatment of opioid use disorder. So after psilocybin helped me in my first year of recovery. I didn't use psilocybin again for 7 years after that. It's not an addictive substance. So it wasn't like I was replacing one addiction with another. It wasn't hard to stop microdosing. I just did. I didn't need it during the time. As I've been told by wiser psychonauts than I, if and when you need them, the mushrooms will call you back. So during that 7 years, I continued with cannabis activism, psychedelic activism. I was baking edibles to provide compassionate care in my community and working multiple jobs just to make ends meet. When my cannabis activism turned to activism in support of legalization, my focus also started to expand. I saw an ability to spread the healing potential of edibles and cannabis that I've been providing for years much further and make this life-saving harm reduction option more accessible. I also saw the hedge fund guys who were racing to get a stake their claim of their own and be a part of this industry at the get-go. And I didn't want to see just an industry of corporate suits. I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to see more people who've been part of cannabis culture and who've directly been harmed by prohibition, running the grows and running the dispensaries in the state. Did I have any experience in starting a corporation? No. Did I have the expected expertise to be able to get through the state licensing process and regulatory board? Definitely not. What I did have was the motivation, the passion, a good reason for doing it, and nothing to lose. I had this idea of starting my cannabis business, and I was getting excited and building up the motivation to start my LLC. I was 28 years old. And here's where my story, once again, gets a little heavy and gets into grief again. While I was thinking of starting my own cannabis business, I did what I always did when I'm about to make a big decision in my life. I talked to my mom, Jill Strickler. She supported me, told me that whatever I put my mind and heart into, I could accomplish and do great things with, and even make a real impact. I didn't know it at the time, but that was the last conversation I would have with my mom. She got what we think was a mosquito-borne brain infection and passed away 10 days later. This stopped me in my tracks. I took the time I needed. I was experiencing extreme grief, struggling with suicidality, and seriously considering relapse. This is when the mushrooms called me back. I said I'd give myself the chance to macrodose before going back to heroin again. Y'all, I drove to Trenton for shrooms instead of heroin. I can't describe to you how significant a moment in my life that was. Real shout out to the shops providing plant medicine. Your billboards on the side of the highway make me smile every time because I know from personal experience how they are saving lives. That is harm reduction. So after I set myself up with a very intentional macrodose, set myself up by the river. I had the most intense visual hallucinations during this trip that I've ever experienced in my life. I was in a hammock outside, and the branches of the tree in front of me turned into a visual representation of the branches of my inner self. I saw the branches interacting with each other and supporting each other. I saw the branches that were bearing too much weight and the branches that could help carry that burden if I let them. I saw the branches that directly grew because of my mom, which carried some of her character traits that I most loved and respected. I connected with the many ways I carry her on with me. My mom was a huge support for me through recovery, and I saw how I could be a support for others too. I cried and I processed the grief for those I had lost, but I left that psychedelic trip motivated and on a mission like I'd never been before. It was not even an option if I could relapse anymore. Not an option. I had a mission to accomplish and my mother's memory to carry on. I was going to advocate for harm reduction in the best way that I knew how, by providing life-saving alternatives. I did a long journal entry after that macrodose, and I still go back and reread that journal entry on occasion when I need inspiration. I was working with a therapist who helped me with the integration after this trip, and who was there for me as I continued to microdose twice weekly for a period of time. And thank God for that microdosing. As I was starting my business, I'm not sure I would have stayed as resilient through it otherwise, because as any cannabis entrepreneur can tell you, it is not easy or straightforward starting a cannabis business in the state. So after this trip, I went ahead and I formed my LLC. I brought edible baking and cannabis services out of the shadows, out of the black market, and into this lovely gray market period. Cannabis had been legalized, but the industry not set up yet. So people were getting flexible with it. I had my cannabis education course, my edible baking tutorials that I was putting up on YouTube and social media, and I was expanding my compassionate care services. Through the videos I was putting out online, I connected with the owners of a local French restaurant, Manon, Sue and Jean-Michel, old hippies with great hearts. They'd shut down during the pandemic, were retiring, and decided to sell the building. But before they sold, they asked if I wanted to use their kitchen for edibles baking and their restaurant for my educational courses and events alongside a local mutual aid group. And y'all, this was like such a wonderful pilot startup of what we want to create again. We were doing 3-course catered infused meals, open consumption on a beautiful patio out back, educational events. We did baking events, how to utilize cannabis for sexual health, how to utilize cannabis in chronic pain. It was such a beautiful setup and like kind of idyllic. But it really did help us build the community and the connections that I'd need for success for my business down the line. And like with many idyllic setups, didn't last forever. We got a cease and desist from our local police office and local mayor, and said if we kept going, we'd have criminal action. So cease and desist. And not only did we get the cease and desist, but the mayor actually also was introducing an ordinance that would ban all cannabis businesses from the city of Lambertville. I was blown away by that. We are a super stoner friendly town. And so I gave the mayor a call and talked to her about my plans and how I wanted to be a small business in our town and I'm local. And she told me that I shouldn't speak publicly on it because I'd make a fool of myself, and that I should just drop the issue. Oh, that lit a fire under my butt. I came out, I got all of my supporters from our setup in town. I got all of my customers from back in the day, and we stormed the city council meeting. We were like some 80 people out in support, and they tabled that ban and instead introduced an ordinance to allow for cannabis businesses like mine, which was wild, and not an easy process as well. So after getting through all that, everyone in town is now looking at me asking, so when are you going to open? It was such an uphill battle for us, just even from the start. Like, we got the ordinance, but I've never been a rich person. This was our one opportunity. So we started navigating a highly predatory and risky application process, and we put everything on the line. We dodged horrible, predatory investors, got through losing our property and changing locations after going through the local application process, got through threats of lawsuits, and got through larger corporations trying to shut us down before we even opened. If you're not familiar with the cannabis industry, this is not out of the norm. The fact that I was able to open and stay independent is kind of a minor miracle. The vast majority of social equity businesses like mine, unfortunately, don't make it across the finish line. But we are so grateful to not have only made it to open, but importantly, we did so without losing control of the business. People ask me all the time, what was my secret? How did I do it? The reality is, I just stayed true to myself and stayed resilient through the process. And psilocybin really helped with that. I was microdosing this whole period, and it did help me stay on a path that my passions were guiding me towards. I wasn't going to sell out. It would go against my reasons for doing this, and ultimately would put me in a situation where I might not feel good about the impact I was having. It helped me stay true to myself and my values, because I knew the emotional dissonance of selling out would break me in the long term if I did. Psilocybin lets you take a step back from the automatic trauma or stress responses, and instead, it helps you see the situation from a more broad perspective and take time to evaluate your different paths forward. Realizing how much microdosing helped me through the application process, it's also a tool I've leaned back into while running my business. Definitely for mental fortitude, but honestly, I also just want to add, because it really is an effective treatment for TMJ disorder. I used to clench so badly that my jaw would seize shut, and now after years of trying every treatment, the solution came to me through microdosing psilocybin. So quick shout out to the researchers and the students listening in right now for the Psychedelic Med Conference, because I would love someone to do a study on psilocybin for TMJ disorder. But that's a whole different topic, and I won't dive into that in this talk, because back to my professional journey. Not only has psilocybin really helped me roll with the punches and respond more mindfully in stressful situations, but it also helped me notice and readdress some of the harmful, societally reinforced, ingrained ways of thinking that are so prevalent in the business spheres. A big one for me was imposter syndrome. In an industry dominated by rich men with business degrees, I'm frequently underestimated. To this day, people don't assume when they see me that I'm the owner or CEO of my dispensary. We've had meetings where businessmen I want to work with would talk to my partner first or my male employees, assuming that one of them was the decision maker. It would get to me at times, and it still does. I'm a young woman, a college dropout with an arrest record, a person in addiction recovery. I have been underestimated every step of the way on my career path. And at this point, if someone's foolish enough to underestimate me, you know I'm using that to my advantage. But it's important to find ways to fortify ourselves, to challenge self-doubt, to challenge internalized classism, sexism, racism, etc., and to combat the harmful societal standards that keep those in power, sometimes in spite of the naysayers. Especially now, in times where DEI initiatives are being stripped across the country. You know, psilocybin continues to help me break out of the mental barriers and limitations brought on by being different from the norm, and instead see these differences as strengths. I wish more of the people in power would intentionally take some psilocybin and start addressing their biases, because it's amazing what we can accomplish when we come together and see the value of diverse perspectives. We are so much more than just the ways society classifies us. How we think, why we think the ways we do, and then the ways we move are what actually have an effect. My best bit of advice: never let someone underestimating you limit what you try to do. So we, as a small business, up against large corporations in this industry, have again and again had to think outside the box. We are small, we are independent. The models and systems for success that large corporations use are not going to work for us. We have failed if we tried. So we set up very differently. As one of the first dispensaries in the state, our setting up differently has helped push against the corporate standard for the industry statewide. The cannabis industry, much like the future psychedelic industry, will be shaped largely by the initial players, which is why it is so important to be conscious and mindful of decisions we make and their rippling effects. I tried to be mindful each step of the way, setting up with the simple standard of taking care of people and plant over prioritizing profit. Because of that, I now run a successful dispensary, set up to pay a living wage to all my employees. We are the highest paying dispensary in the state. We prioritize employees who've been harmed by the war on drugs and prioritize working with small independent cannabis farms whose practices we trust. When I brought on people with arrest records, I got such pushback. I was told that they would rob me. I was told that they'd scare the customers. I was told, why are you hiring people that look like drug dealers? Actually, from people in the cannabis industry. I was told I should really lean into a more professional standard. But guess what? Professional standards are definitely not where you're getting the best weed. The folks I brought on are geniuses in their own right. Cannabis experts with different backgrounds of expertise who really take the time, explain the plant, and get into any questions folks have. That part of the culture where you got to sit on your dealer's couch and dive into it, we wanted to keep that and elevate it. And the response has been overwhelmingly positive. When I said I wanted to pay a living wage, I was told we'd fail in the first few months. Depends on what your priorities are. Any dispensary, every dispensary in the state can set up with a standard of being able to allocate what's coming in to be able to take care of everyone on their team. There is enough to go around. The fact that I, as an independent small business, can afford to pay a living wage. Do not tell me that the larger corporations in the state can make an excuses that they wouldn't be able to afford it. It's just what your priorities are and what's important to you. I was a retail worker my entire life. I never got paid a living wage. I always got paid minimum wage or very close to it. Always struggled to make ends meet. Guess what? When you pay people enough to live in the community that they work and be part of it, they stick with you. And they stick with you in really inspiring and uplifting ways. And in ways that customers realize, like we get some of the best reviews for my bud tenders and for the people that work at Baked by the River, because they all are like personally invested in it at this point too, and are building careers within this industry because of it, which is so awesome to see. And then also when I, as a dispensary owner, started advocating for legalized home grow. I've always been an activist. These are all things that it was a no-brainer to me. Like I started as an activist, I'm going to keep doing these things. But when I, as a dispensary owner, kept advocating for home grow, I was told I was going to get destroyed by the big players in the industry. The people warning me were not wrong. There were definitely some threats, but we got through it. And in the long term, it did end up being one of the best business decisions I could have made. Because at first when I was advocating for home grow, doing it publicly, there was definitely some of the larger corporations that were the only corporations that I could buy from at the very beginning of my dispensary being open. There were some predatory deals that got delivered to my doorstep that I just narrowly avoided. Always read those wholesale agreements with a fine-tooth comb. But in the long term, it actually got me connections with some of the best home growers who have the best genetics from the legacy market in the state. The folks that all the growers in the state would love to be able to work with. The genetics that all the stoners in the state want to be able to see on the dispensary shelves. And so now that these legacy growers, these home growers, are coming to the market and being featured and prioritized as the legacy to legal top end shelf, we've actually gotten multiple of the legacy cultivators tell the folks that they're working with that they need to be the first drop with Baked by the River. Baked by the River was the one that stood up from the get-go. And so we've been actually able to form a really solid connection of some of the best in the state. Because again, that's not coming from that corporate suit standard. That's coming from that person with the passion, maybe in their basement, figuring out what's going to work best for them. So another decision I made quickly, especially after avoiding some of those predatory things with the larger corporations in the state, I made the decision to not feature cannabis coming from large multi-state operators because I did not trust their practices. I was told it'd be impossible because they made up 90% of the market. But again, this decision, one of the best decisions I could have made for my business long term. I took the risk. The MSO, the corporate product is definitely the cheapest stuff out there. It's definitely comes in at a lower expense, but I wanted to work with independent small farmers whose practices I trusted, because I have visited the different cultivation and manufacturing facilities in the state. If you are irradiating moldy weed, I won't sell your weed, period. I'm a medical patient. If there is weed that I wouldn't smoke myself, I would not sell it on my shelf. It's just a basic standard, you'd think. But again, a standard that really significantly goes against the norm. I'm not sure there are many dispensaries. I don't think there are actually any other dispensaries in the state that don't have any MSO flower on their shelf. And it took time to get it off because they were the only ones available at the first. But now working with entirely independent growers, having a highly curated shelf space of weed that I am entirely proud to be selling and businesses that I am entirely proud to be working with, feels so much more authentic and so much just better for the folks that are coming in, for me, for my bud tenders working behind the shelf. Like, we can talk honestly with passion about the ways that these strains help us, and also just the craft and the art behind what's bringing them to market and the masterminds in these different independent craft farms in the state. And it's set my dispensary apart. We are now a really niche, different experience that people travel from across the state to seek out. And also cultivators go out of their way to try and get on my shelf because I only feature the best of the best. And so instead of having to track down and desperately try and get new strains on my shelf, they come to me now. Because again, I made that risk. And I said, no, I'm going to stick to my standards and I'm going to do what feels right to me. And that was definitely a risk. Another big difference about my business and how we run it is our marketing is an entire revolt against marketing standards in the cannabis industry. I'm not a big fan of a lot of cannabis marketing. I hate marketing that leans into addictive tendencies to try and make more money. As a harm reduction advocate, that goes against everything I stand for and every reason I had for opening. I'm not going to market to try and get addictive, folks coming back in that way. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to collect cell phone numbers to constantly spam people's phones with text messages every time the algorithm dictates we could influence a craving. Not going to do it. I think I'm probably one of the few dispensaries in the state that doesn't use people's cell phones in this way, because most also make a huge side profit selling the data of those customers. So be mindful when you're giving your phone number out. I'm not listed on Weed Maps because they have a predatory setup that I refuse to pay into. Just a lot of these standards for marketing in the larger industry that I was told absolute requirements for being able to succeed. Like, you're not gonna, you will fail without them. It just didn't feel right, and I didn't want to do it. So we did what we always did. We leaned into the community. We got local events going. We got local collaborations with the small businesses in my surrounding community. We got collaborations with the small independent farms that I was proud to work with. And instead of leaning into a quick one-time, we're going to get this customer back, I've got an ongoing and sustainable customer base that builds on itself at this point. Because I wasn't going to lean into the marketing tactics that folks are complaining about at this point from a lot of the other cannabis businesses in the state. And again, I was told that that was just not how people do it. Like, it's not going to work for you. And I was like, I don't really set my standards up by how other people do it, because I move in different ways, and that's been working for me. But all these decisions were made while microdosing. And I think the underlying theme of all of them is me avoiding the emotional dissonance of acting in a way that's not true to my beliefs. That can be a really anxiety-provoking thing, like, especially when you're paving a new norm and everyone around you is telling you that you're going to fail. But each of these choices definitely did give me considerable anxiety. But I was anxiety and not let it take my path forward. While microdosing, I could mindfully acknowledge my present emotions, see how they were influencing my thought processes, and make a conscious choice on what to do. It also really kept this barrier up in me of not leaning into business practices that went against my morality. There is this spot in my gut that gets all bundled up if I go too capitalistic. And I think the mushrooms helped me realize that feeling I'd get from going against my values would, in the long term, be so much worse for my mental health than the short-term anxiety of taking the risk of being true to myself. But it was a lot of anxiety and stress. And whether you're starting a business or if you're getting approvals for new research, getting involved in government processes, or taking on the challenge of helping to shape a new industry, or all of the above. No matter where your professional journey takes you, there's going to be stress and loss and anxiety and high-stakes moments. Being able to stay level-headed and resilient through it all, and not let the stress-filled emotions cloud your judgment and the ability to make the best decision for the long-term well-being of yourself and your business, is essential. Making decisions in line with your values, so what you're doing and where you work stay true to who you are. You're the person who's going to be there every day. You're the person who's going to be sharing what you create with the world. Let it be something you feel good about. Psilocybin helped me with addiction, PTSD, grief, pain, TMJ disorder, and in general, the daily stresses and small business crises that come with being an entrepreneur. If using psilocybin for mental health, it's always best to find support through professional or spiritual guidance, and something that I've definitely sought out in my time, especially when going through heavier things and using psychedelics and psilocybin to help with those. But if you're curious about using psilocybin for yourself on your professional journey, I'd recommend, again, not doing anything illegal. We're going to caveat with that. Look up the legality in the area. Always have to say this for legal reasons. But actually, like, if this is something you're looking into, seek guidance. Conferences like this, the Psychedelic Med Conference, there are a lot more in the state starting up right now. It's incredible to see. Psychedelic therapists. I'm part of the mailing list for the Psychedelic Therapy Association here in New Jersey. Denise she's I believe the head of the Psychedelic Therapy Association, and she is phenomenal. And someone who, and like everyone in that group is phenomenal, and like the talks they do, so educational. There are so many psychedelic books out there. Do the deep dive, listen to the documentaries, being able to understand the difference in what you're trying to get out of your mushroom releases, understanding the difference between the reasons for doing a macrodose versus the reasons for a microdosing protocol. Being able to ask questions with people who have experience, it's so important. And then also, if you're going to go down this path, make a plan and be very intentional about it. I know folks that use psilocybin recreationally, and no judgment. But like for me, when I'm using it, I like to be intentional about it, because it's something that I can build off of then. It's something that I am like building resiliency through. And when I say be intentional about it, is like make a planned time to be able to do it, make a safe space to be able to do it within. Know the reason and know where you're getting it, and the dosing level that's proper and appropriate for what you're trying to seek. But also being intentional about what you're trying to get out of it. Like if you start your psilocybin trip or microdose in a way that's trying to process something, like you can intentionally dive deeper into that, which can be so helpful. And then once again, I said this before, but journaling afterwards, game changer. That's a part of integration every time for me. Journaling afterwards, just to be able to write down everything that has come to me through that trip, and be able to go back to it and reference back to it. And I've got journal entries that I still go back to from time to time, especially in times of stress, to realign with my values and my reasons for being. And then also seek community. There are so many folks, and again, folks like are here today in the Psychedelic Medicine Conference, people that are being activists in the state right now, psychedelic communities that want to talk about different therapy modalities. Find your community within the psychedelic community, or build your community and bring the psychedelic conversation to that community. It's something that can benefit so many people from so many different backgrounds. And having a community to be able to come back to, talk to, and build resilience with is so helpful, and especially important in times like these. One of the communities that I am so grateful and honestly honored to be a part of is the NJ Psychedelic Coalition here in New Jersey. That's been a lot of my focus for activism for the past year, and have been testifying at the state level multiple times over as a patient advocate and someone in recovery from opioid addiction, to try and advocate for psychedelic legalization. And although the push forward for psychedelic legalization in New Jersey seems to have hit some bumps in the road, which legal processes frequently do, we're still bulldozing through, and being able to bring this conversation to light to the different legislators in the state, to the different communities in the state, because honestly, we could all benefit from a little intentional psilocybin usage and psychedelic usage, in my opinion. But I wanted to open up the floor because I believe I've got about 10 minutes left, and I'm going to look at the chat now, and I'm going to see if we've got questions. Give me just a minute. Oh, I'm glad you like my wallpaper. I came very mushroomed ready for this. But questions, yes. Okay. Can you talk more about the importance of moving the bill S2283 forward in New Jersey? Gaetano, thank you so much for being a part of this. Gaetano, one of the like main guys to know for psychedelic legalization and movements forward here in New Jersey. Like, honestly, he's been someone I've known since the cannabis legalization days. Shout out to you, Gaetano. But the psilocybin bill, S2283, is the bill that is proposed for psychedelic legalization for medicinal use here in the state of New Jersey. Last year, it got a full bipartisan approval in the Senate Health Committee, the Assembly Health Committee, the Senate Budget Committee, the Assembly Budget Committee. Like, we had full bipartisan approval. We were going through. And it, again, hit some snags at the end of the year there. Honestly, I thought S2283 was going to be like on the books by the end of last year. I was really hoping for that. But we continue to push forward with that, and very much hope to see S2283 back on the legislative agendas this year. And it's something that everyone who is participating in this right now should honestly, seriously reach out to your legislators. Let them know that you are in support of psilocybin bill S2283. It can make a huge difference right now. It can get it back onto the agenda, back into the conversation, and make psilocybin for medicinal usage accessible to people in the state, which will save lives. Another conversation and potential that came out of a lot of the activism in the state around psilocybin, and one that I'm so excited to follow up on and learn more about, is the potential of a clinical trial coming to New Jersey to utilize psilocybin for treatment for folks struggling with opioid use disorder, which again, like, that's a real personal one for me, really one that hits home for me. And so, like, if we're able to, even on a clinical trial level, make that accessible to folks just to show that it can work from a scientific background. Like, me anecdotally, that's one thing. Let's get a study on it. Let's show people that this can actually work. Like, that has me excited, that has me inspired, and that has me wanting to continue to go to the State House and reach out to my legislators as much as I possibly can to advocate for more ways and better accessibility for psilocybin in the state. And if including home grow as part of psilocybin legalization in the state, a very, very important detail. Then I, like the cannabis industry, won't have to, after legalization, we won't have to keep advocating for home grow afterward, because we could have just done this all at the first bet, which I'm very much hoping with S2283. But there have been amendments to that bill and there have been changes. So I highly recommend diving in, reach out to your legislators on it. We need support on this bill. So next question. The New Jersey Medical Cannabis Patient Program. Oh, no, sorry. New Jersey cannabis medical patients have gone from a max of approximately 120K to around 70K. What innovative approaches can we put in place to get patients back into roles under a regulated environment? Medical cannabis as an employee benefit? Oh, yeah, no, that would be awesome. I mean, making cannabis available as a benefit, making substances like psilocybin, psychedelics, available as a benefit is a no-brainer to me. It's one of those things where it's a next step towards accessibility. If I can go and I can get an opioid, I can get a prescription for that, and that's going to be covered by my insurance company. If I'm someone who is in early stages of recovery, if I'm someone who has a disability, if I'm someone that has so much pain that I'm not able to work, low-income folks are gonna have to choose the covered option versus going out of their way to spend money on a plant treatment that is not covered by insurance. Which is why we need home grow, to make it accessible for folks so that they can provide for themselves, but also benefits and coverage, so that the med patients that aren't able to grow it themselves, it's not an easy thing to grow, can get access to it. And so, yeah, getting benefits for folks that are in the medical marijuana program and getting coverage for that in the state would be a game changer, and something that I'm actively looking into with my employees as well, because it just helps. And another way, making it accessible and also getting more people interested in being part of the medical marijuana program here in New Jersey, allowing patients to home grow. If it needs to be a patient standard at the get-go, that would get so many more people and caregivers into the medical marijuana program here in New Jersey. I was one of the medical marijuana. I was a patient since 2014. And so like in those days, it was so few and far between. There was like, I'd go to the dispensary and the whole staff would be excited that someone came in that day. Like it was a very different industry. It was a very restrictive program at the get-go. And so the more we can open it up and make it accessible and worthwhile for people to get into it, the more this life-saving potential gets out to the people that need it. And they've already done a lot to reduce the access points for the medical marijuana industry, including like reducing the patient fees that are required to renew. But we could definitely do a lot more. Awesome. Okay. Probably have time. Sorry, go right ahead.
No, you're good. Good, great. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us today. We do have a few more questions.
Yes.
And so we just want to ask, how do you feel that microdosing mushrooms has contributed to your resilience? And in what specific ways have you noticed it helping you cope with challenges or stress?
Certainly. So the way I put like my experience around microdosing is like if I'm microdosing and something throws me off in my day, whether it be a new stress in my business, whether it be something I didn't plan happening, something in the budget changed significantly, something threw me off in my day. Psilocybin helps me take a step back from the automatic response that I would have. Like sometimes maybe a customer's coming at me and I'm going to get real defensive. Or maybe I see like something changed on someone's website and I'm going to get real anxious and comparative about it. And it's like, no, okay. Let me step back from that initial response. Let me step back from something, for me, it might a trauma response or a stress response, and kind of see that stress response for what it is. See it as just the hormones and chemicals in my brain doing the things that they do best to try and protect me. And then move forward in ways that aren't necessarily dictated by that initial emotional response. I can take a step back, not be guided by that stress response, and instead be guided by the path forward that feels most true to me. And as someone who definitely deals with anxiety and stress, like being able to take a step back from that initial response is so important for me.
Definitely, that can be a challenge sometimes. Another question we have for you is, what are some pearls of wisdom you have for people interested in creating a non-traditional business that breaks the confines of current society? I really liked your discussion of how you were going against the grain in a lot of your different business practices.
My advice is do it. And in spite of them all, do it. Because like, honestly, we need more. It sets you up in a way where, like, again, it goes against the norm in a way that makes people want to, like, the people in power want to reject it, because they will tell you this is not how it's done. This is not the standard. This is not how corporations succeed. This is not how you're going to get your, like, and not my motivation. And so like, I like to surround myself with advisors who push me in different directions. I like to surround myself with people from a great diversity of backgrounds, who challenge me. and challenge me in the ways that make me better. Like the people who I surround myself with, these are not the person with the marketing degree and the person with the best business degree. These are the people whom I respect how they move, and I respect their ways of approaching this plan. I respect their ways. And so like that, those are the advisors I keep. And yeah, my best advice is do it, because you will feel it's so much more empowering to do it in the ways that are true to you. And like the ripple effects that'll come from it'll keep you going. Like my dispensary, the union guys in the state go out of their way to shop at my dispensary. I love it. Like we've created so many different niche communities and like tapped into so many communities that give my shop sustainability, give us a reason to feel awesome coming in every day. And yeah, so my best advice is do it. And don't let any of the naysayers or the people that would otherwise underestimate you tell you that it's not going to work. Take that with a grain of salt and do what you know is right for you.
You're putting your answers together so well. I love them all. And I think that's so important that people do go out and just do it. And so what helps you stay confident on your unique path?
Ooh, I like that question. So I'm not at base a real confident person, actually. That's something I've struggled with my whole life. I don't have great self-confidence. And so that was actually my New Year's intention of last year, was to try and move with more confidence. And again, I think this is another area where microdosing has helped me, because like my low self-confidence stemmed from places that weren't relevant anymore. And being able to like take the step back of like that automatic, oh no, I'm not that good. Oh no, I'm lesser. Oh no, that's not me. Being able to take a step back from that automatic response. Like, why? Why isn't that me? Why couldn't that be me? Oh, like I'm kind of my own worst critic in a lot of really limiting ways. If I can just step back from that limiting perspective, acknowledge it, like that came from somewhere. I'm feeling those feelings for a reason, but not let it limit my path forward, is important. And confidence is still something that I work to build these days. But staying in the moment, being mindful of the present, and questioning those moments of self-doubt, because like that is something that for a lot of folks is ingrained in a societal way. So like, let's question that.
Thank you so much for your time today and for sharing your story with us. I think it was really insightful. And I think that intention of confidence is coming through very well.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity to speak here today. I got over my imposter syndrome and I came through to the Psych Med conference. And I'm so grateful for you all. I'm so grateful for you hosting this conference as well. Again, continuing the discussion and creating a community around these discussions is so incredible. So thank you.
And on that note, we are going to move into our break.
Our next talk will be starting at 3:45, so we'll see you guys back here in about 10 minutes to introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, welcome back from the break. We are on to our last but certainly not least, speaker. Who we have is Dr. Jacob Appel. He is currently professor of psychiatry and medical education at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai in New York City, where he's the director of ethics education and psychiatry, associate director of the Academy for Medicine and Humanities, and the medical director of the mental health clinic at the East Harlem Health Outreach Program. Dr. Appel is the author of 5 literary novels, 10 short story collections, an essay collection, a cozy mystery, a thriller, 2 volumes of poems, and a compendium of dilemmas in medical ethics. He is a vice president and treasurer of the National Book Critics Circle, co-chair of the Group of Advancement of Psychiatry's Committee on Psychiatry and Law, and a counselor of the New York County Psychiatric Society and of the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law. Without further ado, Dr. Jacob Appel on psychedelics and the law.
Thank you. I realize for many of you, I am the only obstacle either before happy hour or before a football game. I can live with that, and I appreciate the introduction to my mother. I'm still her son who's not the rabbi, so it's all contextual. I hate to say this, but after that really inspirational lecture from the previous speaker on all the great things going on, as the lawyer, I'm going to give you all the bad news. So hopefully it won't be too discouraging. I will add one more thought before I share my slides, which is everything I share in this lecture was true as of 3 weeks ago. There is a new administration coming with very different views on psilocybin. And as a result of that, everything I tell you may not be true tomorrow, let alone next month. It is clear that the possibly likely incoming Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert Kennedy Jr., has very different views on some of these issues. Elon Musk is well known to have very different views on some of these issues. But I will add my one caution. As much as you may believe that psilocybin should be deregulated, there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. Because the right way will do it will ensure that, for example, medical providers who offer services are covered by their malpractice insurance, and consumers are covered by their health insurance. And the wrong way to do it is simply to open the floodgates and lead to chaos. So what may seem good at the surface may be a double-edged sword. I will just leave that out there for thought. That being said, let me share my slides. And hopefully you can see these. I will make them bigger. Can you all see that? Great. I'm trying to make it so I can see you, but that may be more difficult. There we go. Oh, good. I can at least see some of you. So I will, so I'm going to go to the beginning of my lecture, sorry, to the end of my lecture. The other bad news is, even though I will try to make this as interesting as possible, and I promise I will stop by 4:30 to take some questions, is that you need to have some background on the law, and we're going to put this in context, which for those of you who are in medical school or those of you who are simply sampling the product may not be very interested in, but I will try to make it as simple and palatable as possible. So I want to briefly review the regulation of psychedelic substances. Then I'm going to talk a bit about how this relates to the standard of care in clinical practice. And then I specifically want to talk about some of the medical legal issues that arise in the use of psychedelic substances, particularly related to 2 things: malpractice law and a legal concept called the respected minority doctrine that you probably have never heard of, but will become very important in a few minutes. I'll begin by mentioning that in general, the licensing of physicians did not begin in a meaningful way until the late 19th century. Even though New York State was the first state to actually license physicians in 1806, the states that licensed them in the early 19th century actually revoked licensing by the late 19th century under pressure from homeopaths and doctors who believed in non-traditional approaches. So by 1860, the United States had a physician for every 571 people, most of them with no training, who simply hung up a shingle. And that context matters because a lot of the regulation we see is a backlash against that unregulated era. So how did we get here? And that, for those of you who don't recognize it, is Timothy Leary under arrest. I imagine many of you have listened to Jefferson Airplane. Hopefully I'm not that old. So you probably remember from medical school or similar education lessons all the various ways in which currently illicit substances like cocaine and heroin were used in medication. Regulation of pharmaceuticals actually begins as early as the early 19th century with the regulation of smallpox vaccines. But the most significant incident involves a horse named Jim, and we actually have a picture of the horse, that is Jim. And in 1901, I believe, there was an epidemic of tetanus in the United States. Why? Because Jim was the horse the United States government and various agencies used to harness the diphtheria antitoxin that they used to treat diphtheria and to make vaccines out of. As a result of which, since Jim also had tetanus, a number of children who got the diphtheria vaccine also came down with tetanus and died. And this led to the first effort at regulating biologics in 1902. Shortly thereafter, the federal government stepped in more broadly and it passed the Food and Drug Act of 1906. You probably remember that from high school. The key point here, it was an informational act. So you could be a private business and still include heroin, cocaine, chloroform in your medication, as long as you told people it was there. And that was the standard until the 1930s for the most part. It was simply informational. The two exceptions were narcotics and alcohol, as I'll talk to you about in a second. So the Narcotic Tax Act of 1914 was the first effort to really restrict in a legal rather than an informational way the sale of substances. And it effectively banned certain non-prescription sales of opiates and cocaine. You all probably know about prohibition from high school or from your great-grandparents. I don't know how old some of you are. So if we were in person, I would ask you one of my favorite trivia questions, which is what were the two treatments for heart disease in the 1920s during Prohibition in New York City? And those of you in the know might say that one of them was bed rest, which it was. They put you in bed for 6 months after your first heart attack. And for those of you who know a bit about medicine, you know that if you were not anticoagulated, you probably had a massive stroke and you died, which tens of thousands of people did. So the other approach was offered by John Davin, a pioneering Johns Hopkins cardiologist who prescribed beer. Now, beer does not cure heart disease. I mean, no matter how much you may believe in the value of beer, I am fairly confident on that one. However, these people did not sit in bed for 6 months. They were out and active, so they did much, much better. As a result of John Davin's work, doctors started prescribing beer and whiskey for a whole range of other ailments, some of them legitimate and some of them not legitimate, simply because they wanted to undermine prohibition. That, by the way, is a copy of Winston Churchill's prescription for quote-unquote medicinal brandy, which he carried several large crates of when he toured in New York City in the United States in 1932. Why do I mention this background? It was the lesson of prohibition and the use of doctors to circumvent prohibition with prescriptions that led to the 1937 Marijuana Tax Act's restriction on physician engagement as well. So up until that point, there was always an exception for doctors. The federal government looked at prohibition and said doctors are undermining drug policy. So for marijuana, there will be no medicinal exception. And that carries forward with a number of other policies. I won't go into the great detail. 1938, for example, the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act. There's really no exception for doctors except through government regulation. You simply can't write your own prescription and get away with circumventing the rule. None of this applies to psychedelics. Psychedelics, as you probably learned earlier today, are perfectly legal in the United States until 1968. Celebrities use them. Cary Grant goes and talks about them on the radio. They are used widely in medical care for various purposes, as well as by the CIA for more underhanded purposes. All of this changes in 1968 because of these two men. Harley Staggers was a congressman from West Virginia who had previously been a local sheriff. And Thomas Dodd, the father of Senator Chris Dodd, a longtime senator from Connecticut, and they sat at home watching this horrific event on TV that troubled them deeply. It was called Woodstock. And they became very concerned that Woodstock and what they saw going on in San Francisco at Haight-Ashbury and the like was undermining the next generation, which led them to pass an amendment to the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act to impose stiff penalties on a range of substances, basically all the psychedelics we know today, all the hallucinogens we know today, LSD, as well as a range of other stimulants and depressants. The law had absolutely no teeth. It was rarely ever enforced. Go to San Francisco in 1969, it looked just like San Francisco in 1968. But President Nixon got a hold of this and said, this is a great policy optically. He actually, it turned out, didn't care at all about it in terms of policy. but he thought getting ahead of drug use in an optical way would play great with the American public, and that led to the Controlled Substances Act. And it's particularly the combination of the lessons learned about not creating medical exceptions with the politics of the late 1960s that created Category 1 or Schedule 1. You probably are familiar with the different schedules. I will not belabor them in great detail, but Schedule 1 substances are those that meet 3 criteria. They have a high potential for abuse, they have no other currently accepted medical use in the United States, and there's a lack of accepted safety data for the drug or other substance under medical supervision. And they categorized a range of substances: heroin, marijuana, psilocybin, mescaline, LSD are among the most well-known, but there are a whole bunch of others. Some of you may be thinking, well, that's actually not true. The FDA and the DEA have a very wide latitude in terms of ignoring empirical data to impose whatever standard they want. We'll talk about in a second. This contrasts, for example, with Schedule 2 substances like cocaine and methamphetamines, which do have a medical use, or were believed to have a medical use at the time, but also have a high potential for abuse or addiction. Some of you may know, for example, that cocaine is heavily used in microsurgeries. So doing research on Schedule 1 substances historically has been extremely difficult. In 2012, to make it a little bit easier, Congress passed the FDA Safety Innovation Act that allowed the FDA to grant breakthrough status to drugs, including those on Schedule 1, to expand access, particularly for research. There are a number of regulations in this, but one of them is there has to be a particular identified disorder or condition they're treating. The first of these was the 2017 FDA grant of breakthrough status for PTSD. In 2018, breakthrough status was granted for a number of categories for psilocybin. And there have been several stage 3 trials now that show safety and efficacy. You might think that then logically it would have to be reclassified. And the FDA has hinted over the years that it will reclassify it, but it's a combination process of the FDA and the DEA doing so, and the DEA has not given any indications willing to do so. And I will add, by the way, as we all know, there's been a lot of evidence on the marijuana front, or the cannabis front, and the FDA has not yet reclassified it, although there's been talk of doing so. So what is the legal status of psilocybin? So as you may remember, there have been local efforts to decriminalize it over the last 5-6 years. They tend to be in otherwise very liberal communities. This map is actually a bit out of date. Colorado should now be in purple. You can see the states that have decriminalized it are in purple, and the states that have jurisdictions that have decriminalized it are in, in light blue. It's worth noting, however, that even in Oregon and Colorado, there is a local option. So counties and individual municipalities can opt out. And it is striking that in Oregon, the vast majority of municipalities have now opted out. So basically, psilocybin is decriminalized in Oregon if you stand in downtown Portland and throw a rock as far as you can. Because every year, and I believe there were 17 of them at the last election this past year, more municipalities have voted not to criminalize psilocybin statewide. They don't have the authority to do that, but simply to say if our citizens want to get it, they should go elsewhere to get it. They can bring it back here. We're not going to enforce it against them bringing it back here, but we don't want psilocybin-oriented business in our community. Another factor involved in this is they actually have very little incentive to have psilocybin-oriented business in their community because they can't tax them. So they have no way of making any money off them. So if you set up your psilocybin-oriented business in someone's storefront, you're actually stealing money from the town, so to speak, because that's somebody's retail bank branch or restaurant that is not serving you there. So the way the statute is phrased, it creates an incentive for communities not to want these, even if they're indifferent to the underlying behavior. Oregon Measure 109, as some of you may recall, was very broad. It allowed for personal use and manufacture at the state level. What I want to emphasize is that psilocybin and psychedelics, except the few hallucinogens that are legalized for medicinal purposes like ketamine, are legal in the state of Oregon or decriminalized, but they are illegal at the federal level. So now I need to step back a bit because you need to understand what happens when state law and federal law conflict. And I imagine most of you have not gone to law school. And it's actually a more complicated question than you might think. So basically, the state has authority, the federal government has authority in areas where the Constitution gives it authority. And therefore, in any area where the Constitution permits it to do, it trumps state law. But in areas where it has no constitutional mandate, then state law still triumphs. And over the years, the federal government has encroached significantly on the authority of states, what's called the police power. Particularly during the New Deal and during the liberal era of the 1950s and 60s, when many very progressive people wanted the federal government to have more power over regressive states and states engaged, for example, in civil rights violations and the like, or labor violations. Very liberal courts expanded this authority. So two senses of how much they've expanded it. So in 1940, I don't want to say the year, in the early 1940s, a farmer was growing wheat on his own farm in the Midwest. And in the Supreme Court case of Wickard versus Filburn, even though he was feeding his own animals with the wheat, the court ruled that feeding wheat to your own animals infinitesimally affected the international price of wheat, and therefore you were engaged in interstate commerce and you met the federal standard. Now, you can understand why, as a progressive person, you might think that particular policy outcome is a really good one, because you do want the federal government to be able to regulate the economy and provide price supports for farmers and the like. Similarly, in the 1960s, in the case of Ollie's Barbecue, a man was running a barbecue on a back road in a rural southern state, and all his work was done on site. He actually raised most of the products done on site. All of his customers were local. So he said, you know, the federal civil rights laws don't apply to me. I'm not engaged in any form of interstate commerce or any other federal activity. And the Supreme Court found that since the condiments he used on the hot dogs and hamburgers sold at his barbecue stand had crossed state lines, he was engaged in interstate commerce. So that is really, really broad. So when the Supreme Court is asked to rule on the question of whether or not growing medicinal marijuana on your own property for your own purposes falls under interstate commerce or not, it doesn't just tie into the specific question of drug regulation. It also falls into this larger debate, which is why in the case that decided this, Gonzalez versus Reich, you get a very odd breakdown of Supreme Court justices. The liberal justices, who may have been very sympathetic in principle to the rights of marijuana users, marijuana growers, still found that growing marijuana fell under the purview of the federal government, fearful that creating an exception here would lead to far more exceptions. And several of the more conservative justices, most notably Edmund Scalia, found the other way, because as much as they may have not liked marijuana use, they were very concerned about the federal government's overreach into state policy. So what's interesting is the marijuana decision rapidly lost any meaning, because the Obama administration in 2009 announced they were not going to enforce it. That as long as a state had taken a decision to decriminalize state marijuana laws, first medicinally, but then it became clear generally, the administration was not going to enforce those laws, federal law over state law. If states did not enact an exception, then the federal government would treat them just like they treat everybody else. And so you have found that even though marijuana growers historically have had difficulty accessing federal services, particularly those governed by the banking system, which has made them a largely cash-only business historically, they have largely been exempt from federal prosecution in states where they are legal. What's striking is the Obama administration's policy, which by the way continued through the first Trump administration and through the Biden administration, is specific to cannabis. They were asked multiple times what their policy was on the decriminalization of psilocybin and psychedelics, and they have remained silent on that. So right now, as far as we know, if you open a psilocybin business in New Jersey or in Oregon, even where it's decriminalized in Oregon, the federal government can still come along and confiscate your business and put you in prison. So I'm going to now talk a bit about standard of care, and then I'm going to merge these two strains of thought together. So the question you need to ask is, the standard of care, by the way, for those of you who don't know, is basically what doctors can do, what level of service they have to offer before they engage in malpractice. So if they drop below a certain standard, that's considered malpractice. So the question that arises for doctors is, what is the standard of care regarding a product that may be therapeutic and there may be evidence for it, and may be decriminalized at the state level, but is still illegal at the federal level under the under federal statutes, under the Controlled Substances Act. Basically, can something be both standard of care and illegal, which creates a bind for doctors because you're expected to follow the standard of care, but you don't want to go to prison. So I like to mention malpractice involves having a duty to the patient, breaching that duty, and causing damage as a result. So a few things to mention about the standard care. I will actually mention the famous case of Helling versus Carey, even though it's a case from ophthalmology. It was a young woman who went to her ophthalmologist and said, you know, I can't see anything. I think something's wrong with my eyes. And the ophthalmologist prescribed her glasses. And this went on 12 times over the next more than a decade. At which point she went to another doctor who said, ma'am, you have glaucoma. There's a 5-cent test available to check for this. And by then it was too late to save her vision. And she sued, and the courts decided that, well, in general, doctors can rely on what other doctors do in the community. In this community, nobody had tested for glaucoma under 40. If something is so well known and the evidence is extremely strong and it's cheap and easy, possibly like medicinal marijuana or medicinal psilocybin, then the courts can impose a duty on the standard of care to actually follow it, even if the entire medical community has fallen behind. And a few other elements came into play shortly thereafter. One, while historically the standard of care was a local one, now, except in New York State, it is a national one, which means that if it's the standard of care in Oregon, it's also the standard of care in New Jersey. And secondly, prior to the 1970s, you needed to find a medical expert to testify that something was the standard of care and expected. And then in a famous case where that man, who I actually befriended, Jerry Canterbury, fell off a bed after surgery because they forgot to put the bed rail up. And he could not find any doctor, nurse, or hospital administrator in the country testify that bed rails were standard in the post-op, even though everybody knew they were, because doctors wouldn't testify against other doctors in that era. They were afraid of being blackballed, not getting referrals. A very liberal court, chaired by Spotswood Robinson, said that in some cases, a jury can actually rely on common sense. So you have two strains now. You have the ability of the courts to impose a prescriptive standard and the ability of juries to use common sense to apply that standard. I will skip that. So one third case you need to think about, and then I'm going to bring this all together, is one of my favorite cases, that of Osheroff versus Chestnut Lodge. Jerry Osheroff was a nephrologist, a kidney doctor in New Jersey in the early 1970s, and he became terribly depressed. And he went to his local hospital, and it happened to be a famous old psychiatric institute. You have a picture of there called Chestnut Lodge. And they offered him only psychodynamic psychotherapy. And he basically got analysis on a couch for 8 months straight. And at the end of his 8 months, he was just as depressed as when he started. And then his family checked him out and took him to Silver Hill in Connecticut. And 6 weeks later, he was much better. 8 weeks later, he went home and went back to practicing nephrology. And then he sued the pants off Chestnut Lodge. We don't know what they settled for. We do know it was a large enough amount that 2 years later, Chestnut Lodge became condominiums. He basically bankrupted the hospital. But the key take-home point from this was that if there is another treatment available that is efficacious, doctors have an obligation not to offer to you, but to share with you that exists. So in that case, it was telling you that there was medication as well as psychotherapy available. The question arises is, as data becomes more increasingly compelling for things like cannabis or for psilocybin, at what point do doctors have an obligation to tell you this is at least a possible treatment, even if they don't offer it? And how does criminal law at the federal level play an impact on that? I will also finally mention that you can't contract out of standard of care. So I like to say that if most people at the Great Mount Sinai Hospital, where I work, get their surgery done in the operating room with a scalpel, but we offer you half price if you do it with a cleaver in the lobby, even if you agree to that and fully understand the risks, if something goes wrong or there's a negative outcome, you can still sue me and win. So the other half of this is, at what point does prescribing or recommending something like psilocybin drop below the standard of care? All of that goes to say we really need to know whether psilocybin is at the standard of care, below it to the point where it's malpractice, or somewhere in between. And there actually is a category in between. And all the data suggesting that psilocybin and hallucinogens in general may fall into that category. It is called the respected minority category, or the respected minority doctrine. And it basically says, sometimes people call it the two schools of thought doctrine. It basically says that even if it's not what the majority of doctors do, and even if it's not readily available and cheap and easy, if there's enough literature in the field saying it works and thought leaders are doing it or recommending it, prominent people, then you may not be required to inform people, But if you do inform people or you do it, you're absolved from malpractice liability. And increasingly, a case may be made that psilocybin meets that standard. I will, having conferences like the one you do today, actually facilitate that process. Because the more conferences there are, the more experts talking about the subject, the more you can make a case that a respected minority of practitioners are actually advocating for something. So the Trump administration, the first time around, signed the Federal Right to Try Act. Some of you may be familiar with that. It was basically a law established to facilitate access for last chance drugs for people who had a condition that was not effectively being treated by drugs in the market, but there was a pharmaceutical company available. And a pharmaceutical company had a product that might or might not cure their disease, that it not be FDA approved. And this guarantees it protects the pharmaceutical company's right to offer them the drug exempted from FDA regulation. The reality, you can look at a bunch of states, New Jersey is not one of them, but almost every other state, all those in green, have adopted similar rules to the federal statute. So for the purpose it was designed, this law has been an utter failure. Why? I don't know the numbers, but the numbers I think you can count on one hand, people who have actually been offered medication under the Federal Right to Try Act. Because if you were a large pharmaceutical company and you were engaged in a clinical trial that may make you hundreds of millions of dollars, the last thing you want to do is offer one dose to somebody who's already in very bad shape, who might survive or might not survive. Because then you have an optical nightmare on your hand if something goes wrong or they have a side effect that's simply a fluke or a negative outcome. So pharmaceutical companies have simply not been willing to partake in this process. However, advocates of psilocybin have said, well, psilocybin may fit the same niche. And they have argued that the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act amendments, which this includes, basically allow them to give people a right to try for psilocybin for conditions that have not responded to other treatment. The Biden administration, in a lawsuit we'll look at in a second, took the position this was not true. There was no carve out from the Controlled Substances Act by the Right to Try Act. Strong indications are that the Trump administration is going to reverse that and may finally, ironically, use the Right to Try Act in an entirely different way from the way it was originally intended. So in relation to that, there is ongoing litigation, or I should say there was ongoing litigation as of late this summer. I have not checked whether a decision was handed down in the last month or so. I probably would have heard, but in theory it could have been. So Sunil Aggarwal, as some of you may know, or certainly know of, he speaks a lot at these sorts of conferences. Maybe you should invite him next year to talk. Runs a company called Advanced Integrative Medical Science Institute, I believe in Washington State. And in 2021, he sued the Attorney General and sued the DEA because he'd written to the DEA and he'd asked them point blank, does the Right to Try law create an exemption from the CSA for psilocybin? And if not, can you offer me, as you're required to do, a written explanation for why not? I see somebody in the chat room has already spoken to you all, so you may all know about this, but I will give you at least an update on this. So he sued, saying, well, the CSA, a minimum, the DEA has to answer my question. And the DEA refused. So the case went all the way to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals and was actually reheard on bank. And I believe it's still waiting for a verdict on bank, but it's unlikely to go his way. And in the previous ruling, the Ninth Circuit said, you don't have standing. Basically, you don't have a case yet because the DEA hasn't done anything to you. The DEA will have to arrest you first, and then you'll have standing to sue them. But obviously, no physician out there is going to risk their license and their career to get arrested simply to prove this point when they have a very unlikely chance of succeeding. It's worth noting that 8 states' attorney general, as of this summer, had signed on to this case. They represent both extremely liberal and extremely conservative attorneys general, suggesting this is not a partisan voting issue for people, but rather an issue that can generate consensus. And that mirrors, by the way, attitudes in Congress where psilocybin deregulation has actually united people, I would choose my words carefully, on the more far right and the more far left of the political spectrum. For completely different reasons, you come to the same conclusion. So what is the state of the law today? So I'm going to give you a couple of hypothetical cases that show us what the current problem is. So let's say Dr. Magic is a geriatric psychiatrist in Oregon, where, as I mentioned earlier, psilocybin has been decriminalized. The patient presents to his office seeking depression in the setting of pancreatic cancer that hasn't resolved with antidepressants or talk therapy. Patients are poor candidates for ECT due to underlying medical comorbidities, and psilocybin seems like a good option. So Dr. Magic looks at the literature, recommends psilocybin, patient purchases the recommended quantity. However, the patient who's completely naive to the drug suffers an unexpected negative reaction. And no matter how much you believe that psilocybin works for many people, any substance can produce negative reactions. And in this case, he becomes paranoid and a panic in a poorly regulated state. He runs down the staircase and breaks several bones. And then the patient sues Dr. Magic for malpractice. So who wins this case? So the answer is we don't know. And not knowing is in some ways more of a problem than one answer or the other. Because there are a couple of problems with this. One is whether psilocybin qualifies as a treatment under the respected minority doctrine, or whether it's an example of contracting outside the standard of care. And no court has yet established the answer to that question. And secondly, can an intervention that's illegal under federal law still qualify under the respected minority doctrine? The third problem in this case that we do know the answer to is, will Dr. Magic's malpractice insurance cover the claim? And the answer is absolutely not. I've actually reached out to all of the major insurers, and I've gotten two sets of answers. One group of insurers simply say, we don't cover this. And another will say, we don't address questions like this unless you have a policy. But the reality is I've talked to people, at least some of them who have policies, and they would require a negotiated carve-out to do this. I've yet to meet anyone who has a negotiated carve-out, and I can't imagine logically they would, because then under the Controlled Substances Act, they would be guilty of abetting in a range of ways they do not want to be complicit with. So needless to say, obviously some of the speakers today are not providers. They have a lot more latitude in offering things. If you're a provider, you're not going to offer any service, recommend any service, I think, sanely, without having some kind of malpractice coverage. Because not only does that protect you, it actually protects your patients. Even if you're the most conscientious provider whatsoever and what you're doing is right, sometimes there will simply be negative outcomes. And often malpractice insurance is a safeguard against those negative outcomes, even if you've done nothing wrong. So let us take the opposite scenario, the same setup for it at the top. But Dr. Magic does not recommend psilocybin, and the patient continues to suffer from depression for another 6 months. In frustration, he seeks care elsewhere, and when another organ prescribe or recommend psilocybin, and his depression resolves in 1 week. That should remind you of a case we just looked at. That's exactly the same scenario as Asherah versus Chestnut Lodge, just not with antidepressant and psychotherapy, but with psilocybin versus non-psilocybin. So again, he sues malpractice. And again, we don't have an established answer yet. We don't know whether the courts will accept the evidence level for psilocybin to meet the same standards that it met for antidepressants in the Chestnut Lodge case. And until, honestly, we get legislative guidance on some of these questions, we're probably not going to get these cases because these cases are unlikely to arise in court. These providers are shying away from doing these sorts of things in a documented, formal way. So third set of scenarios, same setup. Dr. Magic recommends psilocybin. Patient's depression resolves. However, the patient is subject to mandatory drug testing at work. And when his urine comes back positive with psilocybin, he's fired. The patient sues his employer and files for unemployment insurance. He also sues Dr. Magic for failing to disclose the risk. Now, whether or not he will win the lawsuit against his insurer or his employer is a complex legal question involving the American Disabilities Act and state law. However, whether or not he will win his lawsuit with Dr. Magic is much more straightforward, and the answer is he most likely will. Even if the only hassle is he has to go through a bureaucratic process and go to court to get his benefits reinstated or his job reinstated, that will still create liability under damages for Dr. Magic. And I mention all that because even if you're doing clinical trials, it really behooves you to explain to people that just because they're in a clinical trial does not absolve them from the possibility of legal consequences to using these substances. So, for example, I serve in the IRB at Mount Sinai. When we do these sorts of trials, it is imperative that we tell people, if you get arrested or detained and the police test your blood for drugs and they find this, a letter from us may be of no value. I will add here, I don't want to go into this in great detail because I know I only have about 10 more minutes. But I will add, in addition to that, there are significant equity issues here. Because if I am a white upper middle class physician and I get pulled over by the police, I'm going to be treated in a very different way than if I come from a different racial or ethnic community, or I come from a lower income community. The result of which is this policy and our warning may scare people who come from that second set of communities from engaging in these clinical trials. And candidly, if I were in their shoes, I might make the same choice because it's a trade-off for them and it may not be. And that may be one of the reasons why increasingly the individuals involved in these trials represent a higher, quote unquote, higher end demographic. I have a lot more to share, but I saw a lot of questions and I will pause there and take some of them, and I can always go back and add more people with questions. But I also know it's the last lecture of the day.
Yeah, we actually did have one from the chat, and it says, how does the recent decision about the Chevron doctrine play? There's a cursor over. How does the recent decision about the Chevron doctrine play into all the fees of the expert testimony?
Sure. So it actually doesn't for the most part, because Chevron really deals with administrative agencies. Okay. And almost all the legislation here is occurring at the state court level rather than the federal court level. Malpractice law in the United States is almost entirely governed by state law. There really are the only two areas of healthcare governed by federal law, other than controlled substances, are HIPAA and confidentiality, and payment for resources through Medicare and to some degree through CHIP and Medicaid. That being said, Chevron might have an implication for the FDA and the DEA because it will limit their ability to impose regulations under the statute that are specific to the statute. So, for example, off the top of my head, a way which this might play out is many of these substances may be such that you can derive slightly different derivatives from them that achieve the exact same pharmaceutical or therapeutic outcome. It's not clear that under Chevron, the FDA or the DEA, for that matter, would have the authority to regulate a slightly different substance with the same outcome because it's not named in the statute. I don't think anybody's challenged in that ground yet, but it's not a fruitless pursuit. Other thoughts, questions?
I guess one question, like given the increasing popularity of psychedelics and like in mental health treatment, what steps can doctors take to minimize the risk of being sued if the treatment like goes wrong or if there's unexpected side effects?
Sure. So you're talking about two different categories. So there's treatment and then there are clinical trials. Clinical trials, the same rules are going to apply that apply anywhere else. If you document what you're doing, you explain the risks to the patient, that you're protected. In fact, IRB trials are one of the few ways to avoid the issue of contracting outside the standard of care. If you're engaging in clinical services, which I should emphasize are still a criminal enterprise in the United States, in every state for psilocybin, you face one of two choices. One choice is simply not to document anything. Simply to, if you're aware the patient is using this, do it in an off-the-record sort of way. And while I don't want to encourage people to engage in criminal behavior, I would suggest that documenting yourself engaging or abetting criminal behavior, even if you explain it really, really well, might not meet the standards of the state medical board. And it's certainly not going to meet the standards of the federal government. Whether it works for the jury is a different question, because a jury may say, well, she explained really well what she did. It makes perfect sense to us. So it may keep you from getting found responsible in medical practice. It probably won't keep you from losing your license. So that's sort of a defeating purpose. The other approach is, so that's the argument for not documenting anything. The other argument is to simply document that you are aware of this and that you are not encouraging it anyway, but also don't document that you're discouraging it. And that way somebody else seeing the chart will at least be aware the patient is using these substances and aware that they have access. I will add, and I don't know, I was not here for the whole conference. Any physician who's actually distributing these substances the way you might in a pharmacy, rather than simply recommending that people get them elsewhere, is really walking a very dangerous line, because that is exactly what even a very liberal DEA could come after you for, in the same way they've done for other substances over the years. Of course, that raises problems because you have, even if you think something might be in someone's interest, you have no idea what they're actually getting in the community. They may actually be getting fentanyl, but think it's psilocybin.
Gotcha. Yeah, there was actually a question that just popped up. Isn't there a washout period in clinical research that can mitigate plus drug testing? There's usually there usually is or can be written into the protocol research requirements?
So obviously there are ways of minimizing your exposure, but you're not going to keep subjects who are engaged in research trials locked in the facility for a month at a time. So the very fact they might walk out the door of the facility and test positive the next day, you can tell them don't go to work for the next month. Tell them don't drive your car for the next month, but there's always some risk and tell. And I will add, the kind of people most in jeopardy based on background and context are also the kind of people who are least able to take a month off from work, or least able not to drive their car if they need to. So they don't have that option to opt out.
Gotcha, I understand. And there is another question too. In cases where a doctor is sued after a patient like self-administers psychedelics like microdosing and like seeks medical advice, and like your kind of answer prior was, how should physicians navigate these gray areas to avoid legal trouble? And it's just pretty much documentation. That is that correct?
So, if they're doing it after the fact, you can certainly give someone guidance after the fact, and you want to document it very clearly. It's before the fact where the issue is much grayer, because you don't want someone going to court and saying, I knew nothing about this substance, and my doctor said I should use it, and then I found out it was a criminal activity, and then I got arrested and lost my job. Because even if you're completely innocent of having done any harm there, and it's simply something that other people were bad, is going to look very badly in front of a jury. So how you document this is challenging, because you want to document you engage the warning without documenting what the patient's or subject's behavior is. I will also add, it's related to this, is you want to be very careful with confidentiality in this area, in the same way you would discussing any other criminal endeavor. I use that word intentionally with third parties, because you may not think of it as a criminal endeavor, but the law still thinks of it as a criminal endeavor.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. There is another question. Any psychic predictions about Oregon and Colorado state-regulated psilocybin services and changes coming forward? Oregon operates at a budget shortfall in managing the program. Federal government changes up in the air.
Yeah, so I think if the federal government steps out of this business, meaning if it won't simply take, and that's what I'm worried about, it will be a grave concern if the federal government simply decided they were not going to enforce this regulation without actually decriminalizing it, because then the states would not be able to do things like tax it and regulate it. However, if the federal government actually got out of the business entirely and removed psilocybin, for example, from the Controlled Substances Act, then the state of Oregon could tax this. And then these communities that are now saying we don't want this are certainly going to be clamoring for the opportunity to have psilocybin distributed in their communities. So that I think may well happen. But again, I cannot emphasize enough. This is the kind of thing that, sort of like other issues I worked about, you want to, if you want medical aid in dying, you don't want to be Jack work in. If you want legalized psilocybin, you want to make sure it's done in a way that both doctors and businesses are protected.
Gotcha. Thank you. And I guess going back to the patient autonomy and like informed kind of consent, how can physicians ensure that patients are like fully informed about the risk and benefits of psychedelic assisted therapies, given the evolving nature of the research and potential like unknown long-term effects? So kind of looking at the more ethical side, especially if like someone's desperate for relief from conditions like PTSD or depression.
Sure, and the short answer is you can't, which is why I think the most important thing to do, and this is generally true of all cutting-edge experimental or novel therapies, is you want to emphasize that we know less than we think we know. And there is a lot of data to suggest that whether or not psilocybin or cannabis even work, patients are still likely to overestimate their ability for them to work for them personally. In the same way, people are more likely to overestimate that antidepressants are going to work for them than they actually are. And you want to make sure that they have a realistic expectation, because these are not going to work for everybody. There are some people who are not going to have the underlying condition that makes them work, and some people who are going to not have the right mindset, and some people who are not going to use it in the right way, all sorts of reasons. And you want to make sure that people don't have that reaction and they jump out a window. And as we all remember, there was the suicide in the Johns Hopkins study that is going to set things back, I think, substantially, because they, as I read it, He was actually not in the treatment arm. He was in the control arm. They did not substantially warn him that in the control arm, his symptoms might not get better. Something that would have been really, really simple to do and prevented a lot of distress after the fact, and he killed himself.
Thank you, Dr. Appel. I have a question myself. So I recently attended a conference for it was held by an insurance and law firm about I forgot the name. It was about litigation in terms of what causes the most cases against psychiatrists, and most of the highest ones were suicide cases. So in terms of, let's say, psilocybin is legalized, let's say New Jersey, any other state itself, and psychiatrists are allowed to prescribe it and have licensed social workers, therapists as trip sitters alongside the patient themselves. If the patient has a proclivity to want to commit suicide after, let's say, the trip, because let's say it goes, RA and the neural circuits that get reinforced aren't positive in nature, how likely is it to come back to the physician because of the subjectivity of psychiatry itself and the treatment modality?
Very high. So it's worth noting there are 3 episodes in the history of psychiatry malpractice. Up until the 1970s, the vast majority of cases were just like in general medicine, where people prescribed the wrong thing, they treated the patient poorly. From the 70s to the mid-80s, they were in majority of cases, or at least a significant plurality, were boundary violations. We've actually seen a few cases of that actually related to psilocybin now. But starting in the late 1980s, suicide became the primary, and violence to others became the primary issue. It's worth noting the first legal case for outpatient suicide to go to court, to win in court in the United States, was in 1978. It's a relatively new phenomenon. The first one here in New York State was 1982. That being said, you're at the mercy of a jury, and the jury does not look at the fact pattern. The jury looks at the outcome. And then it goes back and it traces back, what can we find in the doctor's behavior that might have led to the outcome? So this is why, independent of whether you're actually causing the risk, I will be very careful in how you screen your patients to make sure people who are at risk of other things don't end up in your psilocybin cohort.
Thank you so much. And in addition to that question, and they said the biggest in terms of what is the word, when you settle the case outside of the court, and even inside the court, when the facts come up, different things about the case come up, they said charting the way the physician charted it was the best predictor of whether or not they would settle or not settle, or they would inside the court or outside the court. Would you say this has the same likelihood in terms of that? As if let's say you chart patient has no suicidal tendencies, no suicidal thoughts, no suicidal attempts, no violence, history of violence, self-harm, would that still account based off what happens?
Well, assuming psilocybin was legal, so there's no concern about charting, I will still say that data is somewhat misleading. Why? Because you are more likely to win in your court if you have a very detailed rationale for your decision in the chart. But if you have a better case, you're more likely to be able to put a detailed rationale for your decision in the chart. So people who are charting very little are also often making decisions that may be more concerning. But I do think with that context, if you actually document what you've done in a way where the average juror can say, Dr. Ron explained what he did, and that makes perfect sense to me. If I were a doctor, I would have done the same thing. Then no matter what the law is, you're going to get some protection. And if a juror hears what you did and says, whatever the law says, that just doesn't seem very reasonable, you're in deep trouble. On the other hand, the problem, particularly in cases of suicide, is every juror out there knows that if there's a suicide for one of your patients, you don't pay a dime. And in fact, in many states, your insurance can't even go up. So what really happens is your insurance company pays a fortune and everybody comes out ahead, and it's distributed among all the insurance holders or all the taxpayers. So why not give this person a break, or their family who's suffering a break, even if the doctor clearly did nothing wrong?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I don't see any more questions. We also just dropped the attendance form in the chat, so whoever is here for this presentation, please do fill that out. Do you have any kind of closing remarks, Dr. Appel?
I do, because Dr. Rana actually mentioned the point I was going to come to the end with. So lots of data shows that the best way to avoid a malpractice claim is to have a long-term relationship with a patient. So I think in that context, the people who are going to be doing psilocybin-assisted therapy or cannabis therapy with patients they know well in the context of ongoing care are not going to, they're going to be unlikely to get sued. And if they do, juries are going to be fairly sympathetic. The people who are going to get in trouble are the people who are running these clinics where you show up, you get your dose of psilocybin, and you never see them again. And barring the ethics of that, I think it's a business model. It's a really bad business model. And thank you very much for having me. I'm delighted to be here. Always glad to come back. The law is rapidly evolving, so this talk is probably going to be extraordinarily different in 2 months.
Yeah, and thank you so much for coming again. We always appreciate your talks and such a unique perspective coming from law, psychiatry, and obviously your literature background as well. With that being said, make sure if you're a participant today, you stick around for the raffle winner. But we'll give I wish we could give you a round of applause, but we can't. So I'll give you one from all of us. So thank you.
That.
And
stay safe, and we'll hope for the best on policy.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Dr. Appel.
You got it. Be well. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
And I will now hand over the closing remarks to Ayesha.
Thank you, Chris. And just like that, our 4th annual conference has officially come to a close, and my last whirlwind of putting this endeavor on as a medical student is over. This conference was born out of a dream to create an accessible education initiative 4 years ago and to bridge the gaps we saw in informing the public understanding of psychedelics with integrity during the psychedelic renaissance. We could not do this year after year without the continued support of our community of speakers and each and every one of you who are in attendance today. While each resurgence of the psychedelic wave may seem new to us, these are medicines that have preceded us for eras in sacred practice and that will continue to live on in the Earth's dynamic, native, and mycelial networks for long after we're gone, whose grasp on consciousness beyond the physical sciences far exceeds our own. To be giving a voice to these medicines and those who have carried them for centuries has been an invigorating, exhausting, and deeply fulfilling honor that has forever shaped the intention with which I show up to the world in this lifetime. Learning to walk a healing path and bridge 2 worlds of medicine together has been a gift that has left me with immeasurable reverence and gratitude. The study of psychedelics and everything they have to teach us is a testament to the humility that's necessitated by the practice of medicine, that no matter how much we think we've mastered and how much knowledge we acquire, there's still always more to learn and more to imagine. Like I mentioned at the conference opening yesterday, we as aspiring physicians know education is a privilege and a luxury. The love that we have poured into compiling as much comprehensive and unbiased wisdom as we can into this container from all walks of life, ancient and modern, has amassed a myriad of perspectives on bridging communities, mitigating harm, and what the meaning and goal of medicine truly is, whether that be problem-focused, disease-focused, community-focused, ecology-focused, spirit-focused, or otherwise. This conference has grown to take up a significant amount of real estate in my heart over the past 4 years, and even during the off season, there hasn't been a day that I haven't done some type of work on it, whether that be spending hours designing our marketing materials, doing outreach and networking, spamming our team group chat with my stream of consciousness about all the things we need to do, or just talking about it and thinking about it. It has seen me through some of my highest highs and lowest lows. I was becoming so sad about leaving it behind when I graduate this May, and then I realized I'm not leaving anything behind. We have built a community here. We have built connections here. We have turned this into a global event with participants and supporters all united by a common mission, and in large part, the person I am, as well as the physician I'm going to be, have been shaped by the tests and blessings bestowed on me by this work. That doesn't just go away because I'm graduating. Curious exploration and learning from each other is a lifelong undertaking, as we've been discussing throughout this entire weekend. So I may not be a student here anymore next year, and some tears may be shed in that transition, but if everything goes according to plan, I will be seeing all of you again next year on this platform as a doctor myself. Something I've frequently been asked about in residency interviews this year is what sparked my interest in mycology and psychedelics, and I always answer, mushrooms quite literally rule the world. The bodies we occupy are borrowed carbon matter that will one day be decomposed by fungi when they return to the ground. The ecosystems we live and breathe in communicate underneath the ground through vast mycelial networks. Some mushrooms have a magical capacity to put us in communication with consciousness itself. Mushrooms keep the world in connection and equilibrium. We are building a mycelial network of our own here in the webs that we have woven through this ever-expanding community. So I won't say goodbye right now. I'll just say see you later. Chris, are you crying? From the bottom of our hearts, thank you all so much for supporting us and making this possible for the 4th year in a row. We will be posting the resources recommended by our speakers this weekend on our Linktree, and we will send out an email when the conference recordings are available on YouTube. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us with any inquiries, and if you'd like to meet us and be friends, we would love to see you at one of our upcoming events. I will be speaking at Morel Fest this coming April in Gettysburg. And just to express some final gratitude, I'd like to highlight that this conference is a student-run collaborative made possible by our very devoted team on the screen, as well as grants and donations from organizations at our institution. We would like to extend a special thank you to the Student Government Association, Students for Integrative Medicine, and American College of Osteopathic Neurologists and Psychiatrists chapter here at Rowan-Virtua School of Osteopathic Medicine. And that's all from me for now, so I'm going to pass the baton over to Portia to announce our raffle winner for today.